Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Swan Mutation Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. If there was one thing Izuku Midoriya knew better than the rest, it's that life could be really cruel. And this day was definite proof of that. His classmates and teachers mocked his dream of going to UA. His prized notebook was destroyed, just when it was done. Bakugo still wanted nothing to do with him, and in fact said, "Take a swan dive off the roof, then maybe you'll get a quirk in your next life." And those words were growing more and more tempting by the minute. He was currently standing at the very same roof, overlooking his classmates as they walked home, even though the bell had yet to be rung. "Hey, Deku!" Midoriya looked down, and there he was, Katsuki Bakugo, sporting his usual scowl. "Get moving already." What he probably meant that moment was for him to get down and walk home with him, in a walk that would certainly be filled with ridicule for him. Midoriya, however, had other plans. Ding! Dong! Ding! Dong! And so did the bell. Startled, Midoriya lost his balance and fell off. Not that he minded too much, he had accepted his fate the moment Bakugo called to him. Even if there were people who'd miss him, they'd be lost in the sea of people who wouldn't. Only one thing left to do. Goodbye cruel dash. Wait. Really? Goodbye cruel world, that's it? Those would be his last words, some generic farewell to the world at large? That wouldn't do. He needed something more specific, something more unique. Maybe see you in the next life. Nah, that's too vague, and if he changed it to include Bakugo or anybody else, that would make them look bad. How about, you saw this coming? Well, everyone's shocked expressions clearly said otherwise. Wait a minute, I'm still murmuring. And if I'm still murmuring, that means I'm still alive. Now wondering what was going on, Midoriya looked down and discovered, to his shock, that he was currently flying high, his reflection in the lake's water revealing the reason why. On his back were a pair of large, majestic avian wings, flapping as they kept Midoriya in the air. And they weren't just any ordinary kind of bird wings. They were swan wings. Whoa. Midoriya looked at his wings and slowly smiled. I have wings. He has wings, one of his classmates exclaimed. No, not wings. Bakugo argued, his eyes glued to the flying boy. A quirk. As everybody kept staring at the boy, Bakugo's sense of amazement were slowly replaced by his favorite emotion, wrath. What the F dash, Deku? Midoriya flinched at this statement, and looked down as his wings dissipated into a sea of white feathers. And, with nothing left to keep him in the air, he fell. Oh shit. Midoriya closed his eyes. This was definitely it. If this fall didn't kill him, the fact he just sprouted wings out of nowhere would certainly be his end. Hopefully, death by impact would be swift and quick. I am here. Midoriya was grabbed by a pair of muscular arms, and once he opened his eyes, he saw why. All Might, the greatest hero alive, was carrying him. But his characteristic smile couldn't hide his worry for the boy as he put him down. Are you okay? Why yeah. I guess so. Good, All Might gently patted Midoriya's back. Because we need to take you back to school. Oh, right. Midoriya lowered his head. I do have a couple things to explain, don't I? The answer was yes and no. Yes, in that Midoriya had been asked a couple questions at the principal's office about the wings and why he jumped off the roof. But no in the sense of, once those questions were asked and answered, he was released from the office and he went outside. To be greeted by Bakugo's glare. Explain. I just did dash. Not to that backed idiot, to me. Bakugo hissed as he grabbed Midoriya by his shirt. What the hell was all that with the swan wings and you jumping off there? I was taking a look at the scenery when the bell rang and I lost balance. Midoriya exclaimed back, though more out of fear than genuine anger. And the wings just sort of happened. There was more to it, but Bakugo probably wouldn't care about it. Humph, so that's the story, huh? Bakugo narrowed his eyes. You're not hiding anything from me, are you? I just found out about this myself. Humph, Bakugo dropped Midoriya. If you say so. But keep this in mind, Deku, this changes nothing. Just because you got a quirk, doesn't mean you're my equal or anybody worth my time. I didn't say that dash. But you thought about it. I didn't do that either. Tisk, just remember your place, Deku. And also, you better still quit that stupid pipe dream of joining UA. What's this about UA? Bakugo flinched and turned, meeting face to face with All Might's wide smile. All Might. What are you doing here? Just a second ago, I was feeling worried about the kid who fell, so I thought I could check if he was alright. All Might scratched the back of his head. Did I come at a bad time? And no, I was just. Bakugo glanced back at Midoriya and got an idea. Encouraging my friend here to go to UA with me. Bakugo shot a look at Midoriya, and he quickly nodded. You're both planning to go to UA, huh? That was my old school. All Might laughed joyously. I like your ambition, lads. I'll be cheering you on. Bakugo smiled. Thanks. With another look at Midoriya, Bakugo left the school, leaving All Might to help Midoriya stand back up. I didn't come at a bad time, did I? And no, you came just at the right time, in fact, Midoriya answered as he flashed. By the way, did you really come here to see how I was doing? Well, that, and there's a young lady waiting outside for her son, All Might shrugged. So, I thought I could look for him. Is she small, plump, and has green hair? Yup. That's my mom. Excellent. All Might extended a hand towards the boy. Let's go see her. Midoriya almost accepted All Might's offer, but a question in his head stopped him. Before we go, can I ask you something? All Might silently nodded. What do you think about quirkless people? All Might didn't respond right away. Or for a while, one would say. He didn't even scratch his chin, he just stood there, like a statue. All me dash. I think they're amazing. Midoriya blinked twice. We live in a society where quirks are everything. Quirks give people power, authority, a sense of self. And with the growing population of people with quirks, it's easy to forget the real, admirable survivors, the quirkless. What do you mean? I'll tell you while we walk. Midoriya finally accepted the hand, and as they walked, All Might fulfilled his promise. In a world where quirks are everything, people without quirks are seen as oddities at best. And wrong at worst. We've become so symbiotic with quirks that in our minds, someone without a quirk has an existence that just feels wrong. But that has never stopped the quirkless before. No, they do like the people of old, they keep fighting and moving forward, until they feel they have done everything can, or that they've gotten enough of this world. Just like Midoriya until now. I see. So, if that's what you think about the quirkless in general, what about the idea of giving them power? I'm afraid I don't understand. I mean, it's something I've asked myself sometimes. If anybody anywhere found a chance to give a quirk to a quirkless person, would they do it? Would they give the quirkless a quirk? And where did this idea come from? Well, it's just that. I thought I was quirkless until today, and I needed to hold on to hope somehow. Besides, it just makes more sense in my opinion. How so? Think about it, what's the point of giving more power to someone who already has power? Why not give it to RHE powerless minority who definitely need it more? The pair stopped in that moment, All Might's smile faltering as he raised his head in contemplation. Not that Midoriya saw this, to him, All Might had just stopped, for whatever reason. All Might? The man snapped back to reality. Sorry, I got lost in thought. That's certainly an interesting question, young. Oh, Izuku Midoriya, sir. Young Midoriya. All Might's smile returned and they began to walk again. I feel you will certainly be a great hero. Midoriya's smile became nearly as wide as All Might's in that moment, and it remained in his face as his mom ran up to him, showing concern like her usual self. But he was focused on a brand new goal, one he thought impossible until he summoned his wings. He was going to enter UA. Ever since he got his quirk, things got a little weirder for Midoriya. 1 second he was heading towards the building where he'd take the entrance exam for UA, probably just about to trip, too. The next, he slipped on something and fell back, right into a greatly enlarged hand. Are you okay? Midoriya turned around, and saw the owner of the enlarged hand, a redhead whose hair was tied in a ponytail, looking at him with concern. Why yeah, he said as he got off. I'm fine. I'm glad. The redhead shrunk her hand back to normal. It would be bad luck to trip on the day of the exam. That's what I thought. The pair turned to the source of both the voice and the slippery substance. It was a girl with pink skin and hair, with notable blush cheeks and small horns on her head. So I shot some of my more slippery acid before he tripped? That could have led to a more dangerous outcome, had I not been here, the redhead snapped, taking a couple stomps towards the acidic girl. I mean, I understand you had good intentions, but still. Besides, you're not supposed to use your quirk in public. You used yours too. Only because you used yours first. Gee girls, please stop, Midoriya stammered. He knew he was entering a minefield by asking the girls to stop, but he needed to do something before a fight broke out. I am fine now, and nobody got hurt, so how about we focus on something else? Well, if you really are okay, then I guess we can stop arguing. The redhead walked to Midoriya and extended her hand. My name's Itsuka Kendo. And I'm Mina Ashido, the pink girl chirped, suddenly appearing in front of Midoriya, her hand extended. And as Midoriya hesitantly shook their hands, he realized something. Assuming he entered UA, which girl he'd end up in class with would be very telling of his next 3 years. If he and Mina got the same classroom, he felt it would be filled with adventure, danger, and romantic issues. If he and Kendo for the same classroom, the years would be more mellow and calm, the only problems he'd face being exams, bullies, and romantic issues. Yeah, no matter what, romantic issues would be present. Anyway, I'd love to talk some more, but the exam's about to start. Mina ran straight for the building, leaving Izuku alone with Kendo. Geez, what a troublemaker, but she has a point regardless. Let's head to the exam. Huh? Oh, right, yeah, let's go. Midoriya released the girl's hands, and as he walked with them to take the written exam, there was one thing he couldn't get out of his mind. I just talked to a girl. In fact, not just one, but 2. He was red for the rest of the walk. Until the practical portion of the exam came along. The written portion came and went pretty quickly, with the only real commotion being Midoriya fanboying over the hero who gave the explanation, present Mike. Anyway, the practical was simple. There were a group of robots that had values of 1 to 3 attached to them, and the applicants had to destroy as many as they could before time ran out. It seemed oddly shallow, but Midoriya wasn't in the place to talk. Now, he stretched at the entrance to the practical area along with the rest of the applicants. With the odd exception of Bakugo. Come to think of it, he didn't see him while walking to the building, and the room for the written exam. Maybe he got earlier than him? Whatever, that didn't matter. For now, he had to recap what his 10 months of training allowed him to find out about his quirk. First, if he jumped off a high enough altitude, he would summon his wings immediately. They would vanish as soon as he touched the ground, however. There were also some things he could do on the ground, but Midoriya didn't think those were powers he should keep hidden for now. Mostly because... Could you please stop murmuring? Midoriya flinched and turned around, sporting the source of the voice as a guy with purple bed hair and tired eyes. For some reason, Midoriya heard bells for a second after the boy spoke. Did you hear them too? He asked. Hear what? The boy replied. There were bells rung just a second ago. They're for my quirk. If you hear them, it means you should shut up and stop murmuring. The bells returned, and Midoriya kept quiet as the boy turned to face the entrance. He took a look around to see if any familiar faces were around, but practically everyone was a complete stranger, outside of Kendo from before. Begin, applicants. There ain't no timers in real life. The entrance opened and everyone ran inside, Midoriya lagging a couple seconds behind from shock. Once inside, he scanned the building. And hastily began climbing the tallest one he could find. As he did, he saw how the other applicants were doing. A guy was blasting some robots with a laser coming from his stomach, a guy with yellow hair shot them with electricity, a guy with a purple mohawk stuck some of them with his ball, and Kendo grew her fist before grabbing and slamming various of the mechanical obstacles on the ground. Everyone's quirk looked so cool. I really should have brought my notebook with me, I could have written entire pages with them. Before he knew it, he reached the top. However, the exam's happening right now. I need to focus. Midoriya took a couple steps back from the edge, then sprinted straight for it, jumping just as he reached the edge. Mere seconds after he began plummeting down, his swan wings were summoned, and he flew right before hitting the ground, staying close to it as he flew towards a group of one-pointers. Once close enough, his wings did his job for him as they sliced the robots hard enough to make them explode. 5 points. If I can keep up this tactic with the other targets, I might have a chance of passing. We got an interesting group this year, don't we? Said a small, squeaky voice. From the son of the number 2 hero, to a girl who's completely invisible, and even, I heard, people with extremely similar quirks. This truly is a spectacle to watch, said a female voice. So much passion, so much potential dash. That will be wasted once we get the first 40 winners, a male voice spoke. For now, let's try to focus on finding the more promising applicants. That's easy, then, the boy with the swan wings. The shadowy figures turned to the screen showcasing Midoriya, who repeated his slice and dice tactic with some 2 pointers. Isn't that the boy who found out about his quirk from a swan dive? A man was heard coughing, and this got the attention of the squeaky voice. I assume that's a yes, All Might? Finally, one of the figures came into view, All Might. Except rather than being all buff and shaded, he looked lanky and skeletal to cartoonish proportions. Yes, that's the boy. It seems he spent the 10 months before the exam focusing on figuring out how his quirk worked. What an impressive young loss. But we can't be sure of his admittance just yet. We still need RO give everyone one final test. A red button appeared. All Might, would you do the honors? The lanky man pressed the button. Midoriya's flight was brought to a stop once he saw the ground shaking and the applicants stumbling to keep their balance. What's going on? Why's the ground shaking? Midoriya would soon regret the answer. A giant zero-pointer appeared and slammed his metallic fist on the ground, sending pieces of rubble and the applicants flying away. Once they got their footing, they all began to run away, and despite having the higher ground, Midoriya was compelled to do the same. Until he saw Kendo trapped in some rubble close to the zero-pointer. Even when she got rid of the rubble by growing and shrinking her hand, though, she stumbled as soon as she tried to stand up. Midoriya looked at Kendo in dismay, and before he knew it, he zipped to her and grabbed her before flying away from the zero-pointer's reach, holding one of her arms. Midoriya, she exclaimed. Sorry, I spotted you having trouble standing up, and I thought you might need help." Midoriya frowned. "Are you okay?" "No, my ankle's twisted, but this is actually perfect." Kendo faced the zero-pointer. "If you can spin around a bit and throw me at it, I should be able to destroy it, or at least cause enough damage to it." "Are you sure about this?" "Certainly." Midoriya smiled with confidence and took a deep breath. He began spinning in place, slowly going faster and faster as the zero-pointer stopped what it was doing to focus on the duo. And once he had spun enough, the boy slowed down as he shouted, "Swan Rocket Punch!" Midoriya launched Kendo towards the robot, and sped up to catch her on the other end. Kendo, for her part, clenched her fist and reeled back as she got closer and closer to the robot's head. Once close enough, she launched her fist forward and grew it as high as she could. The resulting punch tore easily through the robot's metallic exterior and interior, with Kendo bursting out of the other end, along with some other mechanical pieces, as she shrank her hand back to normal. Midoriya caught Kendo, and without hesitation, they flew away as the robot's head released smaller explosions before blowing up in a spectacular fashion. One that almost reminded Midoriya of Bakugo, even. With the robot destroyed, Midoriya flew back to the ground, his wings dissipating into feathers as Present Mix's voice let everyone know the exam was over. "That was a good strike," Midoriya complimented. "Thanks, for the compliment and for helping me," Kendo replied. "Now, can I ask why you're carrying me like a bride?" "Wait, I am." "All right, everybody, calm down, the nurse is here." The pair turned and saw a small, elderly woman walking around the site, handing candies and healing injuries with a kiss. This woman, Midoriya discovered, was Recovery Girl, UA's resident nurse and the reason the school could get away with such dangerous stunts like this. She better have had a good pay then. "Now, what do we have here?" the woman asked as she approached Midoriya and Kendo. Oh, I'm fine," Midoriya crouched down. "But my friend here twisted her ankle." "Perfectly fixable, then." Recovery Girl kissed the ankle, making Kendo wince, and in the blink of an eye, her ankle felt as good as new. "Now head for your stuff at the lobby and go home. You'll get your results within a week, I'm told." Midoriya released Kendo, and they nodded in unison. "Yes, ma'am." All Might walked down the hallways of UA, a small smile on his face. It wasn't as grandiose as one of his buff smiles, but it was still endearing in an odd way. "Having a good day?" All Might stopped and turned around, his smile unfazed as he saw the asked was a small animal in a suit. "Ah, Principal Nizu," All Might spoke. "Well, it's just that the combo the swan-winged boy and the redhead girl did. It kinda got me excited a little." "Nostalgic, even?" the creature asked. All Might's smile lightly faltered, and he nodded silently. "Well, we can talk about that another day. For now, care to come to my office?" The man nodded, and before he could guess what the principal's species actually was, he found himself sitting in his office, taking a look at the grandiose decoration that seemed more fitting for a mansion than a principal's office. "Tashinori." The skeletal man stopped and turned to face the principal. "Is something wrong, Principal Nizu?" "Well, I asked you to come to my office for a reason." Nizu clasped his paws. "And considering the absolute secrecy around us, I'm sure you know what I mean." All Might's eyes widened. "One for all." "Precisely, I'd like to know if you have picked someone who'll inherit your quirk," Nizu sighed. "Your body in its current state won't be able to hold One for All's power forever, you know? You need to pick an inheritor right now before that quirk destroys what's left of you." All Might looked shocked for a minute, but he soon flashed a little smile. "Principal, you got nothing to worry about." Nizu raised an eyebrow, and All Might gave a thumbs up. "I already chose someone to inherit One for All." It still hadn't arrived. It had been nearly 1 full week, and his letter from UA had yet to arrive. Just how hard was it to deliver a simple envelope saying, "Congratulations," or "Better luck next time," to a house? Then again, UA did have several hundreds of applicants to deliver them to, so. Midoriya, Hatsume came for a visit. The boy's mood suddenly lit up, and he got off the sofa and went to the door to meet the girl herself. Once there, he was greeted by 2 wide smiles, his mom's and Hatsume's. Of particular note about Hatsume, besides her tentacle-like hair, was her black eyes with pink pupils, which looked more mechanical compared to the rest of her person. "It's good to see you again, Hatsume," Midoriya remarked as he and the girl shook hands. "How are you feeling?" "I'm fine, but what about you?" she replied. "I heard you did the entrance exam almost a week ago, but I haven't heard about your results." And then the teenagers felt themselves being pushed towards the sofa. "All right, it seems you two have a couple things to talk about," Mrs. Midoriya said as the teenagers sat down. "Meanwhile, I have to go clean off the dirt Hatsume brought with her." Mrs. Midoriya left with that statement. "Hatsume, no offense, but you reek." Midoriya covered his nose. "What were you doing before coming here?" "Oh, I was working on one of my latest gadgets, the Hatsumerang," the girl answered proudly as she took out the blueprints for said weapon from her back. "It's like a boomerang, but mechanical. And you couldn't take a shower before Midoriya paused. "No, wait, I just remembered." Hatsume and Midoriya exchanged looks, and after a while, Midoriya broke eye contact, while Hatsume kept staring. "If you're willing to help me, I could take a bath here." Midoriya flushed as steam burst from his ears. "Or I could stay stinky during my whole visit." Midoriya's disgust overpowered his embarrassment. "Let's take a bath." One bath later, Midoriya and Hatsume returned to the living room, the latter wearing a t-shirt and short combo that made her look like a female All Might cosplayer. Once they sat down, Midoriya reached for a peculiar object left in the desk, Hatsume's eyes. He grabbed them, turned to Hatsume, and she opened her eyes to reveal the blank sockets inside. He hastily put the mechanical eyes back on, and after a few seconds, they became functional once more. "Thanks, Midoriya." Hatsume sighed with relief. "I really needed that." It's okay, Hatsume." The boy took a deep breath and looked elsewhere. "Just please don't mention it." Seeing the discomfort in the guy's face, Hatsume quickly changed the subject. "Has your letter arrived yet?" "No," Midoriya answered and grabbed a dumbbell. "What about yours?" Hatsume blushed and twiddled her fingers. "I got it Wednesday Midoriya immediately dropped his dumbbell and got up close to Hatsume. "Did you get in?" Hatsume looked shocked for a minute before she flashed a wide, prideful smile, which was all the answer Midoriya needed. "That's amazing, Hatsume." He hugged Hatsume and lifted her high. "Now you're one step closer to " Then he felt a pair of soft mounds press against his chest. "One step closer to what?" Hatsume asked with a sly smile. "The suspense is killing me." Midoriya released Hatsume and backed away a little, flushing as he did. "Anyway, the fact you entered UA is amazing. Not that there was any reason to doubt, your gadgets are fairly high quality despite them being made by an amateur. However, the fact you did them while adjusting to a new type of sight makes it even more incredible. I can only imagine how Midoriya, you're murmuring again." "Sorry." "No problem. Anyway, do you think you got in?" "Try not to murmur if you can, please." Midoriya scratched his chin. "Well, on the one hand, I did manage to use my quirk in a way that didn't break the rules, and I got my fair share of robots and rescues to my name. On the other hand, though, there were hundreds of applicants, some might have even done better than me." Hatsume put a hand on his shoulder. "Even if you don't get in, I'll still die of you as a hero." Midoriya smiled, but it vanished quickly once he remembered the reason Hatsume would believe that. Midoriya stood on top of the roof of his apartment when he jumped, his wings materializing soon after. He flew around for a moment, spinning, turning, and just all around trying to gain a better feel for his quirk. "Okay, I can fly up and down, now let's think of something else I could do. Swan wings are strong enough to break bone, so if I could summon them on the ground help." Without even thinking, Midoriya flew to the streets in search for the cry for help. He scanned his surroundings, and stopped as soon as he saw the source of the cry. A girl with pink hair styled like tendrils covered her eyes with one hand, while grabbing a set of gadgets on the other. Her eyes were apparently bleeding, judging by the blood running down her hand. On the other side was Stain, the hero killer, bloody sword in hand. The fakers that plague this world give heroism a bad name enough as it is. To give them to support items, to support them in any capacity, is to join the mockery of heroism. Hatsume breathed heavily as she crawled back, until she hit a wall. "Believe me, I don't feel any pleasure doing this." Stain slowly approached Hatsume. "But the less support the fake heroes have, the easier my mission will become." Just as Stain got ready to strike again, a white blur zipped past him and snatched Hatsume, leaving only her gadgets behind. Though surprised, Stain didn't bother following the blur, instead he sliced and diced the gadgets to oblivion, and left to continue his work. As for Hatsume, she was released on the Midoriya household's living room, with what sounded like footsteps that became quieter as a voice spoke. "Listen, it's okay, you're going to be fine now." Who's there? Hatsume stammered. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I snatched you as soon as I saw you being confronted by Stain. I hope you don't mind. Did you snatch my babies too? I'm sorry, what? My gadgets. No, I'm sorry, I had to leave them behind. Tears became mixed with Hatsume's blood as she cried, both in pain and sadness. But look at the bright side. You're still alive. And she'll be able to see soon, a female voice blurted. Mom, where did you get those eyes? I built them myself while I took that online gadgeting class. One of my coworkers tested them, and they worked just fine with her. Eyes? Hatsume stuttered. We got a pair of mechanical eyes here that we're planning to install on your sockets. Mom says it's safe, but please, install them. I want to see where I am. A quick installation later, Hatsume opened her eye, first seeing static before the screen cleared up and showed her the room. In pink. Everything's pink. Yeah, I was planning to update them to include all colors, but I kinda forgot about them when I met Midoriya's father. Anyway, I'll update them as soon as I can, so just handle the pink world for now, alright? Sure. Hatsume turned to the guy next to her. Are you Midoriya? Midoriya nodded. I am, but I don't know your name. Hatsume flashed a little smile. May Hatsume. I still wonder what was the hero killer doing here back then. He had already attacked this area and crippled 4 heroes. Even if he had come to the conclusion that support items would make his goal more difficult, why attack a student? He's never done that before. Izuku! Inko shouted, barging into the room. The boy flinched and nearly fell to the ground. Mom, what's wrong? It's here! Inko exclaimed, reaching for her back to take out a letter with UA's stamp on it. UA's letter is here. The teenagers exchanged looks, after gaining little smiles. Midoriya grabbed it and opened it. A small gadget appeared from within, and it projected a holographic image of a familiar face. I am here. In a hologram. That's a wrap. All Might took a deep breath and sat on a chair before he burst out of his buff form and into his skeletal form. He kept breathing heavily as one of his coworkers, a purple-haired woman named Midnight, offered him a glass of water. Thanks, young Kayama. Midnight blushed and giggled, causing the man to blush as well. So, how do you feel? Tired, so many promising young heroes to welcome, so little time. And I still have to deliver one more letter personally. Midnight raised an eyebrow. Personally? All Might smiled. There's this one girl I recommended to take the normal exam, and she passed. Now, I want to deliver her the letter to let her know her efforts weren't in vain. Midnight smirked. Oh? Is All Might displaying favoritism? That's not a very professional thing to do. Well, Then again, who am I to talk? I tend to focus more on the students I find cute. After all. Midnight folded her arms. If I may ask, though, who's this girl you want to deliver the letter to? All Might sipped his glass and chuckled. If I told you, you and the rest of our coworkers would need to keep another secret. I don't see why we can't. I mean, we're already hiding the fact your true form looks like someone who spent an entire week in bed with me. All Might spat out his drink, only to spit out blood as he coughed. That's quite the analogy, young Kayama. It sure is. Now tell me who she is, pretty please? All Might took a deep breath, and once he was confident he wouldn't get another attack, he replied. Come with me. All Might and Midnight parked next to a seemingly normal apartment, whose first-floor lights were on. And judging by the screams and the silhouettes, somebody was training inside. The duo walked to the door, and All Might knocked twice, his third knock interrupted when an old man in a yellow costume opened. Yes? Gran Torino. Midnight exclaimed, flinching as soon as she recognized the tiny man. Good night, Gran Torino-sensei, All Might greeted as he took out the letter, ignoring Midnight's baffled expression. I got something for the girl, don't ya? Yeah, I had a feeling you would come see her. Gran Torino turned to his back and yelled, Melissa. Tashinori wants to see you. Midnight's shock vanished, was replaced with confusion. Wait, Melissa? Is that the girl we're looking for? Midnight soon got her answer when the girl herself appeared, long blonde hair, blue eyes, a simple t-shirt and shorts combo for training, and the most notable feature of hers were her veins, glowing yellow as electricity surged through her. The veins turned back to normal before she spoke. Did you need me, Uncle Might? Midnight once again became shocked as All Might smiled wide, and revealed the letter. I got something for you. Midoriya walked out of his train as soon as it unboarded, and Power walked happily towards the hero school known as UA. He was in, after so much effort and uncertainty, he had finally entered the hero school of his dreams. This marked the beginning of many things, his hero career, his road to become the greatest hero alive. Heya! Also his road to talking to a girl outside Hatsume. Hi. The boy turned around, and to his surprise the girl behind him was Mina, looking particularly excited. Today's the day. The start of our hero career. The start of a journey filled with action, heroism, romance. It's so exciting. Midoriya nodded nervously as he took a step back, trying to divert his attention as the acid girl began jumping up and down, edging ever closer with every hop. And then she stopped, and pressed her cheek against his. So, can I count on you these next 3 years? Would you stop harassing him? The duo separated and turned around to see Kendo approach them, a disapproving glare fixed on Mina. I understand this is a new beginning for everybody, but you really shouldn't invade someone's privacy like that. You don't even know if he's part of your class. Mina huffed, and wrapped her arm around Midoriya's shoulder. You're just jealous because I got to Midoriya before you did. And even if we're not part of the same class, I'm sure he enjoys my company just as much as I do his. Ashido, we just met last week, and we never really interacted since then, Midoriya pointed, trying to gently remove the girl's arm from his shoulder. This only made her hold him tighter. Don't worry, we'll have more than enough time to interact once we go to our classroom. Mina beamed. By the way, what classroom are you in, Kendo? Class 1B. Hey, just like me and Ashido, then. Midoriya chirped. Mina shook her head. Nah, I'm in Class 1A. A short silence passed. And Mina and Midoriya promptly separated. Wait, what the heck? You're in Class 1B? Yeah. Mina dropped to her knees, shedding false tears. So you lead me on with the idea we'd be classmates, only to tell me to my face we're opposite classes? How could you? Midoriya didn't do anything wrong, Kendo growled. You're the one who assumed he was part of your classroom. Tisk, fine, I'll give that to you. Mina stood up and dusted herself. But I'll remind you that transfers still exist, so if I'm just patient, I'm sure Midoriya will transfer to my dash. Mina paused and flinched, grabbing her butt and twitching in pain as a vine-haired girl entered the scene, sporting a disapproving scowl. To think the first thing I'd see the first day of classes is a guy and his girlfriends arguing over who gets to keep him, the vine-haired girl narrowed her eyes. Disgusting. You call us disgusting? Mina snapped, standing up as if nothing happened. You're the one who shoved your vines up my butt? That was for invading a guy's privacy and causing a commotion, the girl explained sternly. And the next one's for uttering a swear word. Wait, the next dash. Shiozaki made good on her word, but instead of a squeak of discomfort, Mina ummed as she dropped to the ground, clinging her butt and twitching as Shiozaki retracted her vine. Oh ho ho. Oh, that one. That one went royale. Deep. Midoriya blushed and looked away as Kendo inquired, Are you enjoying it? I'm sorry. Everybody turned, and Midoriya was instantly stunned by what he saw, a girl with long blonde hair running towards them, with two very notable things about her. First, she was tall. Like, basically a head taller than him, tall. Second, she looked a bit too old to be wearing a high school uniform. I told Ashido not to run off ahead, but she didn't listen, she said as she lifted the twitching girl. She didn't cause too much trouble, did she? She invaded Midoriya's privacy, Kendo explained, pointing at the guy as soon as she said his name. And she also prompted the vine girl over there to react. I'm so sorry, I really am. Well, nobody got hurt, so I guess it's fine, Midoriya shrugged, earning a baffled look from the vine girl. By the way, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm Melissa Shield, the girl answered. Another short pause. Wait, they said in unison. Izuku Midoriya, as in, the son of Inko Midoriya? Melissa Shield, as in, the daughter of David Shield? Yes. Yes. The duo squealed and grabbed hands, jumping up and down as Kendo and the vine-haired girl took a step back. I can't believe I'm meeting the daughter of a world-renowned scientist. Midoriya chirped. Heck, I can't believe we'll be going to the same school. Your mother's not too shabby either. Melissa replied. She was one of the best assistants my dad ever had. Wait, she was her assistant? And my babysitter. The duo squealed again, and this time, the girls interfered. Sorry for interrupting your shouting match, but we'll be late. Oh, right. Sorry, but we'll have to talk about this later, Shield dash. Please, just call me Melissa. Midoriya blushed and steam came out of his ears. Alright, Melissa. The boy began wobbling to Kendo's side, and she grabbed him with an enlarged fist and ran away, bidding farewell to the gigantic high school girl. I think you'll become very popular, Melissa dash. Shut up, Ashido. Midoriya took a couple deep breaths as he and Kendo walked down the hallways, heading to their classroom. There wasn't anybody else in the halls for some reason, so there was little risk of breaking his concentration. Feeling better? Kendo asked. Yeah, very much, Midoriya scratched the back of his head. Sorry for acting the way I did, it's just that, she's Melissa Shield, daughter of world-renowned scientist David Shield. Meeting her dash. Is something out of a dream? Yeah, you said it back at the entrance. However, while I agree it's amazing to meet her, you'll have to learn to behave yourself, she's going to be a classmate for the next 3 years after all. Right. Midoriya blushed. 3 years with Melissa Shield as a fellow hero course student. And eventually, they arrived at their destination. Class 1B. Kendo opened the door, and she and Midoriya walked inside. Only to be met by the rest of their classmates already there. The teacher hadn't yet arrived, though, so that was a plus. Hi everybody, Kendo greeted as she grabbed Midoriya's arm and walked to their desks. Sorry, my friend over here got a little flustered at the entrance, so I decided to help him calm down. Friend? Midoriya parroted. That's fine, I think we all know why he was flustered, a silver-haired guy remarked. It was that tall 1A girl, right? Midoriya shyly nodded as he sat down. Yeah, we were all stunned when we saw her too, a bug-eyed boy remarked. I mean, did you see how tall she was? I mean, I'm sure she wasn't wearing platform shoes, and she looks taller than some of the teachers. What caught my attention was the fact she's part of 1A, a blonde guy said, brushing his hair as he added, not only do they have the guy with the top score, the son of the number 2 hero, the most recent son of the Ida family, and the heiress to the Yaoyorozu, but now the daughter of David Shield as well. Huh, when you put it like that, it does seem a little overkill. Midoriya shook his head and pounded his fist. But we have our own set of important students, right? Think about that another time. It was then that the homeroom teacher entered the classroom. ANF Midoriya had to cover his mouth not to scream. It was the blood hero himself, Vlad King, the one who could control his own blood and manipulate it to his whim. And oh lord, it was Melissa all over again. Greetings. I'm Saikajiro-ken, otherwise known as Vlad King, and I will be your homeroom teacher. Now, there's not much to do today: orientation, a test of your abilities, and a rundown of what you should expect for the rest of this semester. So, let's get started by introducing yourselves. Vlad King passed list and the students introduced themselves. The silver-haired guy was called Tatsutatsu Tetsu, and his quirk, Steel, allowed him to turn his body into the material. The bug-eyed guy was named Kozai Tsuburaba, and his quirk, Air Shield, allowed him to create shields from the air in his lungs. Next was the blonde guy, Nito Monoma, whose quirk, Copy, allowed him to copy someone he's touched for 5 minutes. The rest of the introductions flew by fairly quickly. There was Kendo, who could grow and shrink her hands, a girl who could summon mushrooms, a girl who could split herself apart into various body parts, another girl who could telekinetically life a body's worth of items. And why was Midoriya only focusing on the girls? Speaking of Midoriya, his turn soon came, and he stood up as he said, I Izuku Midoriya. My quirk is Swan Dive, and by jumping off a certain high point, I can summon a pair of swan wings to fly and do other things, I guess. He immediately sat back down. Dude, that sounds awesome. Tsuburaba remarked. You should give us a demonstration. Everybody will get to show off what they can do soon. After orientation, we'll have a quirk apprehension test to see how much you need to improve, Vlad King sighed. Although, in Midoriya's case, he won't be able to show his quirk unless he has another method to activate it. Midoriya shook his head. I haven't discovered another way to activate it, sir. Aw man, what a bummer. Tsuburaba whined. I wanted to see Midoriya sprout majestic bird wings. Midoriya scratched his chin. Well, I think if I jumped out the window now dash. Don't, the classroom exclaimed in unison. Let's keep going before anybody else gets a crazy idea. Vlad King stated. Who hasn't introduced themselves yet? The vine-haired girl from before stood up. SND clasped her hands. Ibara Shiozaki. My quirk is vines, which turns my hair into a set of vines I can control at will. With her description finished, Shiozaki sat down. Good, perfect, now that everybody knows everybody, let's head to orientation. The students wasted no time following Vlad King, and as Midoriya followed them, he couldn't help but wonder how much information about them he could add to his notebook. Or maybe he shouldn't. Or ask permission first, maybe. Once orientation was over, which mostly consisted of an hour of the principal talking about nonsense before talking about the important stuff in the last 5 minutes, the students of 1B got changed and went to a training yard. Alright, here's the gist of it. Remember all those physical events you did back in middle school? This test is similar, except you're able to use your quirk's dash. Vlad King eyed Midoriya. As long as you don't threaten yourself in the process. Midoriya took that as a sign not to use his quirk. Not that he'd be able to anyway, he didn't see a high enough spot to do so. Any questions? Nobody raised their hands. Good, now, let's get to the first test. The 50-meter dash. A pair of students stood at the start of the line and got ready to sprint forward. The duet consisted of Midoriya and an odd-looking girl with horns on her head and oddly bent legs. As soon as the signal was given, Midoriya flinched as the horse girl sprinted on all four, leaving him to eat her dust until he began running himself. 2.70 seconds, the robot at the end of the line said once the girl crossed the line. 4.30 seconds, it said when Midoriya eventually arrived. As the boy caught his breath, he felt somebody nudge him on the leg, and it turned out to be the horse girl, who pointed at her back. What is it? Do you need something? She rolled her eyes and hit him, causing him to land right on her back. Oh, you wanted me to sit here? The girl nodded. Thanks? She gave him a thumbs up. Midoriya remained sitting down as he turned to see the next pair of students, Shiozaki, and a guy with a glue dispenser for a head. The fact they were neck to neck when they finished would have been amazing. If they hadn't taken forever to get there. The next test was grip strength. The students had to grab a white object. The girl with the levitating quirk tried to use it to levitate several dumbbells at once, only to catch Vlad King's attention. Yanagi, you're supposed to grab the object. The girl pouted as she snapped her fingers, dropping the objects to the ground. As for Midoriya, he simply grabbed a pair of dumbbells and began moving them up and down, before he looked at the rest of his classmates. Shiozaki, in particular, grabbed one of the objects Yanagi dropped with her vine, followed by a couple more. She turned to Vlad King, who promptly told her to try use her hands for the objects. She couldn't even grasp one of them before she clutched her arm in pain. Shiozaki! Midoriya exclaimed. I am fine, the vine-haired girl stated. Just a little cramp, don't mind me. The next test was the standing long jump. The students had to jump and try to clear the sandbox in front of them. Most reached the end of the sandbox. Some outright cleared it. Midoriya only reached the middle of it, and Shiozaki tripped before she could even jump. After other tests involving sit-ups, repeated sidesteps, and other stuff, came the final test, throwing the ball. The first one to try it was Kendo, who grabbed the ball, reeled back, and increased the size of her hands before she threw the ball with all her strength. 500 meters, said the robot. After being congratulated by her peers, Midoriya came to a sad conclusion as the rest of the class, Shiozaki included, did their test next. None were coming anywhere near close to Kendo's record. Sure, some got pretty far, even breaking the hundreds, but nowhere near the distance Kendo had covered. Then came his turn, and Midoriya shivered as he went to the throwing spot, ball in hand. You can do it, Midoriya! Kendo shouted. Midoriya turned back to Kendo and nodded with a smile, before he reeled back, ready to throw the ball. In that moment, the boy wished he had found a way to his quirk, if not on his back, then maybe on his feet, or hips, or anywhere else that could have helped him in any of the tests. But oh well, it was too late to think that. He threw the ball and, as soon as it reached its highest point, it sprouted wings. Swan wings. Which it used to glide as everybody else stood stunned at the sight. And once the wings vanished and the ball hit the ground. 370 meters. Before Midoriya knew it, his classmates surrounded him and congratulated him, ignoring the boy's confusion over what just happened. Did I do that? Then came the results. Kendo landed first place, which didn't surprise Midoriya, but what did was his own placement at 10th place. It was much better than what he expected. Certainly better than Shiozaki's nascent, nearly rock bottom at 19th. And as Ida further drive the point home, the girl looked at her ranking with a look of despondent disappointment. So of course, Midoriya walked to her and put a hand on her shoulder. Hey, Shiozaki dash. She slapped his hand away, her expression turning back into a scowl. Keep your pity to yourself. Midoriya blinked. Pity? He was just trying to cheer her up for landing last place. You think that just because you got right in the middle of the rankings, that you can tell me how to improve? You didn't even use your quirk the entire test. Well, there was a statement Midoriya couldn't refute. Plus, you've only had your quirk for a year, not your whole life. You only trained your quirk for about a year, not your whole life. Another comment Midoriya couldn't refute, especially when Shiozaki grabbed him by the neck of his uniform and growled. I think I know better than you what struggle feels like. With her mind spoken, Shiozaki stomped away along with the rest of the class, leaving Midoriya to ponder. Just what was up with her? Classes had come to an end as the ringing of the bell was heard, and Midoriya walked with Kendo through the hallways. He wasn't sure why he was so comfortable with Kendo, but for some reason, his usual nervousness around girls just disappeared when he was with her. Maybe she was just that trustworthy? So, Midoriya, Kendo blurted, getting the boy's attention. How do you think was your first day at UA? Well, it's still kinda going, don't you think? Midoriya said, scratching the back of his head. Once we cross the gate, then the day will truly be over. He, I guess you're right, Kendo folded her arms. Okay, so, let me say it again, how has this day been for you so far? It's been nice, actually, Midoriya twiddled his fingers. There's one thing that worries me, though, and it's about Shiozaki. Kendo scratched her chin. She landed near rock bottom during the quirk apprehension test, right? Yeah, I tried to cheer her up after it, but she refused, telling me to keep my pity to myself, Midoriya sighed. I wasn't even doing it out of pity, I just wanted to try and cheer her up so she wouldn't feel bad about her misfortune. Midoriya, that's exactly the definition of pitying someone. Oh. Don't worry about it, though, I'm sure Shiozaki just needs some time to relax and think things over. Believe me, when we return here tomorrow, Shiozaki will be in a much better mood. Midoriya slowly formed a smile and nodded. You know what? Yeah, maybe she just needs some time alone. And we need you to give us a show. The duo stopped and turned to see a group of students, presumably from Class 1A, running up to them, with Mina front and center, and a guy with engines on his legs running right behind her. Ashido-kun. I insist we shouldn't be bothering our fellow hero course classmates on their way home, the engine guy exclaimed. And I insist, Ida, that everybody here wants to see it at least once. Mina argued back as the guy adjusted his glasses. Admit it, even you want to see what the new guy can do. P perhaps, but dash. It's settled then. Mina turned to Midoriya and clasped her hands. Midoriya, could you please give us a showcase of your quirk? Pretty please? Midoriya eyed the crowd, and noted one particular absence. Where's Melissa? Mina groaned and rolled her eyes. She had to go back home, so she refused to come with us to see you. Good, Kendo sternly stated. That means at least one of you has common sense and decency. The guy named Ida flinched and clutched his chest, almost as if the statement physically hurt him. Seeing this, Kendo grabbed Midoriya's hand and dragged him away, only to be stopped by Mina. You can't leave just yet. You still haven't shown us your potentially super awesome quirk. Midoriya scratched the back of his head. It's not that awesome. For starters, the requirements needed to activate it in the first place would get us in trouble if we tried it, and dash. Mina pouted and got right on Midoriya's face. Well, what do you have to do in order to summon it? Jump or fall from a high altitude. Class 1A fell silent. What, that's it? Ida asked. Midoriya tilted his head. What do you mean? Mina showed her palms, with a white liquid coming out of them. I mean, you don't have to secrete acidic liquid from your body that can burn your skin and ruin your clothes? The spiky-haired guy raised his finger, with some electricity surging through it. Or shoot streams of lighting with the chance you'll fry your brains out? The girl with the long bang lifted her shirt, moved her hand to her stomach, and grabbed a matryoshka doll she created. Or memorize the atomic composition of the object you want to create from your skin, which, by the way, has to be exposed in order for it to work. Kendo and Midoriya fell silent. Bottom line is, Midoriya, if all you have to do is jump off from a big height, then you got off easy, Mina smirked. And I believe we have just the girl who can help you achieve those heights. So, what do you say? Kendo tightened her grip on Midoriya's hand and took him to a corner nearby, all while Mina watched them like a hawk. Midoriya, I don't think you should go through with this, she whispered. I mean, think about it, what do you gain from this? A slide to your ego? You don't seem like the kind of person to just go along and do what people tell you to do just because. Let's just go home. But, Midoriya didn't budge. Kendo. I kinda want to do it. What? Listen to me, I didn't get to show off my quirk at all during the quirk apprehension test, unless we count that giving the ball wings move I did at the last test. Everybody else got to show off at least something of what they could do, but I didn't. Kendo released Midoriya. Besides, it'll only be for a short minute. I'll fly for a couple seconds, then I'll head to the ground, we'll go home, and we'll never talk about this again. Kendo eyed the likes of Class 1A, who were staring at the duo with anticipation, and then she looked back at Midoriya, whose look pleaded her to allow him to do it. Eventually, she sighed and folded her arms. Fine, but as soon as you're done, we're leaving. Midoriya smiled. Thank you, Kendo. Midoriya walked to Class 1A, who rejoiced once he gave them the news. In particular, Mina hugged him, followed by throwing a sly look at Kendo before she guided him to the PE grounds once more, with Kendo and the rest of 1A following her soon after. Just before they left, however, a mess of pink tendrils appeared into view, looking at the sight with mechanical disapproval. Okay, here we are. Mina chirped as soon as everyone reached the grounds. Uraraka, it's your turn now. Class 1A parted ways to allow this Uraraka to enter the field. She had brown hair, prominent bangs, and blushing cheeks that Midoriya couldn't help but find utterly adorable. Hi, Uraraka, right? Midoriya greeted. I'm Izuku Midoriya. The girl smiled. Ochako Uraraka. Midoriya shyly returned the smile. So, how are you going to help me activate my quirk? My quirk lets me negate the gravity pull of an object I touch until I press my fingertips and say release. Uraraka scratched her chin. Maybe, I could touch you, negate your gravity, and then return you to normal once you feel you're high enough to activate your quirk? That sounds perfect, actually. Midoriya clasped his hands. Okay, so, touch me, and once I tell you to let me go, release me. Uraraka touched the guy, and he began floating up, Uraraka briefly glancing at a glaring Kendo nearby. Don't worry, I won't let him go through the atmosphere. Oh, sorry, I was glaring wasn't I? The redhead asked as she shook her head and changed her expression. Sorry, I'm just a little worried for my classmate, that's all. That's perfectly understandable. Mina chirped, suddenly appearing right next to Kendo. But you have nothing to worry about, Kendo. We got Midoriya's back. Kendo didn't respond right away, instead he looked strictly at Mina's wide smile, and narrowed her eyes as she whispered. There's another reason why you wanted Midoriya to show you his quirk, isn't there? Mina's smile slowly grew smaller, and it gained a hint of smugness as she narrowed her eyelids. Would I have insisted about it otherwise? Mina wrapped her arm around Kendo's arm, and pressed her fingertips against her skin, releasing some acid that released steam and stung, but otherwise did nothing. Now listen up, Kendo. I understand Midoriya is in your classroom. I understand you care about him just as much as you do with everybody else. But, and this is for your sake, you should be very well aware that just because Midoriya is in your class, it doesn't mean he can't be transferred. Mina smirked. And who knows? This week, something might happen that'll give him enough reason to do just that. Kendo took a deep breath. Why do you care so much about the fact Midoriya's in my class? You have the son of the number 2 hero, the heiress of the Yaoyorozu family, the next in the line of the Idas, and the daughter of a world-renowned scientist. What more do you want? How cute, you think those guys' statuses mean anything to me? Mina tightened her grip, and increased the acidity of her acid. The reason I care about the fact Midoriya's in your class, is because he's not somewhere within my reach. What, do you love him or something? You don't? Kendo and Mina glared at each other, Mina smirking while Kendo growled, until they heard Midoriya shout. This is high enough. The girls looked up as Uraraka released Midoriya, and Mina released Kendo, bumping her out of the way as Kendo stared strictly at the falling Midoriya. He looked determined at the ground, clenching his fists as he began speeding up. Eventually, a white light flashed from his back, and just as he was about to hit the ground, a pair of swan wings sprouted from his back and flapped, sending him right back up as the force of the flap sent waves across the ground. Whoa, was the thing most of Class 1A said in unison. So, that's it. Kendo remarked, suddenly gaining a smile. That's how his quirk looks. Even Midoriya gained a smile on his face as he soared through the skies, making several moves and turns as he began laughing in joyous bliss. How cool! Mina chirped, bouncing up and down. Midoriya, come down here and show us what else it can do. I can't. Mina suddenly stopped bouncing and got angry. Why not? If I touch the ground, the wings will vanish. It happens every dash. Deku. The boy flinched and his wings vanished, sending him plummeting to the ground. Or so he thought. Instead, he landed on something much worse, the arms of a certain explosive teenager. Bibakug? Midoriya exclaimed. What are you doing here? I'm part of Class 1A, genius, the guy stated as he dropped the swan dive user. What, did you forget I promised I was going to get into UA's hero course? Oh right. Midoriya stood up and dusted himself. You did mention something like that before. Geez, I barely take a couple steps out of the school ground and already people are piling up on Deku. Bakugu snapped a look at Mina. And you? Why are you forcing him to do something he doesn't want to do? I'm not forcing him to do anything. Nobody is. Mina snapped back, putting her hands on her hips. We asked him if he could show it to us, he said yes, and now we're here. And now, they're leaving, Bakugu stated as he pushed Midoriya to Kendo's side. Take him away before Pinky over there gets any dumb ideas. Kendo nodded in agreement, and wrapped her arm around Midoriya and bolt out of the place with the boy in tow, Bakugu summoning a couple of firecrackers to keep Class 1A, especially Mina, at bay. However, it wasn't long before the pink-skinned girl spoke. Just one question, Bakugu, you made it clear you wanted nothing to do with this little detour. What exactly convinced you to get involved anyway? That must have been quite a show, huh? Midoriya asked, forcing a little smile. I talked about how I wanted to show off my quirk, and in the end, you didn't get to see me do much with it. It's okay, Midoriya, Kendo sighed. The real issue is the fact you agreed to do it so easy. Ugh. Suddenly, Kendo unwrapped her arm around Midoriya and grabbed it, allowing the boy to see more clearly the source of the pain. The points where Mina had stung Kendo had formed dark red patches, with slight smoke still coming out of them. Good lord, Kendo, your arm's been badly burnt. Midoriya exclaimed as he took a closer look at the marks. When did this happen? Kendo gritted her teeth. While you were being lifted, Mina decided to meet me and give me a little, unpleasant surprise. What? But I did exactly what she asked, why would she? Midoriya shook his head. Never mind, we need to take you to Recovery Girl right now. There's no need to do that. The duo turned around, and a girl with pink tendrils for hair and pink mechanical eyes arrived, holding a first aid kit. Kendo raised an eyebrow, while Midoriya suddenly flashed a smile. I got some first aid right here. Hatsume. Midoriya chirped, grabbing the kit as the girl stood by his side. I don't know how you knew we'd need this, but thank you so much. No problem, Midoriya, it's the least I could do, Hatsume replied before turning to Kendo. And I suggest you try to keep your distance from whoever did this to you. Trust me, you don't have to tell me twice, Kendo eyed Midoriya. Say, Midoriya, who's this girl? Right, sorry, Midoriya finished wrapping Kendo's arm, and pointed at Hatsume. This is Mei Hatsume, a first year in the support course and an old friend of mine. Well, nice to meet you, name's Itsuka Kendo, I'm one of Midoriya's classmates. Kendo took a closer look at Hatsume's eyes and scratched her chin. Hey, those are some nifty mechanical eyes. Are they a result of your quirk or something? Midoriya flinched, and took a step forward, only to be stopped by Hatsume. Let me handle this, Midoriya. The boy paused, nodded, and stepped back. I used to have a quirk that allowed me to see long distances. However, an incident happened that destroyed my eyes, so, to not be left blind, I was implanted these mechanical eyes as replacements. Wait, you used to have a quirk that affected your eyes? And they got destroyed during an incident? Kendo recapped, flinching as soon as she finished. Wait, wouldn't that mean? Hatsume grabbed her arm. I'm functionally quirkless. Kendo, Midoriya, and Hatsume walked together to the train station, the latter two looking as the former rubbed her forehead. Geez, Midoriya, you just became more incredible than before, the redhead sighed. I mean, you jumped right in and snatched Hatsume before the hero killer himself could actually. Well, kill her. Who else can claim to have done such a thing? It's not a big deal, really, the guy said. Midoriya's right, after all, he just saved me from a serial killer who has a knack for killing and crippling professional heroes. Hatsume rolled her eyes. When you think about it, it really isn't a big deal. We can do without the sass, Hatsume. Kendo let out a light-hearted chuckle. You guys are a riot. No we're not, they said in unison. Well, anyway, this is my stop, Kendo said as the trio reached the train station, just in time for her train to arrive. Have a good night, and I'll see you again, Midoriya. And maybe Hatsume too. I'm on the support course, and spend most of my time there creating gadgets. Then I'll tell Midoriya to tell you I said hi. That sounds reasonable. Kendo chuckled again, and entered the train, waving goodbye as the train rode off, releasing dust that caused the duo to cough. It was Mina Ashido, sitting on a bench and moving her legs up and down, humming a tune. Upon seeing her, Midoriya's face did what was once thought impossible, he scrunched it in anger. He, and Hatsume, walked up to the girl, who chirped up as soon as she saw him. Oh hi, Midoriya dash. Ashido. I need to ask you something. Midoriya exclaimed, his tone of voice unusually loud. Fine, but first, call me Mina will you? The pink-skinned girl folded her arms. Seriously, Ashido just sounds way too formal for my liking. Aren't we supposed to be friends? Midoriya folded his arms as well. We might not be anymore depending on what you answer. Oh? Mina raised an eyebrow. Fine, shoot, what do you need to ask me? Midoriya glanced at Hatsume, who nodded once, and the guy shot the question. Did you sting Kendo while I was showing your class my quirk? Mina remained silent. While I was walking with Kendo, I noticed that her arm had some particularly nasty burn marks on it. She said you did it dash. And you believed her? Midoriya flinched as Mina stood up and walked up to him. Midoriya, did she give you any proof that I was the one who did it? Her burn marks were proof enough. Hatsume barged in. Flashing a disapproving glare, Mina grabbed Hatsume's shoulders, brought her to the bench, and sat her down. Stay here while the adults are talking. Hatsume begrudgingly obliged, and Mina went back to Midoriya. Anyway, where was I? Oh right, you're taking Kendo's side over a simple statement, with no proof to back it up, which seems to have been made in order to incriminate me. Think about this, Midoriya, why would I want to sting Kendo, while you were busy showing everyone how amazing your quirk is? Midoriya blushed and looked elsewhere. Again, it's not that amazing. Midoriya, don't be fooled. Hatsume exclaimed. She's trying to use compliments in order to make you forget about what she did to Kendo. Shush, you. Mina snapped at the pink-haired gadgeteer. And besides, you can't accuse me of something if you don't have proof of it. Fingerprints. Mina turned back to Midoriya. What? The burn marks in Kendo's shoulder resembled fingerprints, Midoriya clarified. And judging by their position, they could have only been made if someone had wrapped their arm around Kendo, which you could have done while everybody else was looking at me. Midoriya, you're screwing with me, right? Mina's eyes twitched and her smile turned unhinged. Why you don't actually believe that I dash? That's enough, Pinky. Mina turned around, and to her discomfort, Bakugo was standing nearby, hands on his pockets as he looked at the pink-skinned girl with his usual scowl. Just tell him you did it and be done with it. Mina gritted her teeth. For the last time, I didn't do anything. Then who did it? Midoriya asked. Mina glanced at Midoriya for a second, before she stomped her way to Bakugo, prompting the boy to grab her arm. Wait dash. Let me go. Mina swung her arm and pressed her fingers against Midoriya's sleeve, burning him a little before the boy's wings suddenly materialized in front of him, and spread, hitting Mina hard enough to send her flying right into Bakugo's arms. And as the wings dissipated and Hatsume ran to check Midoriya's wounds, the guy looked shocked at Mina's state. Not only did 2 of her teeth fall out, but her nose was broken and bleeding. This sight, however, simply made Bakugo smirk. See? That's what happens when you act like a stubborn little beach. Oh, shut up, Bakugo. Midoriya, Hatsume exclaimed, getting the boy's attention. The burn marks here, they're the same as Kendo's. Midoriya snapped a look at Mina, who flinched as Bakugo pushed her forward a bit. With both boys and Hatsume looking sternly at her, Mina clenched her fists and stomped the ground. All right, fine, I did it. I lightly burnt Kendo's shoulder while you were showing everyone your wings. Why? Midoriya sternly asked. Mina folded her arms and looked away from Midoriya, only to be met by Bakugo's horrifying glare instead. I just wanted to let her know that, just because you were in her class, it didn't mean that you would stay with her forever. That it was always possible you could transfer over to 1A, for whatever reason. Midoriya's eyes were hidden by his hair as he grabbed Hatsume's hand, and the 2 angrily stomped out of the train station, Bakugo joining them soon after shooting another disapproving glare at Mina. Deku! Midoriya and Hatsume stopped, both throwing glares at Bakugo that barely fazed him. He took a deep breath, and calmly spoke. You have all the right to be set off over what Pinky did. I'm sure that once everybody finds out what she did, and they will even if we both keep our traps shut, she's going to lose a lot of friends. But don't assume everybody else in 1A is the same, okay? They don't deserve to be fed over thanks to a pink a-hole's attitude. Midoriya blinked twice, his anger being replaced with confusion. After all, Bakugo was actually speaking. Somewhat cordially for once. What the heck happened in the time before school started? Why did you help me back during my demonstration? Midoriya asked. In fact, how did you know I was going to do that at all? Seriously? A guy with swan wings is soaring through the skies at the school, and I'm just supposed to ignore that sheet. Bakugo turned to Hatsume. Besides, your girlfriend here told me about it. Midoriya looked at Hatsume, who looked elsewhere and blushed a little. Well, thanks, Bakugo. Midoriya paused. And tell Ashido that I don't want to see her for a while. I'll give her the message. With nothing more to say, the duo nodded and left. Well, that was awkward, Hatsume remarked. Infuriating is what I'd say, Midoriya sighed. It's barely the first day and already one of my classmates got injured because a student from the other hero class wanted to be a JRK. I think she had a different, yet also selfish reason to do it. Hatsume scratched her cheek. Maybe she fell in love with you and saw Kendo as a menace? Well, if that's a hint of things to come, I might as well drop romance out of my list of things to deal with. Hatsume frowned. Yeah, I guess that's a thought. Midoriya flinched, and hastily added, by that I mean, I'll try not to pursue romance with any of the girls of 1A. Hatsume rolled her eyes, perfectly unamused. Midoriya kept his mouth shut as the duo reached the Midoriya's apartment, and he opened the door. Only to be greeted by the sight of his mother and Melissa working on some kind of gadget, giving it the finishing touches before they noticed the pair. Oh, Izuku! Hatsume! Welcome back. Inko greeted, Melissa smiling sheepishly as she waved hello. I invited Melissa over for dinner, I hope you don't mind. Not at all. Midoriya stuttered, clasping his hands as he blushed vibrantly. I just would like to hear we would be having a G guest, hee hee. Hatsume threw a pouty look at Midoriya, before she caught a glimpse of the gadget Melissa and Inko were working on. She took exactly a second to recognize the gadget as her own. She snatched it and took a closer look at it. Sorry for not asking for your permission first, Hatsume, but Melissa insisted on showing me how much her gadgeting skills had improved since I last saw her. Hey, don't pin the blame on me. Melissa whined. You were the one who showed me that thing. Hatsume took a deep breath. It doesn't really matter, you upgraded it. Melissa tilted her head. I did? This gadget was built in order to serve as binoculars. When I finished it, the farthest it could see was about 3 apples. Hatsume turned to Melissa. Thanks to the modifications you made to it, now it can see up to 3 times that far. Wow, incredible, Melissa. Midoriya remarked, walking past a saddened Hatsume. I never thought you'd be so good with gadgets. Melissa blushed and scratched the back of her head. Well, I was an inventor before I joined U.A's hero course. I designed mech suits, gadgets, and the like. As the trio chuckled some more, Hatsume glanced between them and the upgraded gadget, her frown gaining hints of despair. So, there's something else I wanted to tell you, Melissa said, getting everyone's attention. Since Island is obviously extremely far away from UA, I'm going to be moving to the room next door starting tomorrow. Hatsume dropped her jaw on the gadget, the latter somehow not shattering to pieces. TT tomorrow? Midoriya repeated, his cheeks glowing red. Melissa's shield is going to be my neighbor starting tomorrow? Nah, I'll just be the girl living next door. Melissa scratched her chin. Which I guess counts as a type of neighbor, so I guess the answer's yes? I'm just gonna leave now. Hatsume walked through the door, returning Midoriya to reality. See you tomorrow, Midoriya. Hatsume, wait dash. The pink-haired gadgeteer closed the door, and Midoriya sulked. I think I just upset her. Then go after her, Inko suggested. I'll help Melissa get everything ready in the other room. Meanwhile, you should try cheer Hatsume up. She can't have gone far. Midoriya nodded, and he rushed out the house and after Hatsume, leaving Melissa to ask a worrying question to his mother. Do you think she got upset because of me? Inko frowned and shrugged, which didn't help Melissa as she turned back to the door, a look of regret on her face. Hatsume saved her hands on her pockets, looking at the ground with a forlorn look as she walked back home. It wasn't far away from the Midoriya house, so it would just take about 15 minutes to get there on foot. Hatsume. The girl turned around and lowered her eyelids as soon as she saw Midoriya approaching her. Midoriya? What are you doing here? What am I doing here? I was looking for you, the guy replied. You just suddenly left and I got worried. I'm fine, Midoriya, I just didn't want to intrude. Hatsume looked back at the ocean. After all, you have a famous guest over for dinner. A guest who, mind you, will become your neighbor tomorrow. Yeah, I know, but still, that doesn't mean I'm just going to ignore it when you leave so suddenly. Why not? You seemed more than capable of ignoring me a few seconds ago. Both teenagers stopped right on their tracks, Hatsume gaining a shocked expression as she scrambled to find what to say next. Hopefully something that wouldn't make the guy hate her. He already got a sour impression with Mina, he didn't need one with Hatsume. Hatsume, is something bothering you? Midoriya asked, taking a couple steps to Hatsume's side. If so, then you can talk to me about it. Maybe. Hatsume folded her arms. But then you're going to go back home, remember that the legendary Melissa shield will be your neighbor, and you'll forget about everything we just talked about in your little stupor. Now Midoriya had a slight idea on what was bothering the girl. Are you jealous of Melissa, Hatsume? She took the gadget that took me weeks to develop, and upgraded it in what couldn't have been more than a couple of hours. Not only that, but she made upgrades for it that would have taken me months to implement. And you want to know why's that? Why? Hatsume turned around, and pointed at her mechanical eyes. Your eyes? What's wrong with them? It's mostly the fact I can only see in shades of pink. It looks cute at first, but then I realize that it becomes stupidly hard to discern what's supposed to be what. I once poured some salt into my dessert thinking it was sugar. To be fair, they're both the same shade of white dash. I use brown sugar. Oh. Well, do you want my mom to upgrade them? Hatsume flinched, and took a step back before she saved her hands in her pockets and looked elsewhere. I want your mom to upgrade them, I really do. But in order to do that, I'd have to go an entire day, or however long it takes, without being able to see anything. At least with how the eyes are right now, I can see stuff, only on different shades of pink, but still. And besides. Hatsume lowered her head. If I hand over the eyes, it will feel just like that day. Midoriya knew very well what Hatsume was talking about. Not having her eyes would probably trigger memories of her encounter with the hero killer, and that would definitely be a problem while making gadgets. Hatsume, my mom and I want to help you however we can, Midoriya stated, putting a hand on the girl's shoulder. I'm sure we can find a way to deal with that problem. Hatsume twiddled her fingers and blushed. Well, I thought. Maybe. Why you could be my eyes, for however long it takes. Midoriya flinched, blushing at the request. Or maybe he was blushing at the sight of Hatsume blushing as well, who knew? One thing was certain though, the boy had a feeling this might actually work. Sure, I'll be your eyes until Melissa and Mom upgrade your mechanical eyes. Hatsume stood uneasy for a moment at the mention of Melissa's name, but it didn't take long before she saw the logic in it. The girl had already proven to be quite adept at upgrading stuff, so if she and Inko worked together, her eyes would be perfect by the end of the day. With a renewed sense of joy, Hatsume hugged Midoriya for a second, then separated from him. Thanks, Midoriya. Now, I have to walk back home, so I'll see you tomorrow. Same, Hatsume. The teenagers bid farewell, and returned home soon after. Oh, man, that was an emotional roller coaster. Midoriya remarked out loud. I just want to hit the hay now. Midoriya. The boy stopped and turned around to see Melissa looking at him on the top floor of the apartment. She waved at him to come to her, presumably to her room, and ignoring the potential implications, he walked upstairs and went to her. So, how did everything go with your friend? She asked. I managed to talk to her for a bit, cheer her up, and I'm gonna need your help with something for her, Midoriya answered. It's about a gadget, so I hope you'll be able to help us with it. Of course. I got a knack for gadgeting, after all. Melissa frowned. Besides, it's the least I can do after upsetting her like that. Midoriya shrugged. I don't think you really upset her, just… Actually, who am I kidding, you definitely upset her. Melissa took a deep breath and scratched her chin. Well, that's that. Your mom already helped me set my room up, so I wanted to tell you to have a good night. But, there's something I want to tell you, before you go. Well, I'm asking you to help me with Hatsume, so I think this is fair. So, what is it? Melissa opened her mouth, but before she uttered a single word, she closed it and looked at the ground. Her face contorted with concern, and she bit her lip as she struggled to find the words she wanted to say, until she finally spoke. I am actually worried about this. Me moving in, I mean. Midoriya blinked twice. That was an oddly realistic thing to be worried about. I mean, ever since I was young, I lived with someone, my dad, my mom, my dad's friends, my mom's friends, but right now, I'm going to be living on my own, with nobody to support me outside of my dad sending money once in a while. Melissa twiddled her fingers. I mean sure, I'll fight the loneliness by visiting you and Aunt Inko constantly. Midoriya made a mental note to prepare his heart for that. But it won't be the same. The guy smiled and folded his arms. Well, there's a first time for everything. And no matter what happens, you'll have us right next door in case you need help. Melissa turned back to the boy, flashed a smile, and nodded. I'll be counting on you. Midoriya flashed a wide smile and bid goodnight as his face turned red all over again. He wobbled his way to his apartment door, and Inko let slam inside, Melissa giggling as they closed the door. With him gone, the girl's laughter died down and she looked at her hand. The same hand that she used to accept the offering given to her by All Might. The same hand that accepted the gift known as One for All, and finally gave her a quirk after a lifetime of quirklessons. And yet, thanks to her hesitation, this quirk would have to be kept a secret for a little bit longer. DMN it. Hatsume blinked twice, her pink vision allowing her to see the worried looks of Midoriya and his mother as Melissa arrived, holding a toolbox. She had already changed to her school uniform, so the only thing left to do was take out the eyes to get him upgraded. Are you sure about this, Hatsume? Inko asked as she grabbed an anesthetic from the toolbox. We could always wait until the weekend to upgrade your eyes. No need to miss a school day to upgrade. Your eyes dash. The gadgeteer shook her head. No, I want them upgraded as soon as possible. Besides, Midoriya promised me to be my eyes for today, so I got nothing to worry about. You two really are close, huh? Melissa asked as she formed a supportive smile. I mean, I guess it's only natural. It's thanks to him that you got these eyes, right? Hatsume flinched a little, forgetting that Melissa was more than likely unaware of what had transpired between the hero killer and the guys. But she didn't let this get her down for long. She took a deep breath, nodding in agreement as Inko injected the anesthetic on her arm. And a few seconds later, Hatsume fell unconscious. A couple minutes passed, and when Hatsume regained consciousness, she could see nothing. Even when she opened her eyelids, weakly, the nothingness remained, simply glowing brighter. Hatsume, how do you feel? Midoriya's voice. Music to her ears. I'm fine. Can't see anything, though. Of course not, we took out your eyes, Inko's voice remarked. Melissa and I will work hard on them so you'll be happy with them when you return. A soft sensation in her hand startled Hatsume, but she calmed down once she realized the sensation was someone, possibly Midoriya, grabbing her hand to guide her. Hey, wait a minute, I just realized something. Doesn't Midoriya and Melissa have to go to UA? I called Principal Nizu and explained to him that I would be running late thanks to your request, Melissa explained. He said it was fine as long as I got ready as soon as the gadget had been dealt with. As for me, Midoriya spoke. I called in to say I had some business to take care of, so I wouldn't be able to go to school today. Hatsume frowned. But Midoriya, what about your classes? I'll just ask Kendo to give me a recap of what went down today. And yes, I know there's also the chance Vlad King will be furious when he finds out I didn't go today, but at least I have a reason why. Hatsume felt Midoriya grabbing her hand tightly, but not enough to crush. It felt more like a protective hold, as if Midoriya wanted to reassure her that nothing bad would happen to her. Now, where would you like to go first? Hatsume chuckled. Did he really just ask the blind girl to effectively lead the way? I'll go wherever you want to go, Midoriya. In that case, I know just where to start. Hatsume sat down on a bench, in what she assumed to be a place close to a beach, going by what sounded like waves crashing on the shore. The girl was curious why this was Midoriya's first place to go to, but she decided to go along with it. She couldn't exactly take the lead and go somewhere else. And we're here, Midoriya voiced, getting her attention. Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. What? Midoriya, did I hear you right? She asked. I mean, isn't Dagoba Municipal Beach Park more of a dumpster nowadays? Not anymore, because some anonymous person was nice enough to clean the beach. I know you can't see it, but there's not a speck of garbage in the vicinity. Okay, new plan. As soon as Hatsume's eyes were done, they had to go back so she could see the beach for herself. Midoriya, if you don't mind me asking, why did you take me to a beach? Just then, Midoriya loosened his grip on Hatsume's hand, so the girl tightened her own grip and grabbed his arm with her free hand. She made sure not to get too close, she knew doing such a thing would just scare him, which would make him separate from her. Don't worry, Hatsume, Midoriya remarked, his oblivious tone doing nothing to calm the girl's fears. I'm not going anywhere. Why you better not? The boy paused. Okay, let's do something, we'll sit on the sand, and I'll tell you what I wanted to do here, okay? Hatsume just nodded, and next thing she knew, Midoriya took her to a place closer to the waves and sat down. The sand felt nice, and the louder sounds of the waves crashing in the shore had a soothing feeling that helped Hatsume forget her fear that Midoriya was going to go away and leave her behind. It didn't completely go away, though, as the girl had clung to the boy's arm. I'm sorry if this makes you uncomfortable, but... Hatsume sighed. I just don't feel safe without knowing you're near me. Midoriya brushed Hatsume's hair. Hatsume, you know that no matter what happens, I'll always be there for you. I'm sorry, Midoriya, I really am, but I just can't find it in myself to believe you. I feel like, any second after you let go, the hero killer is going to come out of nowhere and finish what he started. Yup, even months after the event, and several months since the hero killer was still spotted, the girl was still terrified of the prospect of him appearing and killing her. Sure, it was unlikely. Sure, there was a chance he'd kill a dozen heroes before he'd ever think of killing a support student. And sure, he could very well not appear until years down the line. None of that mattered. What mattered was that he blinded her, and he was still out there. To Hatsume, without Midoriya or mechanical eyes, it was a matter of time before she was found and hugged. And Midoriya? The hug tightened, confirming it was Midoriya who was giving Hatsume a showcase of affection. What are you doing? I couldn't think of anything else to do, so, I was hoping this would be enough to cheer you up, he answered, before he brushed her hair again. I can't just stand and watch you be scared like that. Hatsume eventually hugged back, letting out a chuckle as she quipped, well, you've always been unable to refuse a call for help. Midoriya smiled, though Hatsume couldn't see it. And in your case, I'm very glad I didn't refuse it. Hatsume blushed brightly. And Midoriya, what are you saying? Midoriya began to separate from Hatsume, but unlike last time, the girl gathered her composure and didn't try to force him to stay put. Which was good, since she'd need all her energy for what he'd say next. I'm saying, that I want to protect you. Hatsume raised an eyebrow, so Midoriya explained. When I snatched you away from the hero killer, I had no idea what to do. Sure, helping you get your eyesight back was the obvious thing to do, but after that, I was at a loss. And you just kept coming back. Hatsume blushed a little at the statement. She remembered how, in the 10 months leading to the entrance exam, she would drop by the Midoriyas more and more often, initially just to try and test her mechanical eyes. But eventually, she started dropping by just because. And then, she began to feel a little disillusioned when told Midoriya wasn't around. And now, she had just tried to stop him from leaving her. I think I understand. Was she too obvious? You're scared that if I leave you alone, Stain will kill you, right? Phew, false alarm. Why yes, she stammered. That's it. Well, I want to let you know that, no matter what happens, I'll be around to protect you. Midoriya patted Hatsume's back. Even if you think you're alone, you won't. Because I'll be with you, protecting you, and making sure nothing bad happens to you. A white flash happened, and Hatsume felt something very light land on her hair. Not that she gave much thought of it before she suddenly stated, I want to protect you too. Midoriya said nothing, and after a short pause, Hatsume continued. It's not fair that you want to protect me without getting anything as a result. You have you have a future hero career, and you have a potentially crazy stalker who wants you for herself. Midoriya nervously chuckled. Okay, Mina definitely didn't give the impression of being pleasant, but I don't think she's that crazy. Whatever. Hatsume twiddled her fingers. The point is, I want to help you, just as you've helped me. So, if you say you want to protect me, then I'll protect you back. Hatsume, his voice had a hint of relief in it. I don't know how long it'll take, but I'll find a way to have your back, Midoriya. With that, the teenagers patted each other's back, and remained silent as the sounds of the waves and the seagulls adorned the atmosphere. And then Midoriya scoffed. You know, it's been almost over a year since we first met. Shouldn't you be calling me Izuku already? Hatsume pushed Midoriya away and flailed her arms. Are you crazy? That's way too fast. We're good friends, not boyfriend and girlfriend. Midoriya chuckled. Sorry, I just wanted to give you a piece of your own medicine. You JRK. Midoriya kept laughing, but it didn't have a hint of malice. It was just playful, friendly, the kind that anybody could join in without looking like an utter JRK. And Hatsume did just that. The rest of the day was nowhere near as eventful, so much so that, if you were to ask Hatsume, she and Midoriya had spent the whole day at the beach, with only a short stop at a carnival to eat ice cream. The duo thus returned to the Midoriya household, being greeted by a welcoming hug from Melissa and Inko. And judging by how she felt a pair of soft mounds smothering her face, Hatsume figured Melissa was the one hugging her. Oh, Hatsume, you're back. Melissa chirped, confirming she was the one hugging her. I was just about to go out looking for you. We weren't gone for that long, were we? She asked, raising an eyebrow. No, but we finished upgrading your eyes, and I couldn't contain my excitement. It felt so good to work with Aunt Inko once again. And me. Hatsume gently released herself from Melissa's hold and tried to walk closer to the voice, only to be stopped when Midoriya kept his grip on her. Midoriya, do you see where that voice came from? Yeah, it belongs to a small boy with a purple, circular mohawk? Hatsume wasn't sure how to take that answer. All she knew was that she wanted to know who it was, and there was only one way to find out. She was knocked out again, so the process of inserting the eyes wouldn't hurt, and a few minutes later, Hatsume opened them. And was utterly mesmerized. Red, blue, green, yellow. She could now see all the colors. And not in a clusterfuck of colors like in those abstract paintings, but she could see things clearly. Like how Midoriya and Inko had green hair, Melissa was blonde, and the short guy really did have what looked like a purple, rounded mohawk. Wait, the short guy. Who are you? Hatsume exclaimed, pointing at the boy. Allow me to introduce myself, the guy said, Hatsume flashing an expression that told him to get on with it. My name is Minoru Mineta. I'm on the support course, and I came here to check up on my senior. Senior? Hatsume repeated. Did that mean the boy was on her class? How did you know to look for her here? Midoriya inquired. I asked our teacher where she was since she didn't appear, and he told me that your mom sent him a message telling him she wouldn't come, Mineta explained with a shrug. So then I asked some people where I could find your house, and a guy with blonde hair gave me directions. Bakugo gave the little guy directions? Without blowing him up? Then again, it was just as likely the little guy didn't mention that stuff for one reason or another. Anyway, I got here just as the two ladies over there were working on your eyes, Mineta added, causing Melissa to blush while Inko just chuckled. So, since you're my senior, I figured I could add some modifications myself. Oh lord, what the hell did the little twerp do? If you want to know, just press the purple button to your left. Hatsume touched the left side of her face until she found the mentioned button, and pushed it. Once she did, she was stunned. Her vision had zoomed in on the guy's face, and allowed her to take a closer look at the room in general. She pressed it again, her vision zoomed further. She pressed it once more, and it zoomed even further. But then she pressed it again, and her vision zoomed back to normal. It's just like my quirk, she chirped. But how? The boy there reminded us of your quirk when he asked for a girl who could zoom into things, Inko explained. And since we had some time, we installed 3 sets of sight-enhancing apparatus to your eyes. I added the button. Mineta chirped, as if he had done anything important. Hatsume smiled and nodded. Thanks, little guy. Mineta chuckled and scratched the back of his head, while Hatsume turned back to Midoriya. Can we go back to Dagoba Municipal Beach Park? All 5 of them did. Midoriya, Melissa, Inko, and Mineta stood just at the start of the park, while Hatsume took a couple steps forward, taking in the time to look at the scenery in front of her. Sure, she could always just zoom in, but that would risk getting a faceful of the sun. The sunset adorned the sky with a breathtaking orange color, and its reflection shined in the waves as they crashed on the shore. Hearing the waves was soothing enough. Seeing them was another thing altogether. So, Hatsume. Midoriya walked to Hatsume's side. What do you think? Do you like the upgrade? Hatsume formed a smile, and rested her head on Midoriya's shoulder, keeping her eyes locked onto the sunset. I love it. By the way, Hatsume, before I forget, Midoriya blurted. Where did that feather come from? Surprised by the question, Hatsume touched her hair until she felt something fluffy. She grabbed it and took it down to see whatever it was, and she saw it was the feather that Midoriya just mentioned. But it wasn't any ordinary feather. It was a swan feather. Melissa yawned as she got up from her futon, stretching her limbs as she walked to her curtains and parted them, hoping to be met with a vibrant sun. Instead, it looked extremely cloudy, to the point it would most certainly rain at any minute now. Well, that's a downer of a sight, Melissa hummed. If it does end up raining, it won't cancel classes, but I don't have an umbrella or a raincoat. Melissa snapped her fingers, and opened her drawer, taking out a red arm brace from it. So I'll just have to make it sunny. She opened the door to her room, closed it, and walked down until she was a couple steps away from the apartment. A quick scan around the area showed nobody else was around, so Melissa was free to charge her arm brace and say, "Weather smash." She threw a punch in the air, and the resulting shock was so intense it cracked the ground underneath her and pierced a small hole on the cloudy sky. It wasn't long before hole was filled closed, though. I guess I should have seen this coming, Melissa eyed the brace. The all brace was created to contain Uncle Might's immense power, but my current control is nowhere near that. It figures that a punch from it directed at the sky wouldn't be enough to change the weather. Melissa? The girl flinched and turned around, spotting the Midoriyas walking to her. Oh, hi Midoriya, Aunt Inko, she greeted with the arm brace, which she quickly hid. Good morning. I was, just doing some stretches. Is that the reason you're wearing that arm brace? Midoriya asked. Crap, guess they did see it after all. Yeah, it's an arm brace I designed myself, Melissa nervously presented the brace. You see, my quirk releases a lot of force, enough to break my bones even, so I designed this little dash. Melissa paused. She wanted to say baby, but she feared doing so would summon Hatsume right to her side. Trinket in order to help me control it better. Whoa, that's amazing, Midoriya said. Can I take a closer look? Maybe later, for now, you two need to get ready for school, Inko remarked. Now, Izuku, do you mind going back and get changed while I talk with Melissa? Sure. The boy walked back to his room, and Inko grabbed Melissa's hand. Let's go to your room. For a famous scientist's daughter, Melissa didn't live particularly luxurious. In fact, her room was quite humble. A TV, a futon, a desk, and some instant good as well as a cooking machine were all that was present. I still think this room is a little empty, Inko remarked. I'll work with what I got until I get some more money, Melissa said in response. Anyway, what did you want to talk to me about? Inko turned to Melissa, put her hands on the table, and sighed, have you told Izuku about your quirk yet? Melissa flinched. She figured Inko would ask her this question eventually, just not so suddenly. She got the idea to lie and say yes, but Inko's concerned expression convinced her to change her plans. After all, Inko could tell a liar from a mile away. No, I wanted to tell him yesterday, but I got cold feet and told him I was worried about the moving. Which, I mean, that's also true, but not nearly as important. Inko took a deep breath. Melissa, I know you don't like keeping secrets from people, mostly because you can't exactly hide them without acting so weird. People end up finding about them eventually. Melissa chuckled and scratched the back of her head, flashing a sheepish smile. What I'm trying to get at is, are you certain that you want to tell Izuku about your quirk? Perhaps the reason you got cold feet yesterday was because you weren't actually sure about your decision. Melissa lowered her head. A part of me wants to forget about it, and keep him in the dark. But another part of me is telling me that if he has to learn about the quirk, it should be from my own mouth, not his own deductions. So, you recognize that he could figure it out on his own, Inko folded her arms. Izuku's a smart kid, so if you decide not to tell him, it might not be long before he finds out on his own. Aunt Inko, no offense, but you're doing a terrible job at convincing me this is a good idea. I'm not trying to convince you to do anything, I'm just stating the facts. In the end, the only one that can decide whether to tell Izuku you have one for all or not, is you. Then, Inko thought about it, and blurted something that caught Melissa's attention. Although, maybe getting All Might's opinion wouldn't hurt. Of course, Uncle Might. He's the one who handed her the quirk, it would only be fair to get his opinion on whether to tell Izuku or not before doing it. And since he had to keep his quirk's nature a secret ever since he got it, he'll definitely have a better understanding of the situation, right? Right? Wait, crap, she was going to run late. And this time, she wouldn't have an excuse. Sorry, Aunt Inko, but I gotta go. One quick change of clothes later, Melissa bolted out of the room, leaving Inko to pray that Melissa would get an answer on what to do eventually. Melissa entered the train and sat down mere seconds before it drove off, sending her sliding slightly to the side. She quickly grabbed onto the armrest and took a deep breath. Okay, Melissa, stay calm. You're going to go to Uncle Might's office as soon as you can, you're going to ask him for his opinion on the matter, and then you'll decide whether to tell. The girl paused, and slowly turned around to meet the confused looks of Midoriya and Hatsume. Midoriya? Hatsume? How long have you been there? Since the train took off? Hatsume answered. I mean, we're all heading to UA, it's only natural we'd take the same train. It's kind of surprising we wound up sitting together, though, especially since some of us left earlier than others. Midoriya let out a little chuckle. It's almost like fate wanted this to happen, huh? Yeah, fate can have a pretty sick sense of humor at times. So, where's your arm brace? Midoriya asked. I saved it inside my bag, Melissa answered, forcing a little smile. I only really use it during training, and since we got basic heroics today. Can I see it later? Hatsume inquired, tilting her head. I want to see how it compares to some of the stuff my juniors and teacher do. Melissa giggled. Hatsume, don't be ridiculous. My craftwork can't possibly compare. You practically replicated my quirk when you and Midoriya's mom upgraded my eyes. There's being humble, and then there's being ignorant of what you can do. What Hatsume's trying to say is, Midoriya flashed a smile. You're quite gifted with gadgetry. So, maybe you should try to be more aware of it? We're not going to judge you. Melissa smiled for a second before she hugged her bag, her smile turning into a frown as she turned to look at it. Sorry. It's okay. Besides dash. Suddenly, the train stopped just short of UA, and as soon as the doors opened, Melissa stood up and bolted out of the place. Midoriya and Hatsume followed behind, only to be stunned when they saw Melissa speed away so fast, she left yellow after images. Whoa, wait, I thought her quirk had to do with her arms? Maybe it's one of those quirks that affects different body parts? With the awkwardness of the train ride still fresh in her mind, Melissa walked through the hallways and headed to All Might's office. She needed to get there before fate decided to have her go through another meeting with the little green bean. She knocked the door 3 times once she arrived. Come in. Melissa opened the door and saw All Might, wearing a yellow suit in his muscular form, holding a cup of coffee while facing away from the door. You Uncle Might? Melissa asked as she walked inside. Please, young Melissa. All Might laughed and turned to Melissa. You know that while we're in school, you're supposed to call me All Might. I know, sorry, I still haven't worked out that quirk, Melissa giggled. And speaking of quirks dash. Before you continue, please close the door. Melissa obliged, and as soon as he locked the door as well, All Might blew up in a smoke cloud. He emerged from the cloud looking like a lanky skeleton, his clothes fitting him a little less tightly than before. Phew, thanks for that. The man sat down on his desk and took a deep breath. I need to recharge as much as I can, I got 2 hero course classes to give and I feel like they're going to take a while. Anyway, what did you want to talk about, young Melissa? Melissa sat down next to the lanky man. It's about one for all. All Might paused and took a sip of his coffee. Is something wrong with it? No, in fact, I think I might be able to increase the output I can use from 8% to 12% by the end of this week. Melissa scratched her cheek. What I wanted to discuss you was about the idea of letting someone know about it dash. Young Melissa, the more people know about One for All, the much greater risk it runs at its true nature being discovered, All Might calmly pointed out. And once the truth about One for All comes to light, the villains will take every advantage they can get with it. I know, Melissa whined. All Might sighed. So, who did you tell about it? Just and Inko so far. Ah, Inko Midoriya. I saw her a couple times while she and David were still co-workers. All Might flashed a little smile. She was quite a woman, dependable, supportive, always ready for everything. It truly was sad when she stopped showing up. I think it was a good call to tell her. She won't tell anybody about it no matter what. Thanks, but there's another person I'm debating on telling about one for all. All Might's smile vanished and he took a sip of his coffee. It's her son, Izuku Midoriya. All Might spat out his drink, before spitting some blood during a coughing fit. Uncle Might, are you alright? Cough? Why yeah, just cough. You surprised me, that's all. The man wiped the blood off his mouth. Izuku Midoriya. Do you really think he's someone worthy of knowing about one for all? Melissa twiddled her fingers. I was hoping you could help me decide whether I should tell him or not. All Might shook his head. I'm afraid you got the wrong person. During my entire time with One for All, I never told a single person about its existence. Not my closest friends, not my family, not even your father knew about it. Melissa pouted. And a couple of things could have been aborted if you had told him. We can discuss what happened at Island later. All Might took a sip from his coffee. For now, I cannot. The problem is that, I feel like he's going to find out regardless of whether I tell him or not. But if he finds out on his own and not from me, his perspective on me might change. All Might raised an eyebrow. What I mean is, I think he'll grow to distrust me if he finds out I had your quirk this entire time and didn't trust him enough to tell him about it. If he really is Inko's son, I doubt he'd think that. Inko was always a very understanding, very calm person. Even so, I cannot tell you that telling him is a good idea. Having Inko as a confidant should be enough. And yet, it feels like something's missing. All Might put his coffee on the table. Young Melissa, listen. Suddenly, the alarm blared, and Melissa stood up and looked through the window to see what was going on. She figured it was just the media having broken inside to try and get an interview on All Might. She was wrong. She was so very wrong. The media invading the school would have been a much better alternative. Because instead of the media, it was hero killer Stain who was on school grounds. The entire school stood frozen in disbelief as they tried to process what they were looking at. Stain, the legendary hero killer with over a dozen. Well, hero kills, under his belt, was now around the school, surrounded by promising hero students and everybody else. I can sense their fear towards me. Good, that will make it easier to tell who's a faker and who's a legitimate hero. Suddenly, the alarms blared, which brought a smile to the killer's face. Any hero will take that as a sign to act. Now, to wait and see how long it takes before a genuine hero comes to the fray. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Young Melissa, please calm down. All Might said as he walked to the girl's side and patted her back. Freaking out isn't going to help anybody. I know, but can you blame me? Melissa pointed at the window. Just look through the window and you'll see why I can't help but freak out. All Might obliged, and as soon as he saw through the window, his reaction was nowhere near as extreme as Melissa had expected. Sure, he looked shocked, but that was about it. The hero killer's here? All Might scratched his chin. But how could that be possible? His last known location was nowhere near UA's location. Who cares how he got here? What matters is the fact that he's even here. Melissa exclaimed, flailing her arms. If the hero killer is here, then that can only mean one thing. All Might's eyes widened. He's here to kill heroes. Melissa rolled her eyes. No, Uncle Might, he's here to sell real estate. The man blinked as he took a step back, caught off guard by the rather snarky response handed by the inheritor. She promptly realized what she said and took a deep breath. I'm so sorry, Uncle Might, I'm just so scared right now. I never thought something like this would happen while I was at school. Heck, I never thought it would have happened during my first week. All Might put a hand on her shoulder. Melissa, I told you that this could happen any time when I asked you to inherit One for All. Uncle Might, we both know I rushed this decision. Melissa folded her arms. I was doing good with my inventions until you appeared at my doorstep and offered me to inherit your quirk, and I tried to give it some thought, I really did, but now, I'm wondering if I gave it enough. All Might put his remaining hand on Melissa's remaining shoulder. Even if you rushed it, Gran Torino prepared you for this kind of situation far better than I ever could. And you got the arm brace too, right? Melissa smiled sheepishly. I kinda used it once this morning to try and clear the sky. Good, then it should still be able to go all out twice before it gets destroyed. All Might separated from Melissa and assumed his buff form. Meanwhile, I'll see if Principal Nizu can help me maintain my buff form so I can take care of this problem myself. But until then, Melissa looked at her fist. It'll be up to me? Well, you and the teachers that show up to help, All Might pointed out. Anyway, I gotta go. Get ready, and be careful. Sure. The muscular man walked to the door, unlocked it, pausing as he grabbed the doorknob. Oh, And young Melissa? The girl turned to the man, and received a flashy thumbs up and toothy smile. Good luck. Melissa nodded with a smile. Same, Uncle Might. The man left, and Melissa took the moment to open her bag and take out the arm brace. She equipped the brace, and clenched her fist, causing yellow electricity to surge through the brace. Guess I'll get to test this thing in a battle. Hatsume was this close to shitting bricks. Not only had the security at UA been trespassed, something that wasn't thought possible once the upgrades had been made, but the trespasser was none other than the guy who blinded her, hero killer Stain. Even as she walked with Mineta at the far end of the evacuating group of students, her legs shook and she wobbled all over the place, almost tripping over the tiny boy in one instance. Calm down, Hatsume, everything's going to be alright, the purple dwarf told his senior, hoping to ease her worries. The teachers are pro-heroes, and they'll go out and take care of the trespasser while we evacuate. You don't understand, Mineta, Hatsume clutched her chest. This isn't just any ordinary trespasser. It's Stain, the hero killer. Hatsume was very glad she was at the end of the group, otherwise they might have heard her and begun panicking. Mineta, however, was unfortunate enough to actually hear it. In that case, they might actually be in more danger than I thought. He quickly shook such negative thoughts away. But don't worry, the teachers are super strong. Besides, even if he got past the teachers, he'd only go after the hero course students. Hatsume stopped and shook her head. Mineta. The boy stopped and turned to the cyborg engineer. Why do you think I have mechanical eyes? The boy didn't quite understand the point of the question, but once he gave it a little bit of thought, he slowly put two and two together. And grimaced at the implications. And then Hatsume began walking again and dragged him with her. Let's get going, otherwise we'll be left behind. Mineta silently nodded, and as they walked, he frowned with concern. Hatsume. Midoriya scratched his head. One way or another, he was sensing that Hatsume was feeling distressed and scared. But there was no way that could be possible, right? Even if his quirk gave him the ability to sense one person's emotional state, why would it be Hatsume? He knew he said he'd be there to protect her, but he couldn't exactly do that while he was evacuating alongside his peers of Class 1B. Alright everybody, stay close and don't split. Kendo, leading the crowd, shouted. We'll be reaching the exit fairly soon. Vlad King had left with some other teachers to try deal with the trespasser, so Kendo had been left in charge of evacuating the class. She was doing a pretty decent job, judging by how everybody followed her lead, no questions asked. Hey, isn't that the girl from 1A? Shiozaki, who stood next to Midoriya, inquired. The boy almost wanted to point out how vague the question was before he turned around and saw the girl in question. It was Mina Ashido, who looked at her surroundings before she went downstairs. Midoriya, I feel like she's up to something, Shiozaki clasped her hands. This might sound bad to you, but could you see what she's doing? I'll cover for you. Did Midoriya hear that right? Shiozaki, who up until this point had been shown to be somewhat abrasive, was now asking him to check on someone, and was even willing to cover for him in case his absence was noticed? Well, the boy was curious about what Mina was doing, so. Alright, thanks Shiozaki. The vine-haired girl nodded, and the boy separated from the group, power walking fast enough down the stairs to find Mina leaning against a corner of the wall, touching something on her ear. And a new layer of his quirk must have awakened, because despite her whispering, he managed to hear her clearly. Stain, how's your situation? Midoriya's eyes widened. Meh, it could be better. The hero killer swiftly dodged Eraserhead's scarf, and Present mixed Titanic yeah, at the same time. He tried to dash forward to them, but Midnight appeared in front of him and released her sleeping gas, forcing the vigilante to back away. This, however, brought him right to Vlad King's arms, who promptly used his quirk to trap both of them into a blood-made jacket. This, in turn, prompted Stain to touch his arm with his glove, which had a pink palm, with the pink underside causing part of the blood to melt, and the pain to make Vlad King release the both of them. This let Stain jump to and rest on a tree. I'm getting overwhelmed, but the gadgets made with your quirk are making it a lot less of a hassle, Stain said, looking at his pink-palmed glove. How are you doing on your end? No response. Ashido? Ashido, can you hear dash? Crack. Midoriya kicked the remains of the earpiece away while locking hands with Mina, his eyes glaring right into her own as he sternly asked. Ashido. Why were you talking with Stain just now? The girl's shocked expression soon contorted into a grin of malice, and a second later she began overpowering Midoriya. You're a smart guy, Midoriya. I'm pretty sure you can figure it out on your own. Midoriya tried to overpower Mina again, but she proved to have just enough strength to lock them both into a stalemate. Don't tell me. You and Stain are in cahoots? Mine began moving, and the guy couldn't help but move as well. Cahoots? Oh no, Midoriya, her smirk widened. I'm not just in cahoots with him. By the time they stopped, Midoriya turned back to see they were facing the other staircase, this one leading down to what looked like a window. I'm his apprentice. Mina pushed Midoriya forward, and the boy screamed as he hit the ground with a loud thud. Izuku! Hatsume and Mineta stopped on their tracks, the former covering her mouth and looking at the ground. That was the first time, consciously or otherwise, that she had called Midoriya by his first name, but the real thing that caught her attention was the fact she had sensed the fact Midoriya was in pain at all. Who's Izuku? Mineta asked. It's Midoriya's first name, Hatsume answered, earning a confused look from Mineta. The guy with green hair whose quirk gives him swan wings, you saw him at the house when I got my eyes. Oh, that guy. You think he's in problems? I can sense he's in danger, but I don't know how that's even possible. Maybe it has something to do with that glowing feather on your hair? Flinching, Hatsume reached for her hair and took out the feather, lowering it to her face to see that yes, it was indeed glowing. Except it wasn't constant, the feather glowed for a moment, before turning back to normal, then glowed again, then back to normal, rinse and repeat until Hatsume made a horrific conclusion. He's in danger. Midoriya groaned as he rubbed his back, moments before Mina walked up to him, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him. I'm sorry that I have to do this, Midoriya, I really am, Mina spoke without a hint of dishonesty. But you have to understand that Stain needs to give a message to the generation of fakers in this school. Mina threw Midoriya away, and the boy weakly stood up. Generation of fakers? What are you even talking about? How did you even become Stain's apprentice? Mina took a deep breath and folded her arms as she slowly walked to Midoriya. Imagine this, a little girl is born in a town that doesn't like mutants. Though her quirk is an emitter, her wild looks gets her discriminated as a fake mutant. Eventually, her parents are forced to kick her out when the discrimination reaches dangerous levels, and the girl is left alone, no money, no family, nothing but the clothes she wears, to survive in a world that has already rejected her. Midoriya flinched, the story sounding eerily similar to his own life story. Sure, he wasn't kicked out of the house, but the discrimination? Even if he was being told rather than shown, his decade of bullying made him get a general picture of what Mina had gone through. She pleads constantly, hoping to find just one person, not even a hero, just a person, who'll accept her for who she is and give her the home that her city denied her. Mina stopped right in front of Midoriya, her eyes forming a furious expression. Nobody listens, except for one individual. She grabbed Midoriya's collar. Hero killer Stain. She threw Midoriya to the ground, and wrapped his arm behind his back. He takes her in, and teaches her the ways of the world, how all heroes except All Might are fakers who only care about fame, money, or other unheroic ideals like love. He teaches her how in this world, heroism has gone from being an honorable concept, into a mere gimmick, made to further motivate the fakers. Mina rolled up Midoriya's sleeve, and pressed her fingertips on his arms, releasing a mild acid as she continued. He teaches how, if she wants to have a home, if she wants to get back everything the heroes couldn't get back for her, that she'll need to learn his ways in order to take it back by herself. And he only asks one thing in exchange. Mina increased the severity of the acid, causing Midoriya to scream in pain. Help him spread his message through any means necessary, determining the best place to attack, determining which fake hero needs to die next. Mina began giggling, though in a twisted way, it seemed like she was crying as well. Even going so far as to attack students, heroes, or otherwise. It was this statement that caused Midoriya to stop screaming. His rage slowly surfaced as he turned to flash a glare at Mina, his eyes glowing orange. Even so, this wasn't enough to get the girl to stop her assault. Stain attacked and blinded Hatsume 10 months before the entrance exam. His eyes diluted. Did you? Mina flashed a horrific hybrid between a smile and a frown. I gave him the suggestion, and he executed it quite magnificently, if I do say so myself. In that moment, something snapped inside Midoriya. His eyes slowly grew bigger until his entire eye had been covered in an orange color, his pupils disappearing soon after to turn his eyes completely orange. His wings burst from his back, hitting Mina hard enough to send her flying into the wall. His back freed, the boy stood up as his wings spread wide. But they didn't vanish. His form continued to change, his skin slowly turned pearly white, as well as his hair, and he gained black rings on his neck, hair, and hands as he twitched, and turned back to the acidic girl. The final change was his nose turning orange, and barely a second later, he roared an unholy screech as his left wing disappeared, and his left arm glowed. Reacting as fast as she could, Mina slid away moments before the fist connected, causing Midoriya to hit the window and shatter it completely. Holy shit! He destroyed the window with a single punch? Midoriya turned to Mina and threw another left punch, this one hitting her so hard she was sent flying straight into the end of the hallway, knocking some lockers over. Once she hit the ground, Mina spat out something, and she grimaced as soon as she saw it was blood. To further confirm it, she wiped off some of the stuff off her mouth, and took a closer look at it. Yup, it was definitely blood. So his punch is also strong enough to make me draw blood. Mina stood up and glared at the transformed guy. Just what the hell are you, Izuku Midoriya? In that same moment, Hatsume and Mineta arrived at the second floor and looked around, quickly finding the sight of Midoriya about to rush towards Mina, who had her palms open. Hatsume, I don't think Midoriya's in danger anymore, the purple dwarf remarked. Hatsume, however, could notice the little smirk in Mina's face as steam came out of her hands. She definitely had a plan, and whatever it was, it counted on Midoriya rushing right at her. She turned to Midoriya, and saw the guy's transformed, berserk state, making it all but certain that he'd fall for the trap. Especially as he took a couple of heavy breaths before unleashing his horrific screech. Midoriya's wings disappeared, and his legs glowed, right before he rushed straight for Mina. He ran at a speed much faster than he had shown previously, but this only made Mina smirk wider. She spread her arms further and aimed them forward. Izuku! Suddenly, time froze, and the enraged guy stopped as he felt a body wrapping itself around him. In a hug. He moved his hands towards the mass that was hugging close to him, and to his shock, the mass slowly gained a familiar shape. Me? Once her shape had been identified, the formless mass shifted to resemble Hatsume, who was looking at the enraged Midoriya with a look of worry. Yes, Izuku, it's me, Hatsume. Midoriya lowered his arms until they reached the girl's back, which he gripped tightly. Protect. Yes, you protected me. And I'm grateful for it. Hatsume sighed. But it's time to back down dash. No. Midoriya exclaimed, his anger resurfacing. Not yet. Not until a Shido dash cripples you? The guy flinched and looked back at Hatsume's expression. She was still scared, but now there was a hint of angered concern in her expression. She has already proven to be willing to hurt your own classmates just to make a point. I don't know what's up with her and Stain, but you can't deny that if they have a connection, then there's a chance she could cripple you just as Stain crippled me. Mina smirked. Now that's an idea. Midoriya's anger began to resurface, but Hatsume hugged him harder. Izuku, please, it's not worth it. Let's just evacuate like everyone else, we can deal with this another day. Just not today. Hearing the genuine sorrow in the girl's tone, Midoriya's form slowly turned back to his base as he returned the hug, and patted her back twice. Alright, Hatsume, lead the way. Mina chuckled, getting the irritated attention of the duo. Seriously? You're asking the functionally blind girl to lead you? The duo glared at Mina for a second before they turned around and began walking away, Hatsume taking the lead while Midoriya took a moment to throw one last glare at Mina. And with this glare, a message was given very clearly to the pink-skinned acidic gal. The next time they met, nothing would stop Midoriya from making her pay for what she'd done. Absolutely nothing. Principal Nizu. The small mysterious critter turned to the door to see All Might catching his breath before turning back into his emancipated form. Ah, All Might, I was just expecting you, Nizu calmly, almost nonchalantly remarked. I'm going to guess you're here to discuss what to do about this trespasser. This isn't just any trespasser, Principal Nizu, it's Stain. All Might stated. If he gets past my coworkers, he could dash. Relax, All Might, he won't get anywhere. Nizu took a sip of his tea. But I can see worry still covers your face, so I've got something to help you deal with him. The white critter got off his desk and opened a drawer, from where he took out a small black box. Now, All Might, this gadget I'm going to give you is a very rare, one-of-a-kind object, and unless we can get its creator to return to the world of support, it might never be replicated. All Might raised an eyebrow. And why's that? Nizu opened the box. Because it's the last support item created by Izuku Midoriya before her retirement. All Might was stunned. He wasn't quite sure what to expect to see from Izuku Midoriya's final gadget, but he was pretty sure that if they called it a gadget, that it would be some kind of mechanical object, a brace for his arm, some headband that could protect against mental attacks, something like that. So why, instead of a gadget, was a pair of pills inside the box? Principal Nizu, was your tea spiked? The critter laughed out loud. No, but I don't blame you for your reaction. I'm sure you're wondering why I'm calling these simple pills a gadget. The man nodded. You see, All Might, these pills are classified as gadgets because they're actually an amalgamation of power and energy-enhancing materials from destroyed gadgets. They're safe to consume, but take a couple minutes to take effect. All Might took a closer look at the pills. So, if I take these pills, will I get enough power to repel back the hero killer? Nizu nodded. But the pills won't work for long, and once their effect's finished, you'll be locked on your weakened form for 24 hours. All Might nearly dropped the pills in shock. That's way too big of a risk to take. And sending Melissa's shield to distract the hero killer wasn't a big risk? All Might, but quickly regained his composure. Of course the principal knew what he did, he was practically the smartest thing in the world, how wouldn't he know? If you want, we can cancel the classes you would have given today until the effect of the pills has worn off, and you can return to your buff form. Nizu scratched his chin. Although, considering our school was trespassed by a serial killer, we may need to cancel the rest of the day in order to improve our defenses. Nizu shrugged. Anyway, take the pills now, and in a few minutes, you should gain enough power to deal with the hero killer. All Might took a deep breath, grabbed a cup of tea served by Nizu, and he swallowed the pills before he sat down and waited for them to take effect. I just hope these pills take effect before that guy hurts Melissa too badly. She'll manage him on her own. Nizu put her arms behind his back. After all, you picked her as the 9th inheritor of One for All. For a reason. All Might smiled wide. Yes, I did. Stain took a breath of disappointment at the teachers of UA, some who were tied up in Eraserhead's scarf, while the rest stood back, catching their breath with burn marks on their outfits. This is truly saddening, the hero killer stated. To have so many fakers try and fail to prove their worth in this world of heroes. People like you are an insult to heroism. Says the guy who goes around killing heroes. Eraserhead stated sternly. Stain huffed. I don't kill heroes, I kill fakers who spread a bad name of heroism to the masses. Then, he brandished his knives. Which, in fact, sounds like a very apt description of all of you right now. Hero killer Stain. Suddenly, someone jumped off from the second floor and landed right in front of the damaged teachers. This someone was Melissa, still in her uniform but wearing her arm brace. Who are you? Stain sternly asked. And why have you come for the set of these fakers? I'm Melissa Shield, Melissa answered as she clenched her fists. As for why I'm here, well. Melissa smiled as she took a battle stance. Aren't heroes supposed to put their lives on the line for the sake of others? This one. Stain smirked. This one is a real hero. Melissa sprung forward and shot a punch, which Stain blocked with his swords. They got slightly cracked from impact, which sent Stain slightly far away, but not much else happened after that. It is sad to think that I have to hurt you, maybe even kill you, Stain said with a smile. Your words and actions are proving to be more heroic than the fakers behind you. Melissa raised an amused eyebrow. Well, thank you, but I'm afraid that's not going to deter me from giving you a fistful of justice. Melissa sprung forward again and threw another punch, this one being dodged by the hero killer. He gripped his damaged sword and swung it, but Melissa simply kicked the blade hard enough to snap it in two, the sharp point landing far away. Stain quickly swung his other sword, but Melissa jumped over it and swung her kick down, hitting Stain right in the head. However, the hero killer simply pushed Melissa back and threw some knives at her, which she dodged with a roll and a couple jumps. Except for the last one. Ouch! Stain bolted straight for the knife, grabbed it, and put it close to his mouth as he revealed his tongue. He's going to lick that after it was on the ground? Wait a minute, he's heading for the bloodied part. Sensing danger, Melissa dashed for Stain and kicked the bloodied knife away, before jumping away from his blade swing. She didn't get far before her wound acted up and made her drop to the ground, though. Impressive, Stain flashed a smile. You figured out my quirk requires me to ingest a person's blood, so you sped up and stopped me from consuming it. Actually, I never thought that had anything to do with your quirk, I just thought you were a weirdo. Is what Melissa wanted to say, but... Why yeah, that's right. You're nowhere near as subtle as you think you are. Selfless and intuitive, you really are worthy of being a hero, Stain took a deep breath. It truly is sad that fate decided we have to fight. Undeterred by his words, Melissa ran towards Stain and threw another punch. Only for it be caught by Stain, whose gauntlet's acidic underside caused Melissa to scream in pain as she backed away and clutched her hand. I'm sorry that I have to pull such a dirty trick on a genuine hero such as yourself, Stain remarked as he lowered his gauntlet. But I need to send a message to the world of heroics. Those gauntlets. They have a similar acidic property like Mina's. Melissa grimaced. Wait, could that mean? Hearing the sound of a metal being picked up, Melissa bolted straight for Stain and, enhancing her punch with One for All, she swung it and struck the blade so hard, it shattered to pieces. With Stain distracted by the sudden attack, Melissa then moved her percentage of One for All from her fist to he leg, and kicked the hero killer hard enough to send him crashing right into a wall. The pain on her leg acted up, though, and she dispersed One for All as she got on her knees. And then Stain came out of the wall, saw it crack and create an opening. Then ignored it and walked towards Melissa. He's not going into the school? Isn't that the reason he's here? Melissa shook her head. Stain. Where did you get those gauntlets? The serial killer stopped and looked at his gauntlets. These? They're normal gauntlets my apprentice modified so their underside had the same ability as herself. The teacher's eyes widened, and Melissa began shaking as she quickly processed what that meant. Mina. Is your apprentice? It appears the cat is out of the bag, Nizu remarked, looking at the. Stain has revealed the identity of his inside agent. Stain had an inside agent in the school? All Might asked, earning a nod from the critter. Who is it? Nizu took a sip of his tea. Mina Ashido. All Might felt a chill run down his spine. Young Ashido did seem a little more abrasive and antagonistic than his other students, but he figured it was the same case as with young Bakugo, that she just so happened to have an abrasive personality despite her heroic ambitions. Never would he have thought, let alone humored the idea, that she was actually the apprentice of the most infamous hero killer in Japan. Now only one question remained. What does this mean for young Ashido? She'll be detained and questioned about her relationship with Stain, as well as her goals. Nizu took another sip of his tea. Depending on what she says, we might need to put her under rehabilitation at best, or expel her at worst. All Might winced, but he understood. Even in the best-case scenario, having young Ashido run free simply wasn't an option, especially if a little idea All Might had that moment was true. Ugh. Oh my, Nizu laughed. It seems the pills are starting to take effect. Melissa kept shaking as the hero killer arrived to her, and helped her stand up. Even so, he did nothing as the girl kept trembling, her eyes showing a vivid display of disbelief. It can't be true. And Mina can't. Why you can't dash? If it makes you feel better, true heroine, I didn't force her to do anything, Stain sighed, his tone lacking any hint of malice or dishonesty. I found her on the streets, abandoned by her family and left to rot by the fake heroes of society. Melissa kept trembling as Stain took out a knife. I took her in, taught her the cruel ways of the world. And in return, she helped me better prepare myself to deal with the fakers that destroyed the innocent child she used to be. It can't be. Even if the world is cruel. Even if the world is tough. Mina couldn't. She wouldn't. Suddenly, Melissa dropped to the ground, finding her body almost completely paralyzed. She could at least get up, but that wasn't much comfort when she couldn't even stand fully straight up. Then she looked up. And saw Stain was holding a bloodied knife, retracting his tongue as he looked at her. What? As a token of good faith, let me tell you what my quirk actually does. Stain saved the knife and turned around. By ingesting someone's blood, I can paralyze them for a set amount of time, with the resulting time depending on their blood type. The ones to stay paralyzed the longest are B types, followed by AB, A, and O as the one who recover the quickest. Melissa cursed her blood type falling somewhere in the middle. And the longest anybody can stay paralyzed is 8 minutes, Stain turned to the captured teachers. Now if you excuse me, I have to deal with the fakers who got lucky enough to get you as a student dash. Not if I have something to say about it. Stain flinched, and a smile soon formed on his face. No way. Melissa raised her head, her eyes gaining a glimmer of hope. Could it be? Soon after, a titanic figure jumped off the top floor of the school, and landed in front of Stain, his muscular frame leaving little room for doubt what his identity was, despite him being covered in shadows. All Might, the serial killer exclaimed in joy. You Uncle Might, Melissa whispered, shedding a single tear. Stain turned to face Melissa, shocked at hearing someone call All Might that, but he shook it off and turned back to the muscular behemoth. All Might. It's truly an honor to meet. All Might said nothing, but he did glance at the defeated teachers, and narrowed his eyes. Go ahead, All Might. You're the only hero worth killing me. Stain stated with giddy excitement. Make me pay for what I've done today. I will make you pay, All Might spoke, a slight reverb on his voice. But I will not kill you. Stain looked shocked at this statement, for about a second before he smiled and closed his eyes. Of course. Of course you wouldn't kill me. You're the ultimate hero, after all. All Might reeled his fist back. I will send you to Tartarus now. Stain lowered his head. Okay, do what you wish. Tartarus smash. All Might shot his fist right at the serial killer, and he was sent flying, presumably straight to the prison named Tartarus. With him gone, he looked at Melissa, helped her stand up, and hugged her. You Uncle Might. Stain had an inside agent. Melissa said, trying to fight back the paralysis so she could return the hug. It was dash. Young Ashido, I know, All Might responded. Principal Nizu figured it out a moment ago, and he went to detain young Ashido personally. He was watching? Melissa frowned. What about? The students? They evacuated, All Might's form began releasing steam. They're all safe now. Everybody's safe now. Melissa noticed the steam, and grew concerned. Uncle Might? Suddenly, All Might burst, releasing a steam cloud that covered both himself and Melissa. The cloud dissipated shortly after, revealing that despite the transformation, he was still hugging Melissa. Except he was back in his skeletal form now. Uncle Might. Yeah. Alright, thanks for letting me know. Click. All Might took a deep breath and sat down before scanning the room. He was currently in Melissa's apartment, with the girl herself, Hatsume, Midoriya, and Inko sharing the room with him. They all sat at the table, the remaining visitors and the room's owner staring at the man. Young Ishido has been successfully detained, and is being interrogated as we speak. Thanks to help from a student known as Hitoshi Shinso, the principal believes she won't be able to lie her way through the interrogation. Midoriya scratched his chin. Hitoshi Shinso, that name sounded familiar. Right. It was the boy whose quirk announced itself through bells. If it could stop someone from lying, maybe those who heard the bells found themselves unable to lie for a given amount of time? Yeah, that sounded just about right. I still can't believe Mina was working with Stain all along. Melissa frowned and lowered her head. I was looking at her since the first day of school, and I never even noticed. Young Melissa, I'm pretty sure everybody was caught off guard by young Ishido's relation with the hero killer. Especially me, Midoriya blurted. I mean, I was already wary of Mina because of how she hurt Kendo, but this just came completely out of the blue. Speaking of that, I saw you fighting her in a honestly terrifying form, Hatsume spoke, getting everyone's attention. What exactly happened that turned you into that white, screeching monster? Midoriya lowered his head and took a deep breath. Okay, so, I caught Mina talking with Stain through an earpiece. I asked her what was going on. She pushed me back and down the stairs. Melissa covered her mouth, while Inko and Hatsume grimaced. All Might looked shocked for a moment before he regained his composure. What happened next? She told me about what her life was like before UA. How she was kicked out of her house and how nobody, not even heroes, came to her aid. All Might lowered his head and shook his head. He certainly knew that there were heroes who weren't exactly heroic, but to think there would be heroes who would turn away at the sight of an abandoned child. Then, she told me how Stain found her, took her in, and taught her his messed up worldview. And then, she said the thing that caused me to transform into that thing. Midoriya paused, and turned to Hatsume. The reason Stain attacked you and blinded you? It was Mina's idea. Hatsume's eyes widened in disbelief, while All Might, Melissa, and Inko exchanged horrified looks. When she told me that, something snapped inside of me. Midoriya looked at his hand. I felt such an unyielded rage, such an unbridled fury, that I let out a screech and just, completely lost control of myself. Until you hugged me out of it. Hatsume laughed as she and Midoriya blushed at the memory. Inko and Melissa exchanged, while All Might raised an eyebrow. What happened after that? We evacuated with the rest of our classmates while the teachers took care of the hero killer. Hatsume scratched her head. Although we were told they were helped by a student before All Might arrived and sent him straight to Tartarus. Melissa chuckled nervously. Yeah, that student was me. Everyone gasped, except All Might, who facebombed. You really hate keeping secrets, don't you? Loathe it, in fact, Melissa quipped, getting an odd look from Midoriya. Anyway, to explain myself, I was sent there by Uncle Might's orders. You told my little Melissa to do what? Inko snapped, standing up and using her shoe as a club to repeatedly hit the unfazed All Might. Why would you send her to do something so dangerous, you dinosaur? Melissa, do you want to explain this, or should I? All Might asked, trying to block Inko's shoe barrage. Inko stopped her assault and everybody turned to Melissa, who inhaled deeply and explained. Uncle Might suffered a devastating injury while fighting his arch-nemesis years ago. Now the left side of his body is severely damaged, and some of his internal organs are broken beyond repair. With his failing health, he's been looking for someone to inherit his quirk, inherit his role as the symbol of peace. And that inheritor is me. Midoriya's eyes widened. Wait a minute, so, you're telling me that All Might gave you his quirk? How's that even possible? Long story short, my quirk is one that has been passed down from generation to generation, building on its power in order to become the ultimate weapon to keep peace in the world, and destroy the ultimate villain. All Might turned to Melissa and smiled. With my failing health, I had to find someone to inherit one for all, and continue my work. And after saving young Midoriya, I remember a young quirkless girl I met many years ago, and I asked her if she'd be willing to take my quirk. Melissa blushed and smiled. And she said yes. Admittedly without thinking things too well, but she still said yes. Then, the emaciated man turned to Midoriya. But of course, I also have to give you credit, young Midoriya. I wouldn't have even thought of asking young Melissa to inherit one for all if it wasn't for you. Really? How? You said it yourself, didn't you? What's the point of giving power to someone who already has power? Why not give power to someone who's powerless, I think? It was that comment that made Midoriya remember the first time he met All Might, right after he saved him from falling after his wings vanished, and mere seconds after appearing for the first time too. He remembers asking him what he thought of quirkless people, how he said he thought they were awesome, and then his ridiculous question of what he'd do if he found a way to give a quirkless person a quirk. Well, given the current situation, it wasn't really that ridiculous anymore. Wait, there's something I still don't get, Hatsume blurted. If Melissa inherited All Might's quirk, how come All Might still seems to have his quirk? Did he just give her a piece of it? No, she inherited the whole thing, I'm just running on leftover embers, All Might hastily explained. Anyway, young Melissa, could you please continue? Right, so, I fought Stain to a standstill, and eventually he paralyzed me with his quirk. That was when Uncle Might, in a super buff form covered in shadows, appeared out of nowhere and punched the villain straight to Tartarus. Yeah, what was that form all about? Hatsume asked. I think I may know the answer, Inko turned to All Might. Did you just so happen to take a pair of pills the principal called gadgets? Yup, in fact, he said you were the one who made them. Inko rubbed her forehead. I told that polar mouse to ask me first before using any of my gadgets. Well, Mrs. Midoriya, I think we can both agree that Principal Nizu just does whatever he wants, whenever he wants. All Might scratched the back of his head. And, he wanted me to ask you if you could make another pair dash. Oh, so he uses my gadget without permission, but he can't even get enough courage to ask me himself to make another pair? Inko rolled her eyes. Is there anything else this dear Principal Nizu has decided to do on his own? I think that's the angriest I've ever seen you, Mom. She has reason to be angry, though. Hatsume stated, folding her arms. Yeah, any inventor that respects themselves would never approve of their inventions being used without their permission, Melissa added. The girls exchanged understanding looks, and All Might butted in. Actually, there's one thing he decided to do. Everyone turned to the lanky man, and he took a deep breath before revealing. He's going to move up the UA Sports Festival. Meanwhile, at the dead of night, a humanoid figure sat on top of a large mansion, pulling the lotus position as the moon shined behind them. My lady. The figure stood up and turned around to see a maid standing in the middle of the roof, holding a calm expression as she approached her. Your mother has requested me to take you to sleep. Tomorrow's a school day, and if your grades or performance were to drop dash. Suddenly, the figure spread a pair of pitch black wings with white tips, causing the maid to shut up. She promptly retracted her wings, and stood up. I understand her concern. I'll go to sleep soon. Just let me meditate a little longer. The figure turned around, the moonlight shining on half of her face to reveal a long bang, a large black ponytail, a black neck, and red eyes. I want to mentally prepare myself for whatever comes next. Midoriya, Hatsume, and Melissa sat down at the train heading to UA, the trio looking at the ceiling as they thought about the upcoming sports festival. The UA Sports Festival, Midoriya remarked. I still can't believe we're going to have one of those in only 2 weeks. And I can't believe your mom not only beat up All Might with a shoe, but said all of those things to the principal. Hatsume folded her arms. Your mom's freaking amazing, Midoriya. Hey, sorry to butt in, but I have a question, Melissa blurted. This might make you think lesser of me, but what exactly is the UA Sports Festival? Well, if I remember correctly dash. Hatsume, let me explain it, Midoriya told the pink-haired girl before turning to Melissa. The UA Sports Festival is an annual event where the first, second, and third years of all courses of UA compete in a series of events in order to show the heroes of the world what they're capable of. Melissa chirped up. Oh, so it's like a publicity stunt for the students? Hatsume flashed a thumbs up and nodded, while Midoriya scratched the back of his head and shook it. The confusion coming from Melissa made her ask an additional question. Well, what exactly happens in it? The sports festival is divided in 3 events, 2 random ones, and a final event that's a tournament between the last 16 students, Midoriya answered. The students who get in the first, second, and third place get a medal delivered by a hero, while everybody else gets bragging rights. Which is the best kind of rights in my opinion. Hatsume beamed. Although, you probably won't get to know what they feel like. Why's that? Because you're obviously going to ace the entire thing. Melissa blinked twice. I mean, think about this, you have one of the strongest quirks I've ever seen. And I think Midoriya can agree with me that even with his transformed state, he wouldn't be a match for you. To be fair, my transformed state is still imperfect, and I need to get a better handle for it, Midoriya argued, scratching the back of his head. I still agree. I feel like, even with a transformation I can decently control, I wouldn't be able to beat you. Melissa slyly smiled and got an idea, which she whispered to Midoriya's ear. Well, guess once you get a better handle of it, we should give your theory a shot. The train stopped, and Melissa was the first to leave, followed by Midoriya and Hatsume. The duo remained right at the gate, while Melissa continued to walk, folding her arms behind her back and, unbest known to the duo, holding a smile on her face. Hey, Midoriya, what did Melissa tell you? She told me that once I get a better handle of my transformation, that we should test my theory that I wouldn't be able to beat her. Midoriya scratched his chin. I think that means she wants me to fight her in my transformed state. Well, technically speaking, she got her quirk because of you, so maybe that's her way of thanking you for it? Hatsume shrugged. That's just an idea. Anyway, I should get going. Power Loader's going to get mad if I arrive late. Hatsume, wait. The girl stopped and turned to the boy. Before you leave, could I ask you to make me a gadget? She smiled. What kind of gadget? Something like a pair of boots that can let me jump real high. Midoriya scratched his head. I'd like to get something that can help me remove the limitation of having to jump off a high altitude to activate my quirk. But, if you can't dash. That sounds like a fun challenge. Hatsume flashed a grin and gave the guy a thumbs up. Consider it done. I should have it finished in a week, provided nothing else comes up. Midoriya smiled and blushed a little. Thanks, Hatsume. The girl gave the guy an approving nod and strolled into the school. Midoriya remained in place for a moment to behold Hatsume's cheerful figure, and enjoy the fact that the girl was smiling and just being happy in general after so long. And then a voice spoke. You like her, don't you? Midoriya turned around, flashing a look of pure hatred as he saw none other than Mina Ashido standing behind him, sporting a cocky smile. She had a slightly different uniform, too. Instead of wearing a white shirt, she was wearing a red one. There's no need to try to hide it, you're as subtle as a rabbit in heat. Midoriya fully turned around and took a deep breath. What are you doing here, Ashido? Isn't it obvious? I study here in order to become a hero, Mina scoffed. After all, wouldn't it be poetic? The apprentice of a person who only believes in true heroes goes to school with a bunch of fakers, and ends up graduating a true hero dash. Why weren't you expelled? Midoriya suddenly shouted. Not only did you hurt one of my classmates, but you brought the hero killer himself to campus. You should have been kicked out of UA for those facts alone. Mina walked forward, and Midoriya took a step back. This continued until Midoriya got pinned next to the wall, and Mina slammed her hand next to him. Yeah, I could have been kicked out, and then I would go on a bloody rampage, killing fake heroes left and right, to try and satiate the furious bloodlust within me, which awakened because of the fact that the only person that ever treated me with kindness, the only person I've been able to see as my family, got taken away from me. Though startled, Midoriya didn't stand down and kept glaring at the girl, who calmed down and took a deep breath before she backed down. Listen, Midoriya, you may not have noticed but I'm actually a little remorseful for what happened. Midoriya didn't budge, so Mina backed away further and saved her hands in her pockets and explained further. When I told Stain to go hunt a supporter, I wasn't actually expecting him to go through with it. After all, I was effectively telling him to go after an innocent teenager. I never thought he'd do it. Sadly, I was wrong. But you said that when he did it quite well. Midoriya narrowed his eyes. So even if you feel sorry for it, you still enjoyed it to an extent, didn't you? Mina smirked. I'd be lying if I said the idea of someone being willing to go so far as to cripple and maybe kill another person, just because I asked them, didn't bring a smile to my face. Midoriya huffed and walked through the gate, keeping his pace steady as he heard Mina shout. Hey! It's rude to leave a beautiful girl talking. The guy turned around to tell something to her face, but he was instead met by a smug smirk, confirming she said that stuff just to get a rise out of him. Not wanting to fall into another trap, Midoriya closed his eyes, covered his ears, and began walking faster. And then he bumped into someone. Sorry, I wasn't Dash. The boy flinched when he heard something spread, and waited a couple seconds before he opened his eyes, and saw that he had crashed into what looked like a tall girl, at least from what he could see beyond the large black wings spread wide. Her black wings retracted, and she turned around to face the boy. Her most striking features were her black neck in an otherwise normal skin, red piercing eyes, large ponytail with a long bang, and her black wings with white tips. Her wings and her neck. Does she have a black swan quirk? They're a result of a mutation. Midoriya flinched. What? You asked if I have a black swan quirk, the girl clarified, her calm expression unchanging. In truth, both the wings and my neck are the result of a mutation one of my ancestors possessed. My quirk is something entirely different. Oh, that must means he was mumbling the entire time. Classic Midoriya. Oh, okay, thanks for letting me. No. You really shouldn't cheat on your girlfriend like that. Mina cooed as she strolled past the duo. The boy shot a glare at Mina, but the tall girl grabbed his chin and made him look at her. Don't pay attention to her, she just wants to mess with you. How about we change the topic, and try to forget she was here? Midoriya nodded. I'm Izuku Midoriya. The girl smiled. Momo Yayorozu. Hatsume hummed a familiar tune as she connected pieces after pieces of scrap, all while also taking a moment to mix and match some chemicals in order to create fuel for whatever she was making. Hatsume, what are you doing? The gadgeteer turned around, and saw her teacher, a man wearing a dinosaur-themed suit, Power Loader. Oh, hi, Power Loader, she chirped. Sorry, I'm just so excited that I started making random stuff again. I mean, I can see everything so clearly now. Nothing's a variety of shades of stinking pink anymore, I'm ecstatic. And I'm happy for you, but you can't use the school resources to do random stuff, Power Loader said before putting down a group of clearly unfinished gadgets. Catch up with the assignments you couldn't finish before thanks to your pink site overload, and then you can do whatever you want. Oh, actually, Power Loader, I was wondering if I could dash. Finish your assignments first, Hatsume. Then we'll discuss if you can do something else. Guess Midoriya's gadget would take a little longer. But oh well, at least Hatsume was able to work effectively again. Nothing could ruin this day. Hello, Hatsume. Her day just got ruined. She turned around, and there she was, Mina Ashido. The girl practically responsible for her needing mechanical eyes in the first place. She had to admit, the red shirt she now wore instead of the white one complemented her pink. Everything. This didn't stop her from stopping what she was doing and stomping up to the pink girl enraged. You have a lot of nerve to set foot here while I'm working. Oh, Hatsume, Mina giggled. It's precisely because you're here that I set foot in the first place. I need you to make a gadget for me. Mina took out some blueprints from her back and showed them to Hatsume, who snatched them and opened them to see what the heck the pink girl wanted. Once she did, though, she couldn't help but feel confused. Is this really something you want? Of course not, silly, Mina rolled her eyes. The school wants me to wear that thing as a part of my rehabilitation until they think I'm trustworthy enough to be left alone. Until then, though, I need to wear that gadget, and I need you to make it. Hatsume lowered her eyelids. Because, since I was attacked by Stain thanks to you, limiting your powers with this gadget could be considered a type of karma. And that's always a delicious thing to deliver. But we both know that won't be enough, Mina clasped her hands and walked closer to Hatsume. After everything that happened yesterday, simply limiting my powers won't make you happy, will they? Hatsume remained silent, so Mina continued, you don't just want to limit my powers. You want to take them away. You want me to pay for every single thing I've done to you. You want me to suffer a horrible downfall, initiated by you and you alone, which you will watch with utter glee from your high throne, sitting next to your dear old boyfriend, Izuku Midoriya. Hatsume flinched and, without thinking about it, slapped Mina. Hard enough to leave a handprint. Though both girls and all two people in the support room were shocked by this action, Mina quickly recovered and smirked. That's quite a good hand you got there. I bet if you were to hit Midoriya with it, he'd get the hint and stop cheating on you. Hatsume honestly wanted to slap Mina again, but her curiosity overpowered her anger this time. What are you talking about? Shortly after you left him at the gate, I saw him talking with a girl from my class, Mina revealed, her smile gaining a hint of malice as she added, and not just any girl, but a girl with black swan wings and a black neck. Another person with a swan-type quirk? Hatsume pondered out loud. Mina shook her head. Not exactly. You see, the black neck and wings are a mutation she inherited from one of her ancestors. Her actual quirk is called creation. It allows her to convert the lipids inside her body into objects, as long as she knows the atomic composition of said object. And also, this is going to sound really strange dash. Hatsume folded her arms. Whatever strange thing Mina would say next, she was confident it wouldn't surprise her. She's both lightweight, yet heavyweight. Hatsume was surprised. Okay, let me explain. Because of her inherited mutation, her bones are partially hollow and her body, in general, is lightweight. However, in order to make her quirk somewhat useful, she has thicker layers of fat around her body, mostly on the nice places like chest and the butt, in order to make her heavyweight enough to possess enough lipids to make creation somewhat useful. Hatsume failed to see how that really explained anything, but this was something she'd felt much more comfortable talking to the actual user, rather than Stainet over here. Fine, I'll get your gadget done by the end of the day, she finally spoke. Come to the support department before you leave once classes are over, okay? Yup. Now, one more question before I leave. Hatsume groaned. What more could she even say? Just tick off and let the girl pick up the pieces of her life. It's about the sports festival. Okay, now she definitely had her attention. You see, it's such an important event, and with all the world watching, I'm pretty sure both you and Midoriya are going to give it your all to reach the end and win the tournament, just like everyone else. But I wonder, would you be able to hurt him? Hatsume narrowed her eyes, and without thinking, hissed, I can hurt you. Oh ho ho, is that a challenge? Mina asked in return, seemingly unfazed by the threat. Hatsume calmed down enough to scan her surroundings, Mineta and Power Loader looking at her in shock, while Mina looked at her with a smug smile. After looking around a little more, she took a deep breath and turned to Mina. The sports festival is a chance to prove to the heroes of the world what we at UA are capable of. After Stain's attack, however, this particular festival is important, as it's our chance to show the world that even after an attack by the most infamous hero killer in Japan, we'll stand up and continue advancing to our ambitions. That's not what I see. In fact, I don't think that's most people will see. Mina lowered her eyelids. I think they, like me, will see this as UA's poor attempt at trying to distract people from their failure to protect their students, by putting those same, still shell-shocked students through a series of fights, in a hopeless attempt to try better prepare them for the next, inevitable assault. Hatsume clenched her fist. Whatever they think, this is our chance to prove that we dash. We? Why are you talking in plural when the only person in this room that has anything to prove? Mina poked Hatsume's nose. Is you? That's enough, Ashido. Power Loader exclaimed, butting in the conversation. Go back to your classroom before I call Principal Nizu. Tisk, fine, party pooper. Mina turned back to Hatsume and smiled. See you at the sports festival, Hatsume. I sure hope you put a good show. Mina left the support room, and Power Loader took Hatsume back to her spot to work on her gadgets. Even then, she still looked at the door before she turned back to the unfinished contraptions, with one thing left clear in her mind, a singular goal. Beat Mina at the sports festival. Class 1A were about to head down for some hero basics training, and they were getting ready to head to the training ground. Melissa's shield was only different in the sense that she decided to take some time to look at her reflection in her mirror, now with her hero costume equipped. She wore a red, sleeveless bodysuit with golden highlights around her chest and legs, with silver, metallic kneecaps and shoulder pads. She wore a pair of white boots with red undersides, each possessing 2 jets that could release energy to allow her to fly, and red gauntlets with golden symbols on their sides. Finally, she had a red helmet with a white visor that covered her eyes, a pair of mechanical earmuffs attached at the sides, and a black choker that was really just cosmetic. Still surprised? Melissa turned around and saw Uraraka, also in her hero costume, standing nearby and looking at her with a smile. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Melissa looked at her palm and clenched it. I've wore this suit a couple of times already, and yet I still can't believe that I'm actually wearing it. Heck, I still can't believe I'm still part of the hero course at all. It's okay, I thought this would happen after I read about you online, Uraraka replied, continuing as Melissa blushed slightly. You were working to be an inventor so you could create stuff for heroes, so you probably never imagined yourself ever training to become one. You read about me online? Melissa pointed at herself. Yep. You're quite famous like that. Uraraka grabbed Melissa's hand with her own. And about the fact you still haven't gotten used to it, don't worry, that's not weird at all. It took me months to process the fact I got into the hero course at all. Melissa smiled and nodded. Thanks, that relieves me a little. Uraraka released Melissa's hand and scanned her. Your costume's really cool, too. I don't know, I feel like there's something missing. Melissa scanned Uraraka. And besides, your hero costume isn't too shabby either. I know, right? And the best part of it is that I got to keep it without any of Yayorozu's modifications. Uraraka proudly boasted. Can you believe she wanted me to wear a bird mask? I mean, a mask or something to protect your head and cover your face could be helpful, but a bird mask? Melissa put her hands on her hips. Speaking of her, what exactly is her hero costume anyway? Uraraka turned back and winced. Well. Melissa turned, and she winced as well. Yayorozu was wearing a black, sleeveless, backless halter-neck dress with the belly exposed in a diamond cutout, black gloves with white fingers, black high-heeled boots, and a black surgical mask that resembled a bird's beak. Tied to her waist was what looked like a dictionary. Yayorozu, I'm not one to talk, but what's up with your outfit? Melissa couldn't help but ask as the bird-themed heroine walked to the duo. Are you trying to fuse a prom dress and a plague doctor together? Funnily enough, that was the idea I was going for, Yayorozu answered, her voice slightly muffled by the mask. However, I wasn't quite sure how to make it work, so I asked Tokoyami for pointers. Against my wishes, mind you, Uraraka blurted sternly. I mean seriously, we're in the middle of a trust crisis between everybody after what Mina did, and you decide to have your hero costume be an all-black dress with a weird mask? That's going to get you weird looks everywhere. Perhaps, but it's the most fitting version of my hero costume considering my inherited mutation. Yaoyorozu folded her arms. Besides, you have to understand some of our classmates don't exactly look heroic either. Yeah, but yours just seems more eye-catching than the rest of them. Melissa scratched her chin. Maybe if you added another color on top of the monochromatic scheme, like blue or red? Blue maybe, but definitely not red, Uraraka vetoed. Black and red are considered the most villainous combination of colors, especially if they're placed in unnerving patterns. If Yaoyorozu were to put some red without taking care of her overkill of black, she'd definitely be considered a potential traitor. Interesting, I'll have to keep that in mind then. Yaoyorozu turned around and crouched down. Anyhow, I just wanted to say goodbye before I went to check on Class 1B. But Hero Basic Class is about to start, Melissa pointed out. Besides, aren't Class 1B training at the school's backyard? Uraraka asked. Yaoyorozu nodded. Indeed, and I want to see how a certain Swan Knight is doing. I feel like he's going to need help. The black-masked heroine spread her wings and flew away, leaving Melissa and an upset Uraraka behind. Swan Knight? Melissa parroted, scratching her cheek. It's a medieval tale. The girls turned around and saw a familiar face approaching them, Denki Kaminari, the blonde class clown of Class 1A. The basic tale goes like this: a damsel is in danger, and a mysterious rescuer. Sometimes a knight appears in a swan-rowed boat to become her protector, the only condition he gives being that he must never be asked his name. That kinda sounds like Midoriya, minus the riding a swan-driven boat part. Melissa folded her arms. If I remember correctly, he went to the beach one day with this girl named Hatsume, and declared his intention to protect her while I was helping upgrading her robotic eyes. Ah, just like the story. How romantic. Uraraka said, clasping her hands cheerfully. But wait, why would Yaoyorozu want to see Midoriya, if she's really talking about him? Well, I don't like heading into the gutter, but both she and Midoriya are around the age where they'd like to experiment, if you know what I mean. Kaminari folded his arms. She most likely doesn't know about this Hatsume girl, so she probably wants to see if Midoriya can become her mate. Uraraka and Melissa exchanged concerned expressions. Midoriya, in his usual analytical ways, was looking at the training of the rest of his classmates and taking notes on what could and couldn't improve. First, he saw Yanagi levitate a group of small objects, then shoot them forward like projectiles, which were easily deflected by a weigh's rod. His thoughts were to have her try to lift heavier objects, but then he remembered her limit, so he decided to keep this one on pause. Then, he turned to Kodai, who increased the size of her bow staff until it was twice her own height. She tried to swing it at Kendo, but the resulting weight tipped off Kodai and made her fall back comically. His thoughts were to try a smaller size next time. Next was Tsunatori, who ran around Kamakiri while shooting a couple horns at a time, each deflected by his mandibles quite easily. He didn't have much thoughts in this part, if only because there were no clear things Tsunatori could improve on besides speed. After that was Komori, who released spores on the ground to create mushrooms just as Shishida rushed at her. The resulting mushroom was big enough to grab them both, and they got stuck in its bouncy head. His thoughts were that he wished he had been her partner instead. That honestly looked like fun. The last girl he looked at was Tokage, who split off her arms and legs and hid behind a pillar as she made her legs and arms bother Tsuburaba. His thoughts were that she could benefit from not playing with her food as much. Actually, another thought popped up. Was he forgetting someone else? Midoriya. The boy flinched, turned around, and he was met with Shiozaki's disapproving, pouty face. Hi, Shiozaki. Do you need something? Yeah, training. Shiozaki folded her arms and looked elsewhere. Vlad King set us up as partners, but all you've been doing is looking at the other girls. Are you ogling them? What? No, that's not what I'm doing at all. Midoriya replied, catching a glimpse of Kendo's strategy before he snapped back at Shiozaki. I'm just interested in seeing how they're improving, that's all. Listen, Midoriya, I've researched this stuff, and I get the feeling it has something to do with how swans mate for life and you're looking for a mate or something, Shiozaki confessed, possibly to successfully get the boy's attention. So, I don't care if you start ogling girls 24/7, but when you're paired up with one for an assignment, the least you could do is keep your ogling to your partner. Midoriya flinched and took a step back. Oh ho! Is some drama happening right now? And that only made it worse. Midoriya looked at his back, and he saw Kendo approaching him, alongside the rest of the girls. And Monoma, for some reason. Gee guys, I can explain dash. Midoriya has been staring at us for a while. Tokage smiled slyly, nudging Kendo's shoulder. Do you think he's been checking us out? At the third nudge, Kendo grabbed her shoulder and slumped, groaning in pain. Oh, sorry. Was that the shoulder that got burnt? I didn't mean it. It's okay, Tokage, I should have gone you do that. Kendo stood back up and took a deep breath. As for you, Midoriya, if something's bothering you, just tell us and we'll help you. Especially if it's about romantic stuff, because that's going to tough to deal with on your own. Monoma shook his head and shrugged. As heroes in training, we need to focus our efforts into becoming heroes. There's no room for silly little things like romance. Kendo rolled her eyes. And yet you always find time to PSS off Class 1A by acting all smug and superior. That's a rivalry. It helps foster a desire to surpass one another, which will motivate us to put more effort into our studies. Tokage flashed a toothy grin. And what if the rivalry was done with someone you loved? Monoma opened his mouth, paused, and closed it as he got lost in thought, scratching his chin as he walked to a bench to better articulate his thoughts. At this, Tokage told Midoriya. Quick, Midoriya, talk while Monoma's distracted. The boy flinched, and with the girls all surrounding him, he twiddled his fingers and blushed as he explained, I've been feeling strange lately. I can still analyze heroes, quirks, and strategies like normal, but when I'm here, I can't help but keep an eye on you girls. That's called being horny, Tokage blurted. You can deal with it by dash. Shiozaki slapped Tokage with her vines. What? No vine up my butt? Last person I did that to turned out to be the psychopathic apprentice of Stain. Shiozaki folded her arms. I like to think that helped discover her true nature, so I want to save it in case another potential traitor shows up. Tokage grinned. So you're not against doing that again? Shiozaki blushed and gritted her teeth, prompting Midoriya to get in between. I don't think it's horniness. At least, it might be related. Komori tilted her head. What's that supposed to mean? Well, I think if I was horny, I'd be thinking about your, well, you know, the erogenous things. Midoriya stammered. But instead, I'm thinking about whether I could spend the rest of my life with you, or if things would work out, or how people could see us together. That does sound pretty strange. Tokage scratched her chin. Are you sure you didn't think about our BRSTS or our butts at least once? Before Tokage could continue, a tower of vines sprouted from underneath her and left tangled in the air, a pair of vines covering her mouth as everybody turned to an enraged Shiozaki. If anybody says perverted stuff like that, you'll be next, she snapped. Midoriya. Finish your explanation before we get to that point. Right. I was more or less finished, though. Midoriya lowered his head and twiddled his fingers again. I can't help but effectively ogle you, not out of SXL desire, but I think a desire to see if I could spend my life with any of you. You're looking for a mate, then. Everybody looked up, and they saw none other than Yaoyorozu, flapping her wings as she looked down at the ground-bound heroes in training. Unfortunately, her arrival coincided with Monoma's return, though his attention was quickly taken by the flying black swan girl. Midoriya, do you happen to have a sister? No, I'm an only child. Midoriya shook his head. This is Momo Yaoyorozu dash. The heiress of the Yaoyorozu family? Monoma exclaimed, giving the boy a baffled look. What the hell is she doing here? Shiozaki slapped Monoma for his language. I'm here because I wanted to see Midoriya again, to talk about something private, Yaoyorozu said, pressing a button on her mask that increased her volume so the ground-bound students could hear her. Now, Midoriya, get up here. What? Spread your wings and fly up here. That's not how my quirk works, Yaoyorozu, you should know already. Then find another way to activate it. Yaoyorozu raised an eyebrow. Or should I go get Uraraka to help you once again? He doesn't need Uraraka's help. Midoriya turned around and saw Kendo grow her hand to its biggest size before planting it on the ground. Come on, Midoriya, get up. But Kendo, that's the arm that got stinged by Mina, Midoriya pointed out. Won't it hurt if you try throwing me up? Kendo put her free hand around her arm, right on the spot that got burnt, but she quickly flashed a reassuring smile. It's okay, Midoriya, I'll be fine. Midoriya frowned, seeing right through Kendo's lie. He scanned the other girls, until he eventually spotted Shiozaki, looking at the airborne student with a disapproving glare. Shiozaki, he blurted, getting her attention. Can you make a vine platform high enough to let me activate my quirk? Shiozaki hummed. I used up much of my hair keeping Tokage in place, but I think I still have enough roots to make you a platform. The vine-haired girl clasped her hands and planted her hair on the ground, with it emerging shortly from underneath Midoriya to create a platform that was as tall as a small building. Midoriya jumped off, and his swing sprouted as soon as he did, allowing him to fly up to Yaoyorozu while Shiozaki undid the platform. "Alright, Yaoyorozu, I'm here," he said as soon as he reached the bird-masked student. "What do you want?" Yaoyorozu turned off her mask's amplification option, and she flew slightly closer to Midoriya. "The thing that you're going through is what happens to most swans when they reach SXL maturity." Midoriya flew back. Hey now, my quirk might be swan-themed, but it doesn't turn me into a swan." "That doesn't matter. There are studies that indicate that certain quirks themed after animals can cause their user to exhibit that animal's behavior, even if the quirk isn't a mutant type," Yaoyorozu responded, flying closer to Midoriya once again. "For example, my classmate Tokoyami's quirk has nothing to do with his mutation, and he shows bird behavior from time to time." Midoriya backed away again, chuckling and blushing a little. That's something I'd like to see, actually. Suddenly, Yaoyorozu lunged forward, grabbed Midoriya's arms and pulled him closer to herself before trapping him in a hug, with his face landing right in between her chest. His wings dissipated into light, and the boy immediately hugged Yaoyorozu back in sheer fear of falling. "Midoriya!" Monoma exclaimed in shock before he turned to Kendo. "I have an idea, but I need your help, Kendo." Kendo nodded. "Just tell me what to do and you can consider it done." Back with Midoriya and Yaoyorozu, the boy breathed and blushed heavily as the girl looked down at him, surprisingly calm and collected despite the compromising position they were both in. "I see, so your wings dissipate when you feel too flustered." Yaoyorozu lowered her eyelids. "I probably shouldn't be happy about that, but at least you won't back away from me anymore." Why Yaoyorozu, are you crazy?" Midoriya exclaimed, lifting his head from the girl's BRSTS. "I don't know if I can activate my quirk again so soon. If I fall now, I'll definitely die." The bird-masked student rolled her eyes. "Calm down, will you? I'm not going to drop you. I'm just going to tell you what I know, ask you a question, and whatever you answer, I'll fly you back to the ground, understood?" Why yes. "Alright, so, when swans reach their SXL maturity, they start looking for someone to become their mate. As you probably know, swans mate for life. Once they find a romantic partner, they stay with that partner for the rest of their lives, or until one of them dies. But more often than not, they stay together, till death does them apart." Yaoyorozu tightened the hug. "You and I are both at that age, Midoriya. These black swan features aren't the only thing I inherited from my ancestor, I also inherited some of that behavior. Including the desire for a mate for life." Midoriya frowned. "And you want me to be that mate?" "Let me be blunt, Midoriya, just like you, I haven't been able to take my eyes off my classmates. If we don't find someone to become our mate, we'll keep doing this dance all the way to adulthood. And when adulthood comes, we won't just stop at analysis. We're going to grow bolder, more riskier and, let's just raunchier." Now Midoriya was officially scared. Just what the hell was going through Yaoyorozu's head to make her say that? And why was she pressing his head against her BRSTS again? "I'm looking for a mate, and judging from the way you looked at your female classmates earlier, so are you." Holy crap, she saw that? "How?" "So, I want you to make it easier for everybody, and become my mate. I can pay for your expenses, buy you neat little trinkets, and the only thing I ask from you is that you stay by my side for the rest of our lives." "That's kind of a big deal, Yaoyorozu. So, what do you say?" Midoriya had no time to answer, for Monoma was sent flying straight to Yaoyorozu, successfully startling her into blocking the attack, but releasing Midoriya, who was caught by Monoma as they both began falling to the ground. Yaoyorozu followed them, but before she could catch them, something happened. Swan wings sprouted from Monoma's back, and he flew both Midoriya and himself to safety. "I see, so you can copy the quirks of others," Yaoyorozu said as she got on the ground. "But most importantly, you interrupted me while Midoriya and I were talking. Right after you flustered him and forced him to stay at your side or fall to his death." Monoma snapped as he released Midoriya, and walked up to the bird-masked girl. "I don't know how things work in Class 1A, but here at Class 1B, that's a big no-no." Yaoyorozu grabbed Monoma's shoulder and pushed him aside. She walked straight towards Midoriya, who had just gotten up before he was startled, falling back on the ground again. "Midoriya, I'm still waiting your answer." The boy mumbled and fumbled his words repeatedly, looking practically everywhere but Yaoyorozu in an attempt to regain his composure. "I see, you need time to think about it. Very well, I have hero basic training to get to anyway." Yaoyorozu spread her wings and got ready to fly. "But I expect you to have an answer by the time the sports festival rolls around." Midoriya flinched, remembering that event was coming very soon, and Yaoyorozu plucked one of her feathers and handed it to the boy. I'll be waiting patiently for your answer, Izuku Midoriya. Yaoyorozu blasted off moments before Midoriya's classmates could catch her, and as she flew away, Midoriya looked at her, then glanced back at the black feather she left behind, curious as of the purpose of the gift. Outside of the door to an anger management class, Bakugo walked out, hands in his pockets and his eyes glued to the road back home. Before he could take a couple steps there, however, he was stopped by a familiar face. Kirishima, he asked. What are you doing here? I need you to come with me for a moment, the redhead sighed. I need to go see Mina, and since you're able to somewhat keep her calm, I want you to be there so she doesn't freak out. Who the hell is Mina? Bakugo raised an eyebrow. Are you talking about Pinky? Yeah, that's her. You really don't know her name? Kirishima scratched his head. I mean, you're always keeping an eye on her. Especially since she became outed as a traitor. Just because I keep an eye on someone, doesn't mean I know everything about them, Bakugo folded his arms. But if this is about Pinky, then she must be getting into some trouble. Lead the way. Kirishima and Bakugo peeked out from behind a corner, and watched as they saw Mina dancing in place, her eyes closed and a wide smile plastered across her face, giving off an aura that she didn't have a care in the world. Okay, there she is, so what's the problem? Bakugo squinted his eyes. She's only dancing dash. Bakugo nearly gasped once he got a closer look, and saw a bird falling to the ground, a knife lodged right through its stomach. Mina, without missing a beat, grabbed the knife and spun before throwing it up again, causing another murdered bird to fall to the ground. Alright, now I see the problem, Bakugo cracked his knuckles. Let me handle this. Bakugo came out of hiding just as Mina got ready to throw another knife, and he unleashed an explosion loud enough to stop the girl on her tracks. Instead of throwing her knife, she kept it on her hand, and began spinning it around like it was a pen as she turned to face the explosive blonde. Well, hello there, Bakugo, she greeted without a hint of malice. How was your anger management class? It went well, but that's not important right now, Bakugo narrowed his eyes. What the hell do you think you're doing, Pinky? Isn't it obvious? I'm training, Mina rolled her eyes. I mean, why else would I be dancing around while throwing knives at birds like a lunatic? Bakugo gritted his teeth. And what the hell does dancing and killing birds have to do with the sports festival? Mina cackled. Do you really think I'm training for that? I don't need to train for that thing, I'll just wing it the whole way. No, I'm training for something much different, something I have come to accept as inevitable. Mina flashed a wide grin full of sharp teeth. I'm training to become the next Stain. Bakugo flinched, Kirishima gasped, and if there had been anybody else in that spot at that moment, they probably would have shared their shocked expressions. Let's not kid ourselves, Bakugo, I've doomed myself the instant that Swanwing Boy from Class 1B revealed my status as Stain's apprentice. Mina stopped spinning the knife and rubbed its handle against her cheek. What was his name? Deku, wasn't it? Bakugo growled. That's not his name. That's just what I call him. Interesting how you always tell him to never give up with that name, Mina smirked. I guess you do have an appreciation for him to an extent, don't you? Stop FING around, Pinky, explain yourself. Bakugo gave the girl a pointing finger. Why are you dancing and killing birds? Ever heard of killing two birds with one stone? Mina began spinning the knife again. Well, by doing this little training routine, not only do I train my reflexes to further help me at the sports festival, but it also lets me have enough experience throwing knives so that, when the time comes, I can be just as good a hero killer as Stain himself. Mina eyed the corner. Speaking of stones, however, how long's gonna Kirishima be hiding over there? The redhead promptly came out of hiding. You knew I was here? Not at first, but then I saw your little horns poking out, and I know nobody else with horns like that. Mina shook her head. I mean, it's such a sad attempt at trying to stand out, but I guess I can understand why you do something so desperate. Mina flashed an ear-to-ear grin. After all, you were so hard to spot in a crowd before. Though briefly stunned by this statement, Kirishima quickly caught his composure and took a couple steps forward. Mina, please, you don't have to do this. The acidic girl stopped spinning her knife and frowned. I don't have to do what? Just because you were raised by the hero killer himself doesn't mean you have to follow in his footsteps. Kirishima stated, clenching his fist. You want to be a hero, right? Mina paused for a moment, and lowered her knife. I want to be a true hero, separate from the plagues of self-serving, glory-hound fakers that infest the market and give a bad name to heroism. Then, she aimed her knife at the boys, causing them to take a defensive stance. But now, I wonder, are either of you potential true heroes? Kirishima and Bakugo exchanged confused looks, but didn't drop their guard. First, Bakugu, Mina aimed her knife at the explosive blonde. What's your reason to become a hero? Isn't it obvious? To become number one dash. Suddenly, the knife was flung right at Bakugu, grazing his cheek as it narrowly missed him. By the time he realized what happened, his wound was bleeding. Overinflated egos are not a good thing for a hero to have. Mina grabbed another knife and aimed it at Kirishima. Now you, Kirishima. Honestly, you're one of the few people I care about in this cruel, unfair world of ours, so I'm going to give you an easy question. Kirishima narrowed his eyes, unsure of how to feel about the revelation. There's a person in danger and nobody else is coming to help them. Mina raised an eyebrow. What will you do? Save them, of dash. Mina flung her knife up, impaling a bird and causing it to fall right into her palm. She activated her quirk, and both the bird and knife melted into nothing. The correct answer wasn't a verbal one. Mina wiped off the melted stuff from her hand. Take the sports festival as a chance to prove you two really got what it takes to become true heroes. I'll be watching you from the sidelines, so don't fool around, alright? With her words spoken, Mina saved her hands on her pockets and began walking away, leaving the shaken boys behind. F you. Mina stopped, and turned around, facing a furious Bakugu's glare. I'll F you up if you so much as do this sheet again, you hear me? Mina looked unamused for a second, before she chuckled. Wow, Bakugu, I didn't know you felt that way. The boy backed away, raising an eyebrow and tilting his head as the girl added. Tell Dad I said hi, okay? Mina kept walking, this time undeterred, and once she was out of sight, Bakugu thought about her statement for a moment. And it only took him a second to figure out the implication. No fing way. Midoriya and Hatsume sat down at the Midoriya's household's table, the former showing the black feather to the latter as she rubbed her forehead. So, let me get this straight. While I was working on both the gadget to keep Mina on a leash and your gadget to help you summon your wings, you got effectively asked out on a date by a black swan-like girl who hugged you and kept you suspended over the air? And she gave you one of her feathers before she left? Change date with essentially marriage and you got it. Midoriya glanced at the feather. I don't even know why she'd want to give me one of her feathers. What would it even do? Hatsume grabbed and showed her own feather. Well, you gave me this feather, and it works as a two-way ticket to knowing how we're feeling, I think. The feather glowed when I sensed you were in danger, and you said you also sensed me feeling upset, so maybe this girl. Momo Yaoyorozu. Yeah, her, maybe her feathers have the same powers? Midoriya shook his head. I think the only reason the feather worked like it did was because it was part of my quirk. Yaoyorozu, however, got the black wings from a mutation she inherited. Her quirk is something entirely different. By the way, Mina told you what it was, right? Yeah, it's called creation, and it lets her create things from her body using her lipids. Hatsume folded her arms. She also quipped something about how she was lightweight enough to fly, yet heavyweight enough to make her quirk useful. Because apparently that gives her more lipids to work with. Midoriya hummed, but before the conversation could go on, Melissa knocked the door and chirped from outside, Are you guys for the sports festival? Hatsume and Midoriya exchanged excited smiles, and they bid farewell to Inko before they left the house, Midoriya equipping Hatsume's gadgets before doing so. Once outside, the trio walked to the train station as the Hatsume was the one to continue the conversation. So, you actually managed to get an outfit that fit you, Melissa? Yep. And I was so lucky that I got it before the festival, otherwise I might have been forced to go with the standard uniform. Melissa scratched the back of her head and smiled. I mean, can you imagine me walking out there with an undersized gym uniform? I'd probably die of embarrassment. You and me both, Midoriya chuckled before he turned to Hatsume, whose smile had slightly faltered. Oh, right, I'll also get to show everyone the boots you made for me, Hatsume. I'm aware, and I'm pretty happy about it. Hatsume crouched down and looked at the boots themselves. Just remember that these babies might be able to give you propulsion, but they're not indestructible. I believe they can take about 5 tries before I have to readjust them. Noted, thanks Hatsume. Midoriya looked down. Now, how do these work again? You crouch down, then press a button, and once you jump, they should take you off the ground. Got it. Speaking of Hatsume, you're going to participate too, right? Melissa asked, tilting her head. The sports festival, I mean. Do you have any strategy? Hatsume thought back to her meeting with Mina, and a look of hatred formed on her face before she shook it off, and answered with a wide smile, I'm going to do a sales pitch for all the inventions I've made for the festival. That does sound like something you'd do, Midoriya chuckled. I bet you must be in bliss being able to see all colors again. Hatsume put a hand on her chest and smiled. Yeah, I'm quite happy for that. Did the feather on my head tell you that? The smile on your face told me that. Speaking of feathers, Melissa put a hand on Midoriya's shoulder. Is that one of Yaoyorozu's feathers? Midoriya looked down, and saw that he still had the black feather in his hand. He quickly put it on his mess of a hairstyle and answered, yeah, she's one of your classmates, right? Yeah, and I was a little worried she might have done something weird while she was seeing you. Melissa put a hand on Midoriya's shoulder. She didn't do anything weird, did she? Midoriya glanced at the hand, and taking a deep breath, he answered, you'll have to ask her. What, no stuttering? No stammering? Hatsume asked, raising an eyebrow and folding her arms. Spill the beans, how long did you mentally prepare yourself for this moment? Midoriya looked at Hatsume incredulously for a moment, before he began laughing, followed by Melissa and eventually Hatsume joining in as well. Hello, everybody, a voice spoke through the festival's loudspeakers. This is your announcer for the sports festival, Present Mike. And helping me hype us up is none other than one of the big three herself, Nijire Hadu. Hi everyone, a cheerful female voice spoke. It's so exciting to be here. Hey, Mike, what am I supposed to do? Am I getting paid for this? Can I scream as loudly as you? You can try, but I highly doubt you will, little one. Present Mike laughed. Anyhow, our participants are getting prepared, so just be patient. In 10 minutes or less, we'll start the festival. With a bang. Start the festival with a bang, huh? A tiny figure walked through the crowd right outside the stadium, and stopped in the middle of it to look at the Jumbotron showing the time left before the festival started. Things really haven't changed since I was at UA. At Class 1B's break room, Midoriya stood close to a wall, staring at the black feather Yaoyorozu had given him. Try as he might, he couldn't help but wonder if there was more to the feather than meets the eye, just like his own feather when Hatsume explained it to him. Because yes, that totally happened. Still looking at that feather, are you? Midoriya turned around, and saw both Kendo and Monoma approaching him, the former sporting a smile while the latter had a concerned frown. Yeah, I guess I can't help but wonder why she gave this to me, Midoriya said, placing the feather back on his head. I mean, the feather I gave Hatsume lets me know how she's feeling and alerts her when I'm in danger, but that's because it's part of my quirk. Yaoyorozu's feather, however, is from her inherited mutation, not her quirk. How do you know that for sure? Monoma folded his arms. For all we know, her quirk could let her create feathers and this one could be a result from that. No, that's not her quirk. Hatsume told me it's called creation and it lets her create things from her body, using her lipids. Midoriya took a deep breath. Although, granted, that's probably not the thing we should be focusing on right now. Yeah, right now, we need to focus on who'll get to be Midoriya's lover, Tokage giggled. I call dibs. Shiozaki slapped Tokage with her vines. What we should be actually focusing on right now is on strategies to pass the festival. With the heavy powerhouses that Class 1A has this year, it'll be even harder for our class to stand out, let alone survive past the first or second event. Shiozaki, I'm pretty sure I'm the one who's supposed to be obsessed with surpassing Class 1A. Monoma folded his arms and raised his eyebrow. Why are you showing interest in trying to surpass them all of a sudden? Because that black swan girl Midoriya met didn't give me a good first impression, Shiozaki eyed the rest of her class. And besides, the purpose of this festival, from what I remember, is to show the pro heroes our potential as sidekicks. How are we supposed to do that when the other classes get the attention? I still think it's kinda weird to hear something so competitive come out of your mouth, Komori remarked. But she does have a point, Monoma pointed out. And in fact, I did have an idea to let most of us get past the first round. Midoriya smiled and put the feather back on his head as he asked. What's your idea? The feather serves as a little gift in order to have a piece of me with him during the festival, Yaoyorozu explained to an unimpressed Uraraka. That way, I can keep an eye on him and he can keep an eye on me. It'll be like we'll get to know each other better. I mean, he could always just, I don't know, throw the feather away, right? Uraraka argued. I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's just a cosmetic trinket. That's where you're wrong, Uraraka. You see, that feather was one of many I created with my creation quirk, Yaoyorozu demonstrated by plucking one of her feathers, then creating a new one in the spot where the feather had been ripped from. It has the same properties as Midoriya's feather to his protectorate. Uraraka raised an eyebrow. And how do you know about those properties? I don't, I just assume the properties based on Midoriya's surprising similarity to the Swan Knight. Uraraka rolled her eyes, and she left Yaoyorozu's side to walk up to Melissa, who entered the room with a gym uniform that actually fit her. Wow, Melissa, that looks good on you. Uraraka chirped as she ran up to the girl. How did you manage to get a gym uniform that fit you? I asked Principal Nizu if he could make me a gym uniform my size, and he complied without too much hassle, Melissa responded, scratching the back of her head. All he asked in return was that I didn't blow up the uniform or something by the end of the sports festival. I know how that feels, Yaoyorozu sighed, spreading her wings slightly. I've broken a fair deal of gym uniforms just trying to get my wings out. Is that why you're wearing a tank top instead of the top of the uniform? Kaminari asked. Yaoyorozu turned to Kaminari, tilting just enough to reveal her tank top red yes around the stomach. Okay, point taken, Kaminari rolled his eyes. At least it's not nearly as suspicious as your hero costume. Yaoyorozu smacked Kaminari in the head with one of her wings as Melissa brought up an interesting question. You want to be a hero for money? Yaoyorozu turned, and approached the duo, primarily Uraraka's side as the brunette scratched her head and answered, why yeah, something like that. You see, my parents haven't had much economic stability since my dad's construction company hasn't got much work, so I want to become a pro-hero so I can use the money I earn to give them some stability. But my family can already give you enough money to do just that, Yaoyorozu pointed out. Uraraka sternly narrowed her eyes. I don't want to put them in more debt, Yaoyorozu. Seeing Uraraka's increasingly angry expression, Yaoyorozu turned to Melissa and asked, So, Melissa, what's your motivation for becoming a hero? Huh? Yeah, I'd like to know that too, Uraraka added, immediately changing her mood to a happy one. I mean, you were already famous as an inventor in Island. Having you as a hero is cool and all, but what motivated you to do it? Melissa closed her mouth and scratched her chin. She obviously couldn't tell them her reason to become a hero was that she wanted to follow in All Might's footsteps, but she also hadn't thought up a cover story for it yet, so she was kinda stumped as to what to say in that moment. It's okay if you don't want to tell us too, Uraraka added, waving her hands. I understand if it's something personal. Well, your motivation sounded pretty personal too, and yet you told her anyway, Yaoyorozu pointed out. Yeah, but in my case, the most I would get from people is that they'd see me as a little greedy, Uraraka folded her arms. Now, imagine if I had a different motivation, like wanting revenge on a person that bullied me when I was younger. Unless that person was Bakugo, then yeah, that doesn't sound like something you should just say out loud. I heard that, ugly duckling. Yaoyorozu gasped. How rude. Speaking of motivations, what's your motivation to be a hero, Yaoyorozu? Kaminari suddenly inquired. You're rich, you have connections, an incredible quirk, it sounds like you could deal without being a hero. Perhaps, but I have to prove something to someone, Yaoyorozu sighed, and this was enough to break Melissa out of her trance. You see, I inherited my wings and neck from my ancestors on my father's side of the family. He wanted me to cut, or at least clip, my wings since he thought I'd have enough trouble with my quirk. So you think becoming a pro-hero is going to convince him that you can use both your wings and your quirk? Kaminari raised an eyebrow. I don't know, it doesn't sound like those two things correlate. My father's a pro-hero. Okay, now I see the connection. And as the trio kept talking, Melissa separated from them. She knew Uraraka would demand an answer from her eventually, but for now, she decided to focus on what Yaoyorozu said. So Yaoyorozu got her mutation from her father's side of the family, and he also happens to be a pro-hero. It wasn't long before she got an idea. Wait, is Yaoyorozu? Hatsume finished taking out a set of gadgets and immediately got to work on adjusting them with what little time she had left before the start of the festival. Senior? Hatsume stopped and turned around, spotting Mineta right behind her. Oh hey, Mineta, what's up? I was just wondering what's all that stuff you got there. Mineta tilted his head and scratched his chin. Are those gadgets for the sports festival? That's it, my sweet little junior. Hatsume proudly boasted. What a coincidence, I too built something for the festival. Mineta boasted in return. Although, admittedly, I only built it for the tournament portion. Then, without warning, his confidence plummeted. That's assuming I get to the tournament portion of the festival, though. You will. Hatsume gave the purple dwarf a thumbs up. As long as you keep your head in the game, you'll be fine. That's a pretty optimistic way to think about it. The duo turned around, and saw a guy with a mess of purple hair and insomniac-like eyes enter the room. He looked at the two of them for a second, before he approached a wary Hatsume. You're from general education, right? Hatsume put her hands on her hips. What brings you to the support room? Well, I heard that you have a connection to a member of the hero course, Shinso smiled. Is that true? Yeah, is that so? Suddenly, the sound of bells rang as Hatsume's eyes turned blank, with Shinso smirking as he said, When I snap my fingers, you will tell me about the hero course student you know and what gadgets you made for him. Shinso snapped his fingers, and Hatsume responded in monotone. His name is Izuku Midoriya. The only gadget I made for him were a pair of booster boots to let him access his wings more easily. Go back to normal. Shinso snapped his fingers again. Hatsume blinked twice, going back to normal the first time, and grabbed her head as Shinso headed for the door. Thanks for the information. Hatsume covered her mouth as the guy closed the door, and she turned to Mineta, who looked just as stunned as her as he waved his hands and bowed down, apologizing for not doing anything. However, Hatsume only cared about one thing. What the hell just happened? Alright everybody, you've been patient for long enough. Time to begin the sports festival. The audience roared in cheerful joy. That's the kinda audience I like. Present Mike chuckled. Now, may all the first years head into the stadium. The first years from the hero courses, management courses, support courses, and general education walked out into the sunlight, the audience cheering loudly as they all formed lines in front of the arena, some taking the moment to look around the scenery. Wow, there's so many first years, and almost none of them look anywhere near as tall me. Melissa mused. Why was I cursed with so much height? I knew there'd be a lot of people, but I didn't think there'd be this much, Midoriya whispered, Monoma nodding in agreement. We're gonna have to be extra cautious. Hatsume's eyes first fell on the hero course, where she saw Mina staring at her with a sly smile. Her uniform, while identical to the rest of the students, now sported a color scheme of black and red, rather than blue and white. When she diverted her sight elsewhere, she spotted the insomniac-looking guy from general education stealing a glance at her, then turned back to the arena as if nothing happened. Great, rather than dealing with one JRK, she'd have to deal with two. Now, the student with the top score on the entrance exam will say some words. Nijire chirped. Could Katsuki Bakugo head into the arena, please? Midoriya felt a chill go down his spine. Of course Bakugo would have the top score on the entrance exam, but then again, he was Bakugo. There was no way he could do anything involving speaking and not inflate his own ego at best, insult everybody around him at worst. Then again, he had been acting calmer than usual lately, so maybe this wouldn't be so bad? Oh hey, he was already talking. Normally, I would just up and tell all of you that I'm going to win this thing, but honestly? That alone wouldn't do my feels justice. So, let me say a couple of things. If Midoriya could give anybody a piece of advice right now, it would be to brace themselves. This thing has one purpose and one purpose only, besides letting us beat the shit out of each other. Bakugo pointed at the pro heroes. It's so the pro heroes over there can see which one of us has the best potential out of everyone, whether that's the best use of our quirks, the best strategy, the best defense, or yes, even the best at beating the shit out of other people. That's the thing everyone is looking for in this festival. He's not necessarily wrong, a Greenette pro heroine said with a chuckle. As for you, extras, don't you dare hold back. Everyone has to give it their all in order for this to have any sort of meaning. Bakugo snapped at the teenagers. Nobody cares if you have issues with your quirk, or you father or whatever. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu flinched at the second part. In this festival, the only thing meaningful you can do, is something that we all have to do. We either go, all out, or all home. And if anybody here isn't willing to use their quirk to their utmost potential, you might as well pack your things and leave. Everybody else. Bakugo clenched his fist and raised it as high as he could. Plus ultra. He dropped the mic afterwards, and before the audience and students roared, he said, with an amused smile. That is all. Well, that was an amazing speech from Katsuki Bakugo, everyone. What do you think, Hadu? He has a way with words, that's for sure. He sure does, doesn't he? Now, time to begin the first event of the festival, the one to surely thin the students' numbers to only the best of the best. All Might sighed at the statement. He couldn't help but feel nostalgic about the situation. Several years ago he had stood in that same field, with the pro heroes having their eyes glued to him, and now he was part of the pro heroes, whose eyes were glued to the generation as whole. Though something told me that, one way or another, those eyes would be glued to a certain Melissa sooner or later. Hello there, Toshinori. All Might coughed up some blood as he turned to see the tiny guy sitting next to him. Gran Torino? What are you doing here? Melissa's going to participate, isn't she? Gran Torino folded his arms. I want to see how she's managed herself until now, and see how far she gets. So, you don't think she'll win the festival? All Might asked, wiping the blood off his cheek. Humph, I trained you two the same manner, and you never won the festival either, did you? Gran Torino turned back to the field. Granted, Melissa is different from a numbskull like you, I'll give you that. This also felt nostalgic, but for the wrong reason. But let's wait and see what tricks she pulls out of her sleeves first. She has quite the competition, after all. Among the students getting prepared for the first event, the obstacle course, Class 1B gathered together with Midoriya in the middle. "Alright, everybody know what we have to do. Work together," Hiryu shouted as he raised his fist. "Or at least, do it in a way to make some of us get to the next round." More specifically, me, Midoriya, Kendo, Shiozaki, and Tokage, Monoma spoke. Anybody else reaching the next round is obviously beneficial, but those 5 are especially important if we want Class 1B to win the sports festival. To show off Class 1A, I assume? Tokage scoffed. No, to show off that Class 1B has just as much potential to be heroes as Class 1A. Kendo stated. Besides, I'm sure we all know there's at least one Class 1A student we definitely need to show a lesson. The whole class turned to face Yaoyorozu, who was clasping her hands and taking deep breaths, psyching herself for the upcoming course. She made the mistake of messing with one of our classmates, and that very same classmate's going to teach her you don't mess with 1B. Monoma turned to Midoriya and flashed a confident smile. Isn't that right, Midoriya? Let's do this. The boy nodded, and he shook hands with Midoriya, copying his quirk in the process. Meanwhile, with the support course, Hatsume finished placing the final piece of her Hatsu armor, as she called it, before she stole a glance at Midoriya talking some strategy with Kendo and Monoma. Somewhere nearby, she also spotted Mineta constantly writing the kanji for courage before swallowing it. Are you nervous? Hatsume turned around, and sporting her usual wide smile, Mina was right next to her. Mina. This is the first time you're going to be exposed to the pro-hero world, Hatsume. Mina smirked as she brushed Hatsume's hair. I sure hope you're ready for whatever comes next. Hatsume looked angry for a moment, then giggled. What's so funny? Oh, nothing, Hatsume slyly smiled. I just find it so funny how scared you are of me. Mina narrowed her eyes, abandoning any semblance of fake friendship. What are you talking about? Haven't you heard? More often than not, intimidation is a tactic used by people who are afraid of the person they're to intimidate. Hatsume narrowed her eyes. And you have to be quite afraid of me to do it so consistently. Hatsume walked away, leaving a baffled Mina behind. Finally, Melissa finished doing some stretching when she spotted Todoroki approaching Yaoyorozu. Once the two met, they began talking rather calmly and amicably. Yaoyorozu. Todoroki. Do you have issues with your father, too? Yaoyorozu winced. I saw you flinch when Bakugo mentioned daddy issues earlier. No, I love him. Yaoyorozu twiddled her fingers. I have issues with what he thinks about my mutation. And as the duo kept talking, Melissa couldn't help but think about to her own father, David Shield. She lowered her head and took a deep breath. Dad, if you're watching me right now. She raised it with a determined expression. Cheer me on. And it's time to begin. The first obstacle of the obstacle course will be a long trek towards incoming danger dash. Are you sure that's the first obstacle? Whatever do you mean? Hadu pointed at the entrance to the course, and it was rather evidently clogged by the large mass of students trying to get through. They tried pushing and shoving each other, but this didn't help them at all. After a few seconds, both Midoriya and Monoma flew high above the mass, carrying Tokage, Shiozaki, Kendo, and Tsunatori, the last one manipulating her flying horns so they'd carry Tetsu, Komori, Tsuburaba, and Hananuki. Izuku Midoriya and Nido Monoma from Class 1B have passed the mass of students. Watch their majestic wings flap victoriously to the first obstacle. Soon after, Hatsume and Yaoyorozu flew as well, the latter carrying Todoroki, followed by a giggling Mina jumping on top of the students until she reached the other side. And right behind them is Mei Hatsume with what looks like an armor, Momo Yaoyorozu with her wings and Shoto Todoroki in tow, and Mina Ashido using the students as platforms. Finally, a yellow light flashed before Melissa burst through the mass, sending several students flying away as she braked, yellow electricity crackling through her body. And for the grand finale we have Class 1A's bowling ball, Melissa Shield. Melissa flashed a pouty face at the announcer before lowering her power, and running after the other students. The rest of her classmates came running as well, just in time for the first obstacle to make its presence known. And now, for the first obstacle for real, we have a certain old friend ready to give the hero course a robotic fist bump. That's right, it's the 0-pointers. How did we not see them sooner? Shiozaki exclaimed. Doesn't matter. Midoriya said as he dropped Tokage. Kendo, think we can try that thing we did again? Kendo looked at her burnt arm, and rubbed it, wincing at the resulting pain. I don't think so. Just then, the 0-pointer headed straight for Midoriya, who braced for impact before the giant robot was halfway frozen into an iceberg. He looked down, and saw the source was none other than Todoroki, who breathed as he ran past the frozen robots. And Shoto Todoroki has surpassed the first obstacle on his own. I've heard about giving someone the cold shoulder, but this is ridiculous. Got any comments, Hadu? How did he do that? When did he do that? How cold must it be down there? Oh, how I wish I had him for a classmate, there's so many things I want to ask him. You and me both, sweetie. Now let's see what happens next. The giant robot began tumbling down towards the students, but before it could fall on top of any of them, it disintegrated to dust, which flew off into the sky as Melissa's voice called. Thanks, Shimura. Midoriya and Monoma turned to the ground, and saw a guy with black hair and silver tips turn to Melissa, and flash both a confident grin and a thumbs up. Unbelievable. Tenko Shimura of Class 1A has disintegrated the robots frozen by Shoto Todoroki. Was this Class 1A's plan? Could this have been a combination attack all along? Tenko Shimura, Gran Torino repeated. Hey, Toshinori, isn't that the brat you rescued all those years ago? All Might formed a little smile. Yeah, that's him all right. Midoriya grabbed Tokage again and he and Monoma flew forward across the frozen landscape, their classmates following close behind. It didn't take them long to reach the next obstacle. The first obstacle was brute-forced, but such a tactic won't work this time. Welcome y'all to the fall. Ha! Bet they didn't expect some of us could fly. Monoma proudly boasted as he flew ahead of Midoriya. Come on, Midoriya, let's clear this one. Monoma, look out. The copy boy barely managed to see what was ahead of him before he bumped into someone. He bumped so hard, he not only dropped to the ground, dissipating the wings in the process, but also sent whoever he had crashed into towards the abyss. Taking a look at the edge revealed the person to be Mina, who had a bored look as she fell. Oh no! Someone has fallen into the fall. But don't worry, instant death doesn't await them at the end of it. It doesn't, the pink girl sighed and folded her arms. Well, consider me disappointed. Suddenly, a pink flash of light snatched Mina and brought her to the other end of the fall, just in time for her to witness Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, and several more students cross the line into the third obstacle already. She, however, was too stunned at seeing who had saved her. It was Hatsume, who extended a hand towards her with a stern expression. Why, Mina hissed and grabbed the hand. Why did you save me? We have a beef to finish, Mina, Hatsume stated sternly as she helped the pink girl stand up. The only one who's going to get you out of the festival will be me, you got it? Mina smirked. Who's afraid of who, now? Rolling her eyes, Hatsume flew off, and Mina followed soon after. And now comes the third and final obstacle of the obstacle course. This one is going to blow your mind, that's for sure. Welcome to the landmines. Yet another obstacle that Midoriya could easily fly past. It was becoming more and more clear that the school hadn't taken into account that some students could fly, namely he and Yaoyorozu, the latter flying past him shortly after. Before he flew as well, though, something at the ground caught his interest. Not only was Mina dancing across the battlefield while somehow dodging all the mines, but Melissa was doing something similar, powering both her arms and her legs. She put one on the ground, leapt high, landed on one foot, jumped again, rinse and repeat. She also seemed to have something on her back, but what it was, Midoriya had no idea. Midoriya! Yaoyorozu called, breaking the boy out of his trance. I know I shouldn't but in the rival class's business, but get a move on. Ah, what's wrong, Yaoyorozu? Tokage cooed, reminding Midoriya that he still had both her and Shiozaki as passengers. Jealous that you're not mates looking at another girl? Yaoyorozu's cheeks glowed a bright red, and she flew off in a huff, leaving a satisfied Tokage behind. Knew it. I think you just got on her hit list, Shiozaki pointed out. Totally worth it. Now come on, let's go. Midoriya nodded, and he began to speed towards the stadium, which was looking closer than ever. Hi Midoriya. The boy turned around, and saw Hatsume flying by his side, an amused smile on her face. So, who are the pretty ladies you got there? Midoriya blushed. They're just C-classmates. They need to reach the next round, so I'm carrying them. Are you jealous? Tokage smirked. No, at least not that much, Hatsume rolled her eyes. After all, I've been closer to Midoriya for a long while than either of you. Hatsume. We've even taken baths together. You're gonna make me lose my wings. In more ways than one, Shiozaki said, her tone clearly conveying disapproval as Tokage burst laughing. Hatsume let out a little giggle as well, and before he knew it, Midoriya was laughing as well. They began speeding up to the end of the landmine-filled terrain, and they stopped laughing, getting ready to race each other to the stadium. And then Hatsume's armor got struck by something, causing it to malfunction. Hatsume! The gadgeteer screamed as she fell down, and landed face-first on one of the mines, causing it to blow up and send her back into another mine, which blew up, and so on and so forth. Eventually, she landed on an empty hole from an already set-off explosion, and she twitched in pain as a certain acidic girl ran past her. Midoriya noticed Mina's malicious smirk, and he quickly put 2 and 2 together. And just in time, too, since he reached the end of the landmine right then and there. "Midoriya?" Shiozaki asked as she jumped off his back. "Are you okay?" Midoriya dropped Tokage onto the ground, and just as Shiozaki ran to her side, Midoriya's eyes flashed orange before he flew right back into the minefield. "He's going back in there?" Shiozaki exclaimed, wrapping one of Tokage's arm on her shoulder. "What does he think he's doing? Don't you get it, Shiozaki?" Tokage chuckled. "He's going to his mate's help." "Oh. It looks like Midoriya has decided to head back to the danger zone. Why would he do that? He was already out of it. Looks like we'll have to watch and see." Midoriya's eyes slowly became completely orange, and his hair and skin became chalk white as he unleashed a thunderous roar, flying right past Mina as the pink girl recognized the form. Though thankfully, the transformed winged humanoid didn't seem to notice her. And then he snapped a glare at her, freezing her in place for a second. Mina continued dancing around the minefield after, but a certain sense of dread now coated her movements. Back with Midoriya, the winged boy stopped in front of the downed Hatsume, his form shielded her from the sunlight as she opened her eyes and turned to the shadowed boy. "Izuku!" He slowly leaned towards her, grabbed her, and lifted her in a bridal carry before flying off, leaving the broken armor behind. "I can't believe this, folks. Izuku Midoriya of Class 1B has taken the time to grab the down May Hatsume from the support course. How romantic." "Indeed, but that will have to be focused on another time, because we're about to have our first place pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen. The first student back on the stadium is." A blur of yellow lighting went through the shadowed hallway and stopped to catch her breath, as her form was revealed, with present mixed thunderous voice. "Melissa Shield from Class 1A. The stadium roared with cheers as Melissa caught her breath, and, with the slow realization that she was the first student back, a smile formed on her face. And literally right behind her, on second place, is Minoru Mineta from the support course. Melissa winced and turned to her back, spotting the grape-headed boy laughing victoriously to himself. "I can't believe that worked." Mineta jumped off and flashed a pair of peace signs. "I honestly thought it would fail, but I'm so glad it didn't." Then he turned around, and saw a baffled Melissa looking down at him. "Oh, sorry for using you like that, but I didn't have any chance of going to the next round otherwise." "No, yeah, that I can guess, but..." Melissa raised an eyebrow. "When did you latch on to me?" "I latched to your back moments before you bowling-balled the mass of students at the start." "That early?" "And on third place we have Momo Yaoyorozu, carrying with her the fourth place, Ochako Uraraka." Yaoyorozu flew down and released Uraraka, sighing as she turned to the entrance, where several other students were flowing in. "Good, at least I reached third place. I'm happy for you, Momo." Uraraka chirped, putting a hand on her shoulder. "But things are only going to get more dangerous from here on out. Are you sure you're ready for that?" "Oh, I'm more than ready," and then a familiar figure entered. "But I don't know if he is." Midoriya landed on the ground, and both his transformed state and wings vanished, leaving Hatsume to look at him in his base form. "Are you okay, Hatsume?" "Yeah, the mines weren't strong enough to cause bodily damage," Hatsume promptly pouted. "But my Hatsu armor got utterly trashed. Now I'm gonna have to build it from scratch." Then she thought about it, and smiled. "Wait, I'm gonna have to build it from scratch. Yay!" Midoriya chuckled until he heard a familiar voice call his name, and he promptly saw his fellow Class 1B classmates, mostly Monoma and Kendo, approaching him. And Monoma didn't look very pleased. "Why did you nearly risk your placement there, Midoriya? You were this close to reaching the top 3. "Don't be like that, Monoma," Kendo said, holding back the desire to chop him in the neck. "He managed to get Shiozaki and Tokage into the next round, and you did the same with me and Pony. Sure, some of her passengers didn't get in, but we still got some numbers to our advantage." "Yeah, and what's better's that the plan worked." Tetsu chimed in. "Now we just need a new plan for the next round, and the tournament, and we'll be set." "Before we do that, though, here's a question, Midoriya," Kendo raised an eyebrow. "How much longer are you planning to hold that girl?" Midoriya looked back at the Hatsume in his arms, and as he put her down, he got an idea. "Everyone, this is May Hatsume. She's the girl I took under my protection." "So that explains the feather on her head," Monoma remarked, reaching for said feather. The feather glowed white and sent a spark right at his finger. "Ow! Did that thing just shock my finger?" "Well, if we want to be honest, everybody wants to shock you at some point," Komori quipped. Class 1B laughed, and as they did, Hatsume decided to separate from them and head back to see how many people from her own course had managed to get in. So far, she managed to spot Mineta, and prayed he didn't get in trouble with Melissa. Are you Midoriya's protectorate? Hatsume stopped on her tracks and turned to see Yaoyorozu standing nearby, arms folded behind her back and her wings slightly spread. Hatsume looked behind her, then turned back to Winged Girl and pointed at herself, raising a confused eyebrow. Yes, are you his protectorate? Did he put you under his protection? Hatsume reached for her feather and showed it. Well, he gave me this feather, which lets us know if the other's in danger. Does that count? Yaoyorozu giggled. So you are his protectorate. I've heard a decent deal about you. She walked towards Hatsume, making the difference in their heights that more evident, and she added. Now, let me make one thing clear, protectorate, being under his protection, isn't the same as being under his dash. The girl paused and blushed, shaking her head as she quickly cut to the chase. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, a mate and a protectorate can be completely different. You may be his protectorate, but you won't be his mate. That'll be me, got it? Sure, I guess? Good. Now, if you don't want to get in trouble, just keep the relationship between you two and protectorate, alright? It's better for everyone that way. Yaoyorozu turned around, and walked back to her classroom. Left behind, however, was not a Hatsume that recognized this as a battle of affection, but a Hatsume who was having a hard time processing what had just happened. What the hell was that all about? And then she spotted a certain mess of purple hair, and decided to focus on that. Well, the first event's over and it looks like young Melissa's still in the game, huh? All Might asked proudly as he watched Melissa help a breathing Tenko stay balanced. Getting a little cocky now, aren't we, Toshinori? Gran Torino laughed heartedly. This was just a mere taste of what's to come. If she manages to pass the next event, then you can feel confident. Then, the miniature hero scratched his chin. By the way, has the festival finally fixed a second event, or is it still randomly selected? Randomly selected, All Might sighed. But, no matter what event's picked. All Might smiled as Melissa went to help Mina stand up, the pink girl still shaken by the glare Midoriya shot at her earlier. I'm confident she'll pass it. Alright, hope you all liked that little break, because we're back in action. Any thoughts, Haru? I have no idea what's coming next, and that only makes me more excited. That's the spirit. Let's hope the students down there have the same drive as you. All students remaining lined up, and from what could be seen, most of the students were an even split between Class 1A and 1B, with 2 from the support course and 1 from general studies. There was also a very tiny white-haired girl around the lines, but Midoriya couldn't for the life of him figure out which course she belonged to. Geez, that last event certainly thinned out the numbers, Tenko remarked, scanning the lines with slight concern. How many more can be taken out now? Well, from what I remember, Mina hummed. The last event's a one-on-one tournament of 16 students, so dash. Melissa jabbed Mina on the neck, and grabbed her as she collapsed. We're gonna be fine, Shimura. I sure hope so. Meanwhile, with 1B, Midoriya stole a glance at the talk between Melissa and Tenko, before he turned to see Hatsume standing uneasy alongside Mineta and Shinso, the former glaring at the latter as if to warn him not to do anything. Hey, Midoriya, stay focused, Monoma said, snapping his fingers. This event is critical. We need to get at least you, Kendo, Tetsu, and Shiozaki to the final tournament round. Huh? Me? Midoriya asked incredulously. I mean, I understand why I needed to pass during the last event. I was carrying Tokage and Shiozaki, but why am I included in the lineup? Kendo's arm might still be injured somehow, but she can still pack a punch. Tetsu's quirk makes him a decent tank and he's pretty strong, so as long as he doesn't face off against someone with a stronger quirk, he'll be fine. Shiozaki's vines are extremely versatile and fast, so as long as she doesn't face fire or ice. Midoriya blinked once and shook his head, earning a baffled look from the copycat. Midoriya, you can fly. Oh right, he could do that, couldn't he? And furthermore, with the boots Hatsume made for him, he didn't have to worry about the jumping requirement. And going from what he had seen so far, there weren't many people who could fly as well, except Yaoyorozu. He stole a glance at the winged girl from 1A's line, and once she noticed him, she shyly blushed and avoided eye contact. Well, that was certainly not the reaction he was expecting. Okay, how about Hatsume over at the other line? She spotted him and smiled, waving hello before she turned back to wait for the unveiling of the next event. Yup, that was more to Midoriya's liking. And now, everybody turned back to the stadium, and they saw the R-rated heroine, Midnight, standing right next to a wheel with several events written on it. Let's decide the next event. She spun the wheel, and as everybody waited for the wheel to stop, some students talked among each others. Where the heck did she come from? Monoma inquired. It's midnight, don't question it. Kendo answered. Is that outfit really appropriate for a hero? Shinso asked, activating no bells. If you think that's provocative, you should have seen her original costume, Mineta spoke, trying to hold back his laughter. It was so controversial it created a new law. Midnight cracked her whip, and the murmurs stopped just in time to see the wheel stop and point at an event simply titled Free for All. Free for all, the students asked in unison. The event rules are simple. 2 third years from UA will wear headbands on their bodies, 8 apiece, and those who manage to snatch the headbands go to the final event. And once you snatch a headband, you'll go back to the stands to wait for the event to end. But don't think this'll be a piece of cake, for this year, we have the 2 remaining members of the Big 3 rounding up the second event. At midnight sides, 2 platforms rose up, holding the 2 mentioned third years. Each sported the headbands around their legs, arms, wrists, neck, and heads. A round of applause for Mirio Togata and Tamaki Amajiki, everyone. The audience roared in applause as Mirio waved hello and Tamaki saved his hands on his pockets and lowered his head. Too much attention. Mirio Togata and Tamaki Amajiki. Midoriya lowered his eyelids with determination. Lemillion and Sun Eater. You have to be kidding me. Hatsume grimaced, her eyes widening in sheer disbelief. We'll have to face 2 of the Big 3 just to reach the tournament? And then she smiled. I'm so pumped. Mirio Togata, I think Gran Torino told me he was a potential candidate to get one for all. Melissa smiled with excitement. I guess now's as good time as ever to test if he would have been a better pick than me. And then she noticed something. Wait a minute, midnight. I only see 7 headbands around Togata's person. Combined with Amajiki's 8, it only adds up to 15. Ah yes, I was hoping to save that revelation for later, but since you pointed it out, Midnight giggled and aimed her whip at Melissa. The first place winner of the obstacle course will wear the 16th and final headband. What, was all Melissa could utter. Alright, we'll give everyone 15 minutes to prepare, and then we'll begin the free-for-all. Midoriya reunited with the remaining students of Class 1B to form a strategy. Hatsume and Mineta talked about strategy while putting some finishing touches on some gadgets. The Gen Ed students looked at each other before looking elsewhere, and Class 1A hyped themselves up for the upcoming event. And watching them all was Melissa, who stood frozen in the middle of the arena with Mirio and Tamaki. I'm so screwed. Melissa thought as she wrapped her headband. I just wanted to test my strength against the other potential inheritor, but now I'm gonna have to fight for my life just to get to the next round. Oi! Melissa flinched and turned around, meeting Mirio's friendly smile. You look a little nervous, first time doing this? Why yeah, Melissa twiddled her fingers. I had no idea getting first place would give me such an overwhelming position on the second event, so, I'm kinda nervous. You don't look like a first year to me, Tamaki blurted. You look old enough to be either a second or third year. Did you hold back a grade? Oh no, I just didn't bother going through the entrance exam when it first happened, I was still focused on my inventions back then, Melissa explained. But now that I'm at UA, I want to know all there is to be a hero, and so, I'm going to need to go through all 3 years to get a good idea, right? I see. And start. Melissa flinched as Mirio and Tamaki took defensive positions. For about a second before the trio separated, Mirio and Tamaki jumping away, while Melissa flinched forward, narrowly missing a bursting wall of white fire. What's going on? Melissa asked as she turned around and leaned her hand closer to the wall. What's this thing? I wouldn't touch that if I were you. Melissa flinched and turned to face the source of the voice, the white-haired girl from before, who parted her hair to reveal a glowing white horn. Just because the fire's not red or blue doesn't mean it doesn't burn. Wow! Eri Hasaikai from General Studies has split the arena into 3, separating Mirio Togata, Tamaki Amajiki, and Melissa Shield into their own individual arenas. But will this make getting the headbands easier, or harder? It's definitely easier for me, Shinso smiled as he turned to Midoriya. Especially since I got the same group as Midoriya. Now, I just need to get close. And as Shinso sneaked his way towards the Swan Knight, he crouched down, ready to leap into the air. Okay, Midoriya, the arena might have been split into 3, but you got this in the bag. Midoriya eyed Monoma and some of his fellow classmates, including Shiozaki and Kendo. Some of your classmates did make it into the section you're in, and you have a plan. You just need to make sure you don't mess anything up. Midoriya looked down at his boots, and got ready to push the button. I already activated the boots once, and Hatsume said it could go 4 more times before she needed to fix them. And as long as the plan goes smoothly, I should only need to use them once, so… Hey! Midoriya raised an eyebrow, and Tamaki showed a headband to Midoriya. If I give this to you, would you stop muttering? It's scaring me. Oh, right, sorry, it's an old habit of mine. Midoriya grabbed the headband and wrapped it around his head. Now, where was I? Wait. Unbelievable, folks. Using the power of muttering alone, Izuku Midoriya of Class 1B has already advanced to the next round. What? Midoriya exclaimed as the audience roared in joy. No, wait, I didn't mean to do that. Who cares? You passed, so go to the stands and watch the rest of the show, please. Biba dash. Who cares if it was an accident, Midoriya, you passed. Monoma said with a thumbs up. Now go to the stands. But what about the plan? We can improvise from here, Kendo said as she walked up to the boy. You got the headband, so go take a breather. You're gonna need it for the tournament. But dash. Suddenly, Midoriya was grabbed by Kendo's gigantic hand, then promptly thrown towards the stands by the redhead, activating his wings just before he crashed on them. He calmly flew down, landed on the seat, and gave his classmates a thumbs up. All right, everyone. Monoma narrowed his eyes with determination. Time to improvise. Meanwhile, on Mirio's side of the arena, he sighed and shook his head. Poor Tamaki, peer pressure has always been his biggest weakness. Then, a steel-covered Tetsu jumped out of nowhere and reeled back a fist. I don't think getting scared of muttering counts as peer pressure. Tetsu threw the fist, but as soon as he did, it phased right through Mirio, who turned to look at him with half his arm on his face. What the hell? Mirio promptly responded by throwing a punch that not only connected with Tetsu, but sent him flying straight into a wall, cracking it in the process. Whoops, that hook might have been a little too strong. Mirio said as he waved his hand. Sorry about that, kid. I thought I needed to give it my all since you got steel for skin. Are you okay? I'm okay. Great. Soon after, a smoke bomb dropped next to Mirio's feet, and once he looked at it, he turned towards the direction it was thrown from. Yaoyorozu was there, holding a serious expression on her face. Clever. The bomb blew up, covering Mirio in a smoke cloud. Everyone, now's our chance. Yaoyorozu flew forward into the smoke cloud, followed by a couple of other students, and a couple seconds later they came out, and Yaoyorozu dispelled the smoke cloud by flying up, revealing she was wearing one of the headbands. All right, got one. Yaoyorozu exclaimed with pride. What about you guys? I'm in. Kaminari chirped, showing the headband on his hand. Me too, Uraraka added, wrapping the headband around her head. Yaoyorozu looked around for any other headbands, but her classmates looked at her and shook their heads with worried frowns. And soon after, Mirio came out of the smoke cloud, clapping slowly and looking at Yaoyorozu with a little smile. I got to admit, that was a neat little trick you pulled out there, totally didn't see it coming. I'm kidding, of course, I had a plan ready in case something like that happened, but still, points for trying. Amazing. Momo Yaoyorozu has managed to snatch headbands for herself, Denki Kaminari, and Ochako Uraraka, but Mirio Togata still has headbands left to be taken. Now, please leave the field and wait until the event's over. Yaoyorozu glared at present Mike, but after processing the fact, she took a deep breath and grabbed Kaminari and Uraraka. I'm sorry everyone, she said before flying off back into the stands, leaving the rest of her classmates to figure out how to get the headbands. As that happened, Melissa's side had Melissa surrounded by a mix between her classmates and Eri, the latter who got up, dusted herself, and ran straight for the blonde inventor. Melissa clenched her fists and prepared to use her arm brace. And then Eri was struck by a sugar-rushed punch from Sato. Huh, Sato? Melissa exclaimed as she deactivated One for All. What are you doing? You're supposed to head for my headband. Perhaps, but you're the strongest student in Class 1A by far, the man replied, clenching his fist as he flashed a little smile. If there's anybody who can win this festival, it's you. Sato has a point. Siro stated as he prepared to shoot his tape. Considering someone from Class 1A will go to the next round regardless of whether we take your headband or not, we should make sure you advance. With that, the rest of the 1A students got ready to stand by Melissa's side, and though she didn't lower her guard, she flashed a little, relieved smile as she clenched her arm brace and prepared to fight back. Guys, I'm so glad I have you on my side. Mina rolled on the ground and stopped just short of hitting the firewall. She promptly stood up and lunged at Mirio once again, phasing right through him and crash landing on the floor. Dang it, he keeps becoming intangible. Mina snapped as she stood up. If only there was a way to stop him from doing that. Pinky. Mina turned around, and saw both Bakugo and Kirishima approaching her, the former with his hands on his pockets while the latter looked rather Upset. Oh hey, Bakugo, Kirishima, I'm so glad you both are still here. Mina said as she approached the guys. Congratulations on that speech at the start of the festival, Bakugo. I'm really impressed with how you managed to avoid feeding your own ego. Mina extended a hand forward, but Bakugo slapped it away. I heard what you did to Sharpshooter. Sharpshooter? Was Bakugo talking about Hatsume? Well, they did meet before when she snitched on her with him, but besides that, she never thought Bakugo and Hatsume would meet eye to eye. Hell, she never thought he'd actually bother to give her a nickname. Perhaps I did something to Hatsume, Mina said, waving her hand. What about it? Listen, just because everyone knows you're an a-hole doesn't mean you can just freely do moves like that. Bakugo narrowed his eyes, and Mina could only hope he realized how hypocritical that statement was. Remember how I said I would beat the shit out of you if you got out of line? You're coming dangerously close to that line. It's cute how you keep spouting empty threats like they had any meaning, Mina giggled with a hint of malice. I can't wait to hear you boasting and hissing when you get kicked out. At least you can rest easy knowing you're on the path to becoming a true hero. Bakugo gritted his teeth and growled. Kirishima, you still have to prove your worth as a true hero, or manliness as you keep saying. Mina raised an eyebrow and smirked. Facing off against one of the big three sounds quite manly, don't you think? We've already seen you phase through him, though, Kirishima pointed out. We won't be able to get any headbands if we just straight up rush him. Mina lowered her eyelids. Well, I got a plan for that. And as the trio talked about the plan, Mirio watched them with folded arms and a tilted head. They're actually thinking up a strategy now, huh? That's definitely a step up. Suddenly, he heard someone running up to him, and once he turned, he saw the steel-skinned Tetsu doing just that. He wasn't very impressed. Definitely more of a step up than this guy. Then he heard another scream, and he saw Kirishima, Bakugo, and Mina rushing towards him, the former two hardening his skin and creating firecrackers respectively. Okay, never mind, maybe they still got a few ways to go. Mirio got ready to attack, but without warning, Mina grabbed Bakugo's hand and launched him straight for Mirio. He prepared to block the attack, but Bakugo simply aimed his palms forward and unleashed an explosion big enough to cover Mirio in the same old smoke cloud trick. This was followed by him, Kirishima, Mina, and Tetsu all rushing in. Bakugo blew up the smoke cloud soon after, sending Mirio towards the wall, though the guy himself was barely bruised. However, he did notice one peculiar thing about the quartet. They all had headbands around their heads. Nice, Mirio said with a smile. And in the blink of an eye, Katsuki Bakugo, Mina Ashido, Ijiro Kirishima, and Tetsu have advanced to the next round. And this effectively leaves Mirio without headbands. Only Tamaki Amajiki and Melissa Shield remain. Tamaki heard that, and he shivered as he looked back at the students at his side, Class 1B and the support course students. Also a Gen Ed student looking like he really needed to sleep. Then he looked at himself. He had just enough headbands for 7 more students. This was too much. Too much. Hey, something wrong? Huh? Before he could say anything else, Tamaki's eyes went completely white and he stood dazed, while Shinso walked up to him with his hands on his pockets. Well, my plan with Midoriya might have gone up in smoke, but at least I can still get an easy win with you, Shinso sighed. When I snap my fingers, you'll take off one of your headbands and give it to me. Shinso snapped his fingers, and Tamaki did as he told him. He took off one of his headbands, and presented it to Shinso, who said, "Thank you," as he reached for it. Just before he grabbed the headband, however, a pink blur flashed by and snatched it instead. "Thanks for the headband, sucker." Shinso turned to the spot the blur went to, and he saw a grinning Hatsume looking smugly at him as she wrapped the headband on her head. Oh. Looks like Mei Hatsume has snatched the headband Hitoshi Shinsu was grabbing. That means she goes to the next round, and Shinsu has one less chance to advance. Ugh, that freaking girl. Shinso snapped his fingers. Quick, give me another headband. Tamaki took off another headband, but just as Shinso grabbed it, a purple blur snatched it. He turned to the blur, and this time it was Mineta who had taken and wrapped the headband around his head. Thanks for that. Oh come on. And Minoru Mineta goes to the next round too. That's another chance lost. Tell me something I don't know. Shinso snapped, then turned back to Tamaki before snatching one of the headbands. Just give me the headband and turn back to normal. About time, kiddo. Hitoshi Shinsu goes to the next round. Shinso growled, and once Tamaki turned back to normal, he turned to him and said, "I'm sorry," with a sincere tone. Shortly after that, Hatsume's gadget sent her flying back to the stands, but she didn't land back with support. Rather, she landed right on top of Midoriya's lap. "H. Hatsume," he exclaimed, blushing wildly. "Why did you land here?" Weird, I'm sure I adjusted it to send me back to the support stands. Hatsume scratched her chin and turned to her side. Mineta, did your gadget suffer the same issue? The boy promptly crash-landed. Right into Yanagi's bust. Yeah. Hey, look at the bright side, at least you didn't crash. Land into Shiozaki's chest. Tokage smirked with a giggle. Poor guy would have broken his nose once he got a faceful of that chopping board dash. I heard that, Tokage. Everybody turned around, and saw Shiozaki, Kendo, and Monoma standing on top of a large plant platform, though oddly enough, only Kendo and Shiozaki had headbands. Ah come on, Shiozaki, you know I'm just joking, the lizard girl laughed. It was just some friendly ribbing. Shiozaki growled and walked past Tokage, slapping her in the process as she and her classmates took their seats. Hey, Monoma, where's your headband? Midoriya asked, raising an eyebrow. The ones that needed to go to advance were you, Kendo, Shiozaki, and Tetsu, the copycat responded. As long as you four reach the tournament, I don't need a headband. You'd get kicked out as soon as your match started, anyway, Hatsume pointed out. Unfortunately, I agree with you. And time's up. The walls of white fire dispersed, revealing both Mirio and Tamaki with no headbands left. And Melissa still having her headband tied around her head. And, having kept her headband the entire event, the final student to advance to the tournament is Melissa Shield. The audience cheered as Melissa's surprised stare slowly morphed into a joyful smile. Congratulations, Melissa! Yaoyorozu exclaimed from the stands. You did great. Midoriya corroborated. Melissa kept glancing between everybody as more congratulations flew towards her, until she turned to her fellow Class 1A classmates, mostly Sato and Siro. Thanks, all of you, she said. I don't think I would have lasted that long without you. And then she turned back to see Eri, down on her knees and catching her breath while sporting a mix between an angry and forlorn expression. She approached the exhausted white-haired girl, and offered her hand. Oh, and you did good too. That was pretty smart move, splitting the arena into 3. Eri gasped and looked angrily at the hand, before she looked up at Melissa's reassuring, sincere smile. Eri frowned for a second, before she forced a smile and accepted the offer. Thanks, she said as she stood up. I didn't expect it to work. Eri separated from Melissa and walked back to the stands, waiting until she had her back turned against Melissa before gritting her teeth and furrowing her brows, growling all the while. Melissa, for her part, tilted her head and put her finger on her cheek, before she joined the rest of her classmates at the stands. We'll take a short break to prepare the arena, everyone. And once we return, we'll begin what everyone's been waiting for. Ciao! The rankings for the tournament had finally been revealed, and the trio of Melissa, Midoriya, and Hatsume gathered close to them to see their matches. 1. Izuku Midoriya vs. Katsuki Bakugu. 2. Ochako Uraraka vs. Tetsu. 3. Melissa Shield vs. Tenko Shimura. 4. Momo Yaoyorozu vs. Shoto Todoroki. 5. Denki Kaminari vs. Ibara Shiozaki. 6. Mina Ashido vs. Itsuka Kendo. 7. Minoru Mineta vs. Eijiro Kirishima. 8. Hitoshi Shinso vs. Mei Hatsume. I have the first match. Midoriya grimaced. And it's up against Bakugu. And my match will be against Tenko, Melissa sighed. I can only imagine how badly this is going to affect his self-esteem. He tends to beat himself up pretty badly when he messes up. Hatsume, meanwhile, remained silent. Not because she was speechless over who she was going to face, but because she was, for lack of a better word, muttering on her head. I see, so the first fight I'll have will be against that JRK that made me reveal Izuku's identity and the gadget I made for him. Good, that means I'll be able to give him the beating he so rightfully deserves. She took a moment to realize what she did, and blush accordingly. Wait, why am I calling Midoriya by his first name? I only do that in serious situations, and this certainly isn't serious yet. Hatsume. The gadgeteer turned to see both Midoriya and Melissa looking at her, one with concern, one with curiosity. Guess which of them had which expression. Are you okay? You're blushing. Oh, it's nothing, Izuku. Hatsume turned back to the rankings. It's just that my opponent's someone I got a bit of a beef with. Izuku? Hatsume flinched and turned around again, this time seeing a blushing Midoriya and a gasping Melissa, the latter whose wide mouth formed into a smile as she put her hands on her cheeks. Wait, it's not what you think. You just called him by his first name. Melissa chirped, pointing at Midoriya. No. I mean, yes, but So cute. Well, I did ask for it, didn't I? Midoriya argued, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish smile. You're not helping, Izuku. Hatsume slapped herself. Gah, I did it again. After another chuckle, Melissa calmed down and turned back to the matches, which made her smile falter. And apparently, Mina's going to fight Kendo. Did someone mention my name? The trio turned and, to their displeasure, Mina was calmly walking towards them, holding a smug, snobby smile as she pushed past them and looked at the matches. No way. I'm gonna fight Kendo? I can't wait to bring our little scuffle from so long ago full circle. I bet we're going to be friends by the end of it. Cut it with the false joy, Ashido. Midoriya chided, getting the acidic girl's attention. We all know you're only happy for the matchup, 'cause it'll let you hurt Kendo again. Mina giggled. Perhaps that's the reason. Or perhaps I'm happy because the road to facing Hatsume has just been made infinitely easier. I just beat Kendo, and whoever comes next, and Hatsume has to beat. Mina looked at the last match, and grimaced. That bstrd Shinso. Now that you mention him, does anybody even know what he does? Melissa asked, scratching her head. I've never seen him use it. He can only activate his quirk with a question, I think, and the telltale sign is the sound of bells, Midoriya explained, folding his arms. If they sound threatening, he's angry, but I think they sound normal for everything else. And that question thing isn't even a limitation, he simply spoke to me during my detainment, and the bells still rang, Mina confessed, putting a hand on her hip. Also, if you do talk to him when the bells ring, you'll be under his control until he tells you what to do, snaps his fingers, gets you to do that thing, and then snaps them again to turn you back to normal. So that's what he did, Hatsume scratched her chin. I remember him coming to the support room, he asked a question, I replied, and next thing I know everything was blank. For all intents and purposes, then, you can't speak to him during the entire match, Melissa hummed. You weren't planning of talking too much during the match, were you? Hatsume blushed and looked elsewhere as she twiddled her fingers. Don't tell me you were planning to turn the match into a sales pitch, Mina teased. Would you leave us alone already? Midoriya snapped. Geez, fine, you really do get cranky when people tease your girlfriend, Mina spoke as she walked away, not even waiting until she was out of view to add, Hey, Yayorozu. Are you sure you want that guy as your mate? He's one cranky a-hole. The trio simply shook their heads and turned back to the matches, just in time for another person to join their ranks, Uraraka, who walked past the trio and looked closer at her match with a slightly concerned expression. Uraraka? Oh, hi, the brunette greeted nervously. Sorry, I didn't notice you were there. I was very focused on the matches. It's okay, I understand, Midoriya turned back to the board. You're facing off against one of my classmates, Tetsu. Yeah, and you'll be facing off against Bakugo, Uraraka sighed as she turned back to the board as well. And then she noticed Melissa and Hatsume staring at them. So sorry. I didn't notice you either. How? I'm the tallest woman in the whole first-year bracket. Melissa quipped with a light-hearted chuckle. Nah, just kidding. You already know me, right? Melissa Shield, famous ex-inventor and daughter of support specialist David Shield, Uraraka nodded. I know who you are, you're in my classroom. Ex-inventor? Melissa folded her arms. Excuse me, I'm still an inventor. Uraraka tilted her head. Are you sure? Because I haven't seen you invent anything since the school year started. Melissa flinched. I haven't? Well, I certainly have invented stuff. Hatsume butted in. May Hatsume, at your service. Uraraka's smile faltered slightly. Oh, so you're the girl that told Bakugo about Midoriya showing my class his quirk, right? Pretty much. Uraraka's face looked concerned. Have you two hung out since then? Hatsume scratched her head. Not much, really, he just visits the support room sometimes in order to get me to look at his support items. I see, Uraraka sternly uttered, her frown gaining a hint of disapproval. Why is she getting upset? Anyway, back onto the matches, Midoriya blurted. Melissa, what do you know about this Tenko Shimura you're fighting? Just general knowledge, he's a kid who was rescued by All Might, he's a member of the Shimura family of heroes and other things, and he's rather shy, Melissa shrugged. That's it. So, you're going in blind, Midoriya took a deep breath. Well, I'm gonna go clear my head until my match starts. Bye-bye, Midoriya. Hatsume chirped, waving her hand cheerfully. The boy separated from the girls, and walked around the stadium, seeing the food stands, the people conversing, and just all around trying to calm himself down before the tournament portion of the festival started. I'm telling you, that this is the best chance you got to convince Deku to drop out. And I'm telling you, I'm not going to do that. Well, it didn't take long before he stumbled into an interesting scene. And, sadly enough, one that was related to his fight with Bakugo. Against his better judgment, Midoriya approached the scene, and found none other than Mina and Bakugo talking together. What's going on here?" he asked. Bakugo turned around and saved his hands on his pockets. "Nothing, Deku, just Pinky being a stubborn little beach." "Stubborn little beach?" Mina repeated, feigning shock. "How could you call your sister such a horrible thing?" A long silence came and went. Wait a minute, you two are related?" Midoriya exclaimed, taking a step back. How would that even be possible?" "Trust me, I didn't believe it either, so I asked my parents about it and guess what? Dad apparently had an affair in which Pinky came out as a result." Bakugo rolled his eyes. "And I don't know which is worse, the fact Pinky's my sister, or the fact my mom knew about the affair and was actually okay with it." Midoriya frowned. "You have to be kidding me." "Nope, what we're telling you's the truth." Mina chirped. "I was born in an attempt to reel in Bakugo's insanely temperamental attitude, something about the idea that having a little sister would make him behave. Although considering who you are right now, I don't think being around you would have helped. At all. And if you're wondering why we were talking about you." Mina folded her arms behind her back and approached Midoriya. "Well, simply put, Icarus, you're inches away from coming face to face with the sun." "Icarus? Face to face with the sun?" Midoriya folded his arms. "What are you talking about, Ashido?" "Just pure nonsense, Deku, don't listen to her." Mina huffed. "You say that now, but when the fight comes up and you end up burning his wings out of the tournament, you will remember me." With that said, Mina strolled off, and Midoriya threw a confused look at Bakugo, prompting the explosive blonde to explain himself. "Pinky had the idea that, since I've had my quirk for years and you only had yours for basically 1 year, that the discrepancy between our experience would give me an easy win. However, I get the feeling she's only saying that because she's desperate for you to get out of this thing." Midoriya lowered his eyelids. "I scared her, didn't I?" "Well, you did shoot quite the glare at her, so the possibility you two could end up fighting would no doubt make her uncomfortable," Bakugo sighed. "But we won't know if she's scared until the fight." Bakugo saved his hands on his pockets and walked away, leaving Midoriya alone to continue his trek across the stadium. "Oh, Midoriya." At least until Yaoyorozu popped up. "Oh, hi Yaoyorozu," he greeted. "I was just taking a walk to prepare myself for my fight." "Yeah, I know, and I don't plan to take too much of your time," Yaoyorozu clasped her hands. "I just want to let you know that I'll be cheering you on." Midoriya raised an eyebrow. "Does this have anything to do with the fact you want me to become your mate?" Yaoyorozu blinked. "And no? Why would it have anything to do with that?" "Well, you did come to my class's training ground and kinda gave everyone a heart attack with what you did." "Yeah, on hindsight, that was a horrible first impression, but Midoriya." Yaoyorozu put a hand on his shoulder. "Whether we become mates or not, I want to try establish a friendly relationship between Class 1A and Class 1B. And since you seem to be among the friendlier members of 1B. "Okay, I get it," Midoriya smiled. "Thanks, Yaoyorozu. I'll be cheering you on when your match starts, too." Yaoyorozu smiled and blushed with a simple nod, before separating from the boy. And before anybody knew it, the tournament started, Bakugo and Midoriya taking their spots at the edges of the arena while Midnight stood at the sidelines. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. The final event of the sports festival, the tournament. Yay, tournament. Oh. And it looks like we got an interesting matchup to start things off. Stole it right from my mouth, youngling. On one corner, we got the boy whose swan dive gave him a new, definitely quirky life. It's Class 1B's Izuku Midoriya. Go, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu exclaimed from the stands, making the boy flinch and blush. And on the other corner, his explosions are only matched by his temper. One of the strongest students of Class 1A, Katsuki Bakugo. Become a supernova that'll burn him to a crisp, Bakugo. Mina shouted with excitement, earning a disapproving look from Yaoyorozu. What? I'm only being honest, Bakugo has a far higher chance of winning than Midoriya, be realistic. Uraraka joined in giving Mina a stern look, before she turned back to the arena. In there, Bakugo briefly took a look at the audience, and though they were far away, he still caught 2 sights that intrigued him. The first one was Uraraka, who looked at him with a concerned look before she noticed him, and promptly turned elsewhere, narrowing her eyes in a pout. The other sight was Mina, who was waving her arms with the smuggest sheet-eating grin Bakugo had ever seen. Yes, even compared to his earlier grins. "They're watching us, Midoriya," Bakugo stated as he turned back to the Swan Knight. "Pinky, Roundface, and Black Swan are going to have their eyes on us the whole fight." "Black Swan?" Midoriya raised an eyebrow. "Is he talking about Yaoyorozu?" "Start. Well then, show me what you got, Midoriya." With that said, Bakugo sprinted towards Midoriya, and the boy quickly responded by crouching down, pressing a button on his boots, and then jumping high enough to reach the sky. He promptly fell down, and before he hit the ground, he sprouted his swan wings and flew up, with Bakugo wasting no time in giving chase. "I see you've managed to find a way to work around your jumping requirement," Bakugo exclaimed, unleashing explosions downwards. "Who made those things for you? Bullseye? If you're talking about Hatsume, then yes, I asked her to build the boots, and she delivered," Midoriya answered, getting ready to dodge. "You got a problem with that?" "Not at all," Bakugo smiled with confidence. "It'll even the field, if only so slightly." "Wow! The fight's barely started and both our fighters have decided to take things to the sky. Which one of them will fall first? Which one will lose first? And most importantly, can I hug Midoriya when this is over?" "That's an odd request, youngling. His wings just look so fluffy." And as the commentators kept talking, Bakugo kept throwing explosion after explosion at Midoriya, who flew out of the way each time, narrowly missing the strike. This continued until Bakugo decided to fly slightly more up than Midoriya, confusing the guy before he followed him. Once high enough, Bakugo swung a kick right at Midoriya's face, then followed that by throwing an explosion on his face, sending him flying towards the audience seats. However, Midoriya quickly regained his composure, and flew away before he crash-landed, the audience cheering as he flew right back to Bakugo, who gritted his teeth as he shot off some more explosions. The boys chased after each other, forming what basically amounted to a light show until they both went back to the arena, Bakugo landing on his feet, while Midoriya kept himself suspended from the ground so his wings wouldn't vanish. "I gotta admit, Deku, you're definitely not like the little quirkless loser that used to be beneath me," Bakugo smiled. "And you're certainly not the loser that couldn't compare to me anymore." Midoriya raised an eyebrow. "Well, thanks. Honestly, it feels kinda weird to be praised by you." Bakugo unleashed small firecrackers and leapt high. "That's the idea." Midoriya looked up, and he brought his wings in front of him, with the black feather on his head glowing as Bakugo spun around, put his arms up close and shouted, "Howitzer impact!" What Bakugo unleashed next was the mother of all explosions, covering the entire half of the arena, and having enough force to shake the entire stadium. "Midoriya!" Class 1B exclaimed in horror. "Izuku!" Hatsume screamed in disbelief. Melissa, though staying silent, gritted her teeth as she threw a disapproving look at Bakugo. "I said it once, and I'll say it again." Melissa turned around, and saw Mina looking at the fight with a bemused expression. Midoriya flew too close to the sun, and got caught up as it turned into a supernova. And finally, Yaoyorozu clasped her hands together and looked at the giant explosion as it began to dissipate, hoping that, even if Midoriya was out of the tournament, that he was still relatively okay. Or, at the very least, alive. "That attack took everything I had," Bakugo said as he took a couple deep breaths, his arms shaking slightly. "But as long as it got the point across." The cloud smoke fully dissipated, and it revealed Midoriya laying on the ground, the wings in front of him looking pitch black before they cracked and dissipated into light. It was worth it. Several seconds passed as Midoriya didn't move an inch, with Midnight too stumped to say anything. And Bakugo has unleashed what can only be hoped to be his strongest attack. Midoriya might still technically be on the ring, but if he's not even conscious to counterattack, then what's the point? "Hey, your name's Midnight, isn't it?" Bakugo snapped at the referee. "He's not going to stand up after that attack dash." "You think so?" Everybody turned to see Midoriya's side of the arena, and all sorts of mixed reactions came in. Mina was flabbergasted, Yaoyorozu was relieved, Melissa was glad, Hatsume was almost on tears, and all of Class 1B rejoiced. And what they were seeing was Midoriya stand back up, heavily bruised but still in the fight. Maybe when we were younger. But not now. Bakugo looked dumbfounded at the still-standing Swan Knight for a moment. But his shock was soon replaced with an amused smile. "You really have changed, Deku." With his words spoken, Bakugo collapsed, and soon after, Midnight spoke. "Bakugo can't go any longer. Midoriya goes to the next round. You gave me a heart attack. It was a true miracle. I can't believe you could still stand." And more comments from his classmates came to Midoriya, who was scratching the back of his head and laughing a bit. "Come on, guys, stop it, I get it already." "No, I don't think you do," Monoma shook his head. "You just went face to face against the strongest student in all of Class 1A, and you managed to outlast him." "And that's the keyword, I outlasted him," Midoriya pointed out. "I didn't really beat him, I just managed to hold on long enough for him to pass out." "Dude, the fact he passed out before you is still amazing," Kendo remarked. "I still can't believe you did it. But most importantly, how did you do it?" "Yeah, and where did the black feather on your head go?" Tsuburaba blurted. Midoriya searched his mess of a hairstyle, and he soon realized that yes, the black feather he got from Yaoyorozu was nowhere to be found. Midoriya? The boy turned, and Class 1B turned around to see Yaoyorozu peeking from across the wall set between both stands. Oh, Yaoyorozu, Midoriya smiled a little. Hi. Sorry, I think I lost the feather you gave me. Yaoyorozu shook her head. No, you didn't lose it, you used it. Midoriya raised an eyebrow. Used it? The feather I gave you was meant to be used similar to yours, as a token of protection. So, when you tried to block Bakugu's explosion, the feather activated and enhanced your wings so they could absorb most of the damage, she explained. The feather vanished for good after that. That sounds like a big fat deus ex machina to me, Monoma spoke. But who cares? Midoriya's still in this thing. SCK it, Bakugu. Kendo slapped Monoma. Speaking of Bakugu, how is he? Recovery girl healed him, and he's already back at the stands. Yaoyorozu scratched the back of her head. Now, I should get going back to my seat, Uraraka's going to fight next. Got it. So Yaoyorozu returned to her seat, and both classes turned to see the next match. On this corner, from the hero course, we have the Queen of Space herself, a young lady who will blow you away. Class 1, Eso Chako Uraraka. And on this corner, also from the hero course, a very embodiment of metallic manliness. It's Class 1B S Tetsu. Why did you repeat his name twice? I didn't. That's how his name's spelled, apparently. I'm just gonna let you know now, Tetsu pounded his fists. I'm not gonna go easy on you just because you're a girl. Uraraka smiled wide. Well, considering the number of guys who've told me to relax since they'd hold back against me, it's kinda refreshing that I'm fighting someone who'll take me seriously. That's quite a gentleman move, if I do say so myself. Tetsu blushed, but he quickly shook it off and prepared to fight, all while Uraraka lowered her eyelids and thought, it won't change the outcome, though. Start. Tetsu turned his skin to steel and pounded his fists once more. Take this. Steel rush. The steel-skinned teenager rushed towards Uraraka, who responded by taking a couple steps forward. He even has a special move ready? That's cool, but it's still not enough to change the outcome of this fight. Once close enough, Tetsu threw a punch that Uraraka easily dodged. She responded by tapping his back with all 5 fingerprints, causing the steel-skinned teenager to start floating forward. Wait, what? Tetsu flailed his arms. What's going on? I'm sorry, but rushing into me was never going to work. Uraraka pressed her fingerprints together. Release. The steel-skinned teenager remained on the air for a second before he plummeted into the grass face first. Tetsu is out of bounds. Midnight exclaimed. Uraraka goes to the next round. The audience roared with joy as Tetsu turned his skin back to normal, and Uraraka walked up to him and offered a hand to help him stand up. And though hesitant at first, Tetsu accepted the offer, stood up, then raised Uraraka's arm, causing the audience to cheer once more. Tetsu was the first to return to his class stand, sitting down with an upset expression. I can't believe I got beaten so easily. I definitely can believe it, Shiozaki stated. I know your quirk doesn't give you much range, but rushing straight for an enemy is a guaranteed recipe for disaster. Kodai hummed in agreement. Shiozaki, don't make Tetsu feel worse than he already feels, Kendo chided. He did the best he could without knowing what her quirk was. Yeah, and even if I had explained to him what her quirk was, I don't think it would have changed much, Midoriya interjected. I mean, considering Tetsu's short range, he'd need to get close to Uraraka anyway just to try get a hit in. Which reminds me, Shiozaki narrowed her eyes. Why didn't you give him a plan or strategy to try defeat that girl? Because they'd involve the exact same, get close and hope you can hit her, tactic he used. And as Class 1B continued with their argument, Class 1A got the return of Uraraka to the stands. You did great out there, Yaoyorozu remarked. Thanks, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka replied as she sat next to the winged girl. I was rather surprised he went charging straight for me, though. His quirk doesn't seem to have many, if any, long-range applications, Mina brought up. To him, it was get close or wait for you to get close, which was never going to happen. Uraraka narrowed her eyes. I see. A short silence followed, until Bakugu blurted, so, Inventor Jr. and Handyman are going to fight next. Everybody turned their attention to Melissa and Shimura, the latter shivering as he tried to think of what to do. Melissa put a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and they both decided to head down for the fight. Before they had even left, however, Tenko tripped with Mina's foot. Ashido. Melissa snapped. Why didn't you put your foot back? Why did you walk out at my row? Mina responded sternly. Besides, I wasn't even paying attention, I was trying to deduce which of you would end up winning." Upset at the statement, but not having time to waste, Melissa helped Shimura stand up and they both left the stands. And the acidic girl smirked, watching a pink blob of something going up Shimura's leg. On this corner, the daughter of a famous support specialist, and a great potential hero herself. Class 1's Melissa Shield. And on this corner, a meek guy who has managed to surprise us so far. Also from Class 1A, Tenko Shimura. The audience roared with joy, and Shimura flinched, covering his ears until the noises calmed down. He took a couple deep breaths and then uncovered his ears just in time to hear Melissa blurt, "Tenko." The boy lifted his head and saw Melissa giving him a reassuring smile. "It's going to be okay." The guy nodded, and took an uneasy battle stance. "Start." Melissa charged her legs with some power from One for All, and immediately sprinted towards Shimura, who got ready to sprint as well. He took a couple of steps forward. And an intense pain shot up from her leg that caused him to hit the ground face first. Seeing this, Melissa braked right in front of the guy and helped him stand up, only for him to scream in pain as he put force on his pained leg. Melissa raised his pants up, and he quickly noticed the reason why was because his foreleg had a nasty acid burn, even having a couple holes that showed visible bone. "Oh my god!" Midnight gasped. "It seems somebody has sabotaged Shimura. That really looks like it hurts. I can't watch." "Trust me, youngling, you don't want to watch." Melissa lifted Shimura in a bridal carry and left, leaving Midnight to shout. "Shimura can't fight any longer. Melissa goes to the next round." But there were no shouts of joy, for the audience was too stunned for what had happened. At Recovery Girl's infirmary, Shimura took several deep breaths as Melissa grabbed his hand and an enraged Recovery Girl shook her head. "I just can't believe none of the board saw this coming. Heck, it's unbelievable the principal didn't see this coming," she growled. "It appears that someone shot something on Shimura's leg and waited until the fight began to activate its acidic properties." "Ashido," Melissa stated sternly, clutching Shimura's hand harder. "She caused Tenko to trip before we headed to the arena. She must have been the one to do this." Recovery Girl took a deep breath. "Normally I'd be against the idea of blaming someone without evidence, but Mina Ashido's proved to be such a psychopath that I wouldn't be surprised if this was true." Melissa released Shimura's hand, and once the two bid themselves farewell, she stomped out of Recovery Girl's office and began searching across the stadium for Mina. "Young Melissa." The girl stopped and turned around, spotting not only All Might in his muscular form, but Gran Torino as well. "Uncle Might. Master Gran Torino." Melissa bowed at both of them. "It's nice to see you, but I'm kind of busy right now. You're looking for whoever used acid on young Shimura's leg, aren't you?" All Might guessed. "Whoever, don't act stupid, Uncle Might." Melissa snapped. "It was obviously Ashido who did it. There's nobody else with an acid quirk and crazy enough to do something so cruel." "Perhaps, but what do you plan to do once you find her?" Gran Torino folded his arms. "Will you beat her black and blue before her fight with Kendo? That sounds like it'll give you more trouble than it's worth." "What the hell are you talking about?" Melissa growled. "She hurt Tenko, blowing holes in his leg. She deserves some kind of punishment." "Listen, young Melissa, Gran Torino isn't saying that young Ashido doesn't deserve a punishment. He's saying that beating her up right now, when she still has to go up against young Kendo, is going to make people wonder who did it," All Might explained. "And even if people agreed that she deserved it, it would still make people fear you at the expense of a short-term payback." "What? Why?" "That's just how the world works, kid. If you do something bad for a good reason, people will hold you accountable for it no matter how justifiable it is." Gran Torino folded his arms and sighed. "I've had enough experience with this kind of thing to know it." Melissa gritted her teeth and narrowed her eyes. Before she frowned and slammed her fist against a wall, causing it to crack slightly. "DMNU, Ashido." Leaning against the back of a hallway, Mina flinched and looked around with a raised eyebrow. "How strange, I could have sworn I heard somebody talking about me. But oh well, I should start looking for another place to watch the fights. I can't go back to the stands after Shimura's deal." Mina put her arms behind her head and began walking down the hallway, searching for any windows that'd allow her a peek at the upcoming fights. "I'm so glad you could come, Dad." The acidic girl stopped and walked closer to the source of the voice. She peeked from behind a corner, and saw Yaoyorozu talking with some guy with red wings and blonde hair. "Well, when I heard you had reached the tournament portion of the festival, I kinda had to see for and no, winning the tournament won't change my mind about your wings, okay? But Dad I still think it'd be better if you stopped trying to focus on both things at once, and clipped your wings," the man stated in a matter-of-factly tone. "I know it must sound cruel and unfair to you, but I'm only suggesting this because I want what's best for you. Keeping my wings is what's best for me. Yaoyorozu stated. I'm smart enough to make my quirk work, I can figure out how to use my wings and my quirk at the same time too. Momo dash. You want proof, don't you? Just watch me during the tournament and you'll see what I mean. The man remained silent for a moment, then sighed. Fine, if you can show me you can use both your quirk and your wings, I'll consider not clipping them. And speaking of which, your match is about to start, isn't it? Yaoyorozu nodded. Yeah, it is. I gotta go. The man smiled. Good luck out there. Yaoyorozu returned the smile, and Mina managed to avoid being seen by her as she walked to the arena. She kept hiding as the man left as well, hands saved on his pockets. I see, so Yaoyorozu's a daddy's girl. Very interesting, but who the heck is her father? I swear I've seen him before, but where? Shoto. Mina kept hiding as Todoroki and the muscular fire hero known as Endeavor walked down the same hallway. She was rather surprised at the coincidence, but she decided to keep quiet and watch. You've come this far without using my fire, but that can only help you so much. Endeavor sternly stated. You have to use your fire eventually, Shoto. If you keep up this silly rebellion dash. Silly rebellion? You traumatized Mom into insanity. You got Toya killed because you forced him to learn a technique his body couldn't handle. Todoroki snapped, shooting an icy glare at Endeavor. Your fire's nothing more than a curse, and I will never use it. I will win this entire thing without using your fire, and once you swallow your DMN pride when I reach first place, you better start seeing your fire for the menace it truly is. With that said, the father and son separated, and Mina came out of hiding. So one of the recommended students is a daddy's girl, while the others got daddy issues. What an interesting dichotomy between those two. Mina smirked maliciously. And what a delightful fact that Endeavor's just around the corner. On this corner, a winged heroine with the power to create anything. A round of applause for Class 1, S. Momo Yaoyorozu. Go Yaoyorozu! Midoriya shouted. Why are you cheering for someone from a different class? Monoma snapped. Well, she cheered for him on his fight, Kendo pointed out. I think it's only fair at least Midoriya does the same. And on this corner, his burning rage and his cold shoulder combine to create a devastating combo. Also from Class 1A, Shoto Todoroki. Todoroki, before we begin, I'd like to tell you it's nothing personal, Yaoyorozu stated before crouching down and spreading her wings. But my father's watching me, so I must come out of this fight victorious. Todoroki clenched his fist, his eyes obscured by his hair. Your father's watching you? Yaoyorozu raised a concerned eyebrow. Todoroki? He gritted his teeth. Father's watching. Start. Todoroki raised his right foot and calmly exclaimed. Watch and gape, Dad. He slammed his foot down, and from the spot emerged what could only be described as a F-U-sized iceberg, almost covering the entire stadium. The audience reeled back, including both hero course classes, watching their reflections against the sharp and dangerously close spikes of the iceberg. GG's, that Todoroki went kinda overboard. Midoriya thought, sweating bullets. I had a feeling Todoroki was strong. Melissa grimaced, catching her breath as a spike was inches away from her nose. But nothing like this. This guy needs some kind of limiter ASAP. Hatsume mentally noted, writing down schematics for such a device without looking away from the iceberg. Back on the arena, Todoroki took a couple deep breaths as he felt the right side of his body. Well, it looks like President Mick's been entered speechless, so I'll talk in his behalf. And Midnight, where's Yaoyorozu? Midnight, who got encased in ice as a consequence of the iceberg, tried to break free before responding, I'm kinda stuck at the moment, but dash. I'm here. Everybody looked up, and to their absolute shock, Yaoyorozu was flying down the spiral of ice, her eyes meeting with Todoroki's as the half-redhead half-whitehead stared in shock. Unbelievable. Yaoyorozu has not only survived the giant ice attack, but seems to have prepared some kind of counterattack. It can't be. Todoroki thought as Yaoyorozu flew closer and closer to him. She dodged my ice. Nobody's ever done that before. Todoroki's thoughts were interrupted when he was picked by Yaoyorozu, then flung out of the arena, with Yaoyorozu landing right at the edge before she retracted her wings. Todoroki is out of bounds. Yaoyorozu goes to the next round. How? Todoroki asked as he stood up. How did you dodge my ice? Simple, I flew up before you slammed your foot down. Todoroki turned, and saw Yaoyorozu near him, offering a hand. And if it helps you feel a little better, if I had been a second too late, you probably would have encased me. The half-redhead half-whitehead boy sighed and accepted the offer. Good fight, Yaoyorozu. Hey, your little talk sweet and all, but Midnight blurted loudly. There's still a giant iceberg covering the stadium. Oh, right, sorry, I'll take care of it. Todoroki ran up to free Midnight and melt the iceberg, and as he did, Yaoyorozu watched him go with a little smile, a sense of pride surging through her. Great work, Yaoyorozu. The winged girl turned around and saw none other than Midoriya approaching her. With him came the uneasy pair of Melissa and Hatsume, the former clutching her chest while the latter finished her schematics. Thanks a lot, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu replied, flashing a little smile. Although, I'm a little bit upset that I couldn't use my quirk during that fight. Right, we were told your quirk was something completely different from your wings, Hatsume remarked, not taking her eyes off her schematics. But why would you be upset? Melissa asked. From the looks of it, your wings were more than enough to win that fight. Without them, you would have become a popsicle. Perhaps, but... Yaoyorozu took a deep breath and put a hand on her chest. My father's got this idea that if I keep both the mutation and my quirk, that I'll end up being subpar at both. So, he wants to clip my wings in order for me to focus more on my quirk. Well, his idea is understandable. Having two completely different powers would require you to ignore one to fully capitalize on the other, or try to work with both and come out just average. Midoriya scratched his chin. Still, though, you could just simply focus on your quirk and that could be the end of it. But I want to focus on both, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu stated, causing the boy to flinch and lean back. I don't want to just be able to fly or just be able to create everything. I want to be able to both fly and be able to create everything. That's quite an ambition you got there, Melissa scratched her chin. But have you even managed to work around using both at the same time? I kinda have. Yaoyorozu scratched the back of her head. I need to focus on what I'm creating in order to make it, but I also need to focus on my wings in order to keep up my flight. Midoriya lowered his eyelids. Now I see the problem. And as the group kept talking, Shiozaki and Kaminari walked past them, heading for the arena. Shiozaki stopped for a moment and turned to look at the sight of Midoriya conversing with the girls. For some strange reason, what would normally upset her made her feel indifferent, instead. She once shoved her vines up Mina's but for getting too close to Midoriya, but now he was surrounded by three girls and she didn't even feel like lifting a finger. Regardless, that would be something for another day. For now, she had a fight to do. On this corner, the only thing more shocking than his powers is his constant flirting on the battlefield. Class 1, S. Denki Kaminari. And on this corner, her faith is her ultimate weapon. Class 1, B. S. Ibara Shiozaki. Say, I know we're from different classes, but would you like to go eat something when this is over? Kaminari said before shooting a wink at Shiozaki. I'll treat you. Is he seriously flirting with me before the fight? Well, if that's the game he wants to play. Shiozaki took a deep breath. Fine then, I'll go on a pity date with you once I win. A short silence passed. Wait, that's not dash. Start. Alright then, let's see you win. Kaminari smirked as electricity surged across him. Shiozaki quickly turned around and created a wall of vines behind her, blocking Kaminari's barrage of lighting until it was safe to look outside. Shiozaki took a peek from behind the wall. And held back her laughter as she saw Kaminari, with an utterly idiotic look on his face, flash a pair of thumbs up while saying, "We," with a notably deeper tone of voice. So, I guess he's out of commission? Midnight raised an eyebrow. How long does it take you to go back to normal, Kaminari? "We," was all Kaminari said. Well, sadly, we don't have enough time for that. Midnight raised her whip. Shiozaki goes to the next round. The audience cheered as Shiozaki calmed down, and eventually grimaced at her realization. Dang it, now I'll have to go on a date with that guy. With the last three fights soon to happen, Present Mike wasted no time introducing the next fighters. On this corner, you may know her as the apprentice to a certain stain, and a rebel without a cause. Also a horror waiting to happen, but nobody listens to me anyway. It's Class 1, S. Mina Ashido. And on this corner, the one person keeping all of Class 1B together, and their emotional support in hard times. It's the mother of Class 1B, Itsuka Kendo. So, Kendo, it's been a while since we've last talked, Mina spoke with a friendly, yet menacing tone. How's your arm? Has it healed yet? Kendo put a hand on her arm and growled, it's healed enough to let me fight. I sure hope so, Mina raised an eyebrow. And have you tried to do anything with Midoriya? Because I'm certain I gave you a clear message. There's nothing romantic going on between me and Midoriya. Kendo narrowed her eyes. There never was, nor will there ever be. Are you sure about that? Mina smirked. He's getting so many potential girlfriends lately, I wouldn't be surprised if you joined the harem. Start. Mina bolted straight for Kendo, her arms outstretched as Kendo cracked her knuckles and took a defensive position. Once she got close enough, Mina coated her fingers in acid and swung them like claws, each hit narrowly missing the redhead before she enlarged one of her hands and trapped Mina in it. She reeled it back, ready to throw the pink girl out of the arena, but a burning sensation caused Kendo to open her hand, release Mina, and shrink her hand back down as Mina landed right behind her and grabbed her free arm. Right in the same spot she got burned before. "Do you remember this, Kendo?" Mina chuckled as she began dripping acid on the arm. "Last time, I was more than happy to let you go off without a warning. But this time..." Mina tightened her grip. "There's only one thing you can say to keep your arm." Kendo gritted her teeth, trying to bear the pain long enough to think of a plan. However, it was when the acid began dripping into her bones that she screamed. "I concede." Midnight raised her whip. "Kendo has conceded. Ashido goes to the next round." Mina released Kendo's arm and patted her back. "Good girl, I'm glad to see you're still cooperative." Kendo gritted her teeth and shot a glare at Mina as both she and the acidic girl left the arena, all while the baffled audience watched them. "That was a very dirty trick you pulled on Kendo, Ashido," Yayorozu sternly stated. "Everything's fair on Love and War, Yayorozu, and the sports festival is the ultimate war," Mina calmly responded. "Sure, it's a war to get noticed by the pro heroes, but it's a war nonetheless. And you're about to get noticed in the worst way possible," Bakugo stated. "Better that than not getting noticed at all," Mina folded her arms. "Speaking of being noticed, you're up next, Kirishima. Give it your all right?" Kirishima sighed as he stood up. "Yeah, I know. Wish me luck everyone." Kirishima left the stands, and Bakugo waved goodbye before he turned to face Mina, who gave the redhead a wink before she turned back to see the explosive blonde glaring at her. "What? You're not going to do anything when he loses, right?" "Oh ho ho, Bakugo, what are you saying?" Mina lowered her eyelids. "There's no way Kirishima would lose to a shrimp like that support student." Speaking of the support student, Mineta walked down the hallways as he headed to the arena, his hands on his pockets. "Okay, Mineta, you're about to go out and face off against a hero course student, right in front of the pro heroes of Japan. It's nothing to worry about. It's just every person in the most popular occupation in the world judging you for a chance to become their intern. Actually, now that I think about it, do support students get internships like hero students?" Just then, the guy heard someone growling in exasperation, and he stopped. He turned around, and saw none other than Eri, sitting on a bench with a tired expression. "Oh hey, it's the girl who split the arena into 3. What's she doing here? Would you stop staring at me?" Eri sternly asked. Mineta took a step back, but quickly regained his composure. "You're still upset over what happened at the past event, aren't you?" Eri rolled her eyes. "Why yes, I'm upset about that. Thanks for reminding of that." I didn't mean to, I just didn't want to jump to conclusions." Mineta took a deep breath. "If it makes you feel any better, I think your strategy was actually pretty good. Heck, I don't think most of us would have passed if you hadn't created those firewalls dash. And that's thing, everybody but me went to the next round." Eri put her hand on her cheek. "It was my chance to make a good impression on the teachers and I blew it." Mineta raised an eyebrow. "Okay, this might be a dumb question, but why do you want to make a good impression on the teachers? Shouldn't you try make a good impression on the other pro heroes? Don't you know anything? The sports festival isn't just a chance for hero course students to get internship offers." Eri turned to Mineta, folding her arms. "It's also a chance for those in the other courses, primarily general education, to earn a chance to become a member of one of the hero course classes. And in order to do it, you'd need to show the teachers you do have the potential to be a pro hero," Mineta continued. "And your idea to do that was to split the arena in 3 with your firewalls and snatch Melissa's headband?" "Exactly," Eri smiled, though it quickly turned into a frown. "But my entire idea got ruined when time ran out, so I'm probably going to stay in general education." Mineta scratched his head. "Well, if you don't mind me asking, why did you apply for general education if you wanted to be a hero?" "My quirk stockpiles power, but it takes a really long time to do it," Eri sighed. "The time limit provided in the exam wasn't long enough to show what I'm capable of, so I applied for general education and waited until the sports festival to prove my worth. Could the fighters please present themselves at the arena, please? They're calling for you." Eri took a deep breath. "You should go. Otherwise, you're gonna be disqualified." "Yeah. Good talk." Mineta kept walking to the arena, and once he had left, Eri looked at where he had gone and stood up, before walking back to her stand. On this corner, a support course student whose gadgets proves he's all ball to the wall. A round of applause for Minoru Mineta. "Woo! Go Mineta!" Hatsume chirped. "And on this corner, the embodiment of manliness, or so he'd like you to believe. It's Class 1, Seijiro Kirishima. Show him the might of the hero course, Kirishima. Mina shouted, raising her fists. You're not in any position to say anything about the hero course, Pinky, Bakugo hissed. Shut up and cheer Kirishima on. Kirishima looked at Mina's cheering and sighed before he turned back to Mineta. Look, don't listen to what she says, okay? Let's just give it our best. Agreed, and I hope you don't mind. Mineta reached for his back and took out a blaster-like gadget with 4 tubes connecting to the purple ball that formed his mohawk. But I'll have to use a little support to give it my all. What's this? It looks like Mineta has brought a support item with him to the battlefield. Can this machine help him even the duel? Actually, is it even legal? I'll allow it. Midnight exclaimed. If that's the case, then start. Kirishima hardened his skin and rushed towards Mineta, who promptly aimed his blaster at him and shot several of his ball at him. Kirishima braked slightly and dodged the incoming ball, slowly but surely getting closer to the purple dwarf. I see, the machine automatically plucks off and shoots Mineta's ball, and at a slightly faster rate than if he were to do it with his bare hands. Hatsume remarked, scratching her chin with a wide smile. He has a slightly higher chance of injuring his head like this, but as long as he gets one of the ball to hit the opponent, it's a risk worth taking. Hatsume flashed a proud grin. I can't wait to fight it. Mina, meanwhile, looked dumbfounded at the spectacle. She wasn't exactly sure what she was looking at, but she knew she didn't like it. Finally, at the general education stands, Shinso and Eri watched the fight with interest. Looks like the little purple dwarf got something on his mind, Shinso said with a raised eyebrow. This ought to be interesting, right? Eri said nothing, knowing what Shinso's quirk could do, so she instead nodded and kept watching silently. Back with the fight, Kirishima got close enough to punch Mineta, but before he could do that, the guy dodged the strike and jumped into one of the ball in the arena, jumping up and down on it repeatedly as he gestured Kirishima to go after him. Accepting the challenge, Kirishima smiled and chased after Mineta, who jumped to another ball once Kirishima got close enough. He did this again, and this continued until they were both close to the edges of the arena. Once there, Kirishima threw another punch, but rather than jump to another ball, Mineta jumped over Kirishima, got on his back, and jumped off, sending him straight out of the boundaries and into the grass field. Kirishima is out of bounds. Midnight proclaimed as she raised her whip. Mineta goes to the next round. Mineta took off the gadget, jumped down to the grass, and helped Kirishima stand up. Hey, good fight back there. Yeah, same to you, Kirishima said with a proud smile. I gotta say, you totally caught me off guard with that jump. Hey, think you could make a gadget for me sometime? Mineta shrugged and smiled. Sure, just ask for permission, tell me what you need, and I'll see what I can do. Kirishima patted Mineta's back, and the duo went back to the stands, laughing all the while. Oh my goodness, Mineta, I'm so happy for you. Hatsume shouted joyously as she hugged Mineta as tightly as she could. Good work out there. Thanks. Mineta said, his voice muffled by the hug. I bet you're gonna do amazing on your match, too. Oh, right, my match. Hatsume put Mineta down and grabbed her toolbox. I need to go get a couple of things ready for it. Be back in a bit. Hatsume ran off, and Mineta sat back down on his seat. Hey. The purple dwarf turned around, and Eri was standing right near him. Oh hey, the girl from General Education Dash. Eri, she played with her hair. My name's Eri. Eri, then, Mineta raised an eyebrow. What do you need? Eri twiddled her fingers and avoided eye contact with Mineta. Well, I watched your fight, and I just wanted to say. You did good out there. Mineta smiled. Why, thank you. Eri looked at Mineta, and she barely saw his smile for a second before she hastily said, Well, that's all I wanted to say. Gee, good luck on your match. Eri ran off soon after, and a confused Mineta could only ask, what just happened? Meanwhile, over on Kirishima's end, the red-headed guy scratched the back of his head and laughed as he sat down. Man, that was quite a defeat, wasn't it? You can say that again, Siro answered. That little guy made you go all over the place and then he pushed you out of the arena like that. I kinda wonder, Uraraka scratched her cheek. Would hardening your back have helped? Unlikely, Yayorozu shook her head. The increased weight from the hardening would have increased Kirishima's weight dash. What the hell? Everybody turned around, and next thing they knew, Mina was right up in Kirishima's face, lifting him by the neck of his shirt as she yelled. What the hell was that? Pathetic showing, Kirishima? Why didn't you kick that supporters but when you had the chance? And Mina, calm down. Kirishima replied, hardening his skin. How am I supposed to calm down after you made such a massive screw-up? Bakugo put a hand on Mina's shoulder. That's enough, Pinky Dash. Don't touch me, you little sheet. Mina hissed, releasing Kirishima and using the same arm to slap Bakugo's hand away. First you hold back enough to let Midoriya go to the next round, and now you want me to calm down after Kirishima let that little midget win. Uraraka frowned, while everybody else, including Yaoyorozu, widened their eyes. Bakugo held back? Bakugo's howitzer impact gathers oxygen and stuff to power the explosion he unleashes after the spiral, Uraraka explained, getting everyone's attention. However, like with most of his explosions, Bakugo can choose not to blow up all of the stuff he's accumulated. However, doing this causes a heavy toll on his body. Yaoyorozu turned back to Bakugo. So, the howitzer impact he did against Midoriya. Bakugo rolled his eyes. If I wanted, I could have unleashed an even bigger, even stronger explosion, that even the enhancement your feather gave to Deku's wings would have done nothing to protect him. Yes, you could have, but you didn't, and Midoriya's still in this stupid tournament. Mina hissed, spitting venom as she leaned forward until she was face to face with the explosive blonde. And again I ask, why would you do something so idiotic? Bakugo, without warning, smacked foreheads with Mina hard enough to send her straight into the wall separating the hero courses, with the rest of Class 1A watching in shock. You dare dash. I allowed Deku to win for a couple simple reasons, Bakugo smirked. For starters, it pisses you off. Mina gritted her teeth and growled. For about a second before Bakugo grabbed the neck of her shirt and lifted her. Secondly, remember what I said about me fing you up once you crossed the line? Well, letting Deku win was precisely what I meant by that. I've noticed how you've grown scared of him since the festival started. How you tried to avoid him, how you were vehement on me defeating him, and how, once he beat me, you froze up and began to panic on the inside. What the hell are you talking about? Mina spat. I'm not scared of that little JRK. I'm pretty sure you are. Everybody turned to see the source of the voice, Melissa. I saw you shaking and everything when the obstacle course was over, and before the arena was split into 3, I saw you watching Midoriya with caution. Mina narrowed her eyes. Melissa, you traitorous beach. And finally, the most important reason, is because you deserve to get f'd up by Deku, Bakugo continued. You've already done so much bullshit to hurt him and his friends, that even I feel disgusted by the fact we share a father. You what? The rest of Class 1A exclaimed. It's a long story that I didn't want to bother to tell, because as far as I'm concerned, this little sheet isn't my sister, she's just an a-hole who pulls moves left and right for her own amusement. Bakugo dropped Mina on the ground. And now, it's time for all those moves to catch up to her. With his words spoken, Bakugo walked back to his seat and sat down, all while Mina looked at him with a rabid glare. She didn't do anything besides sit back down, but as the wait for the final fight began, an uneasy tension filled the 1A stands. And thus, in the blink of an eye, the final battle arrived. On this corner, from general education, he's someone who trained so hard to be a hero, he kinda forgot to take a snooze. It's Hitoshi Shinsu. And on this corner, from the support course, the most enthusiastic gadgeteer you'll ever meet. It's Mei Hatsume. Hatsume finished adjusting the arm brace when she heard Shinsu's voice speaking. So, we meet again, huh? Hatsume shot a glare at Shinsu, but the boy kept talking undeterred. I gotta say, this matchup really put a wrench in my plans. I was planning to use the information I got to try gain an advantage over that Midoriya guy you told me about. But clearly, that's not what happened. Hatsume narrowed her eyes. Now, I'm facing you instead, and you seem to have a sweet little gadget to give me a beating for what I did. And I don't blame you. But you can't blame me either. Start. Just think about it, I don't know what your quirk did, but it probably helped you with the support course, right? Hatsume lowered her head, looking saddened at the mention of her lost eyes, before she regained her composure and got ready to run. I'm almost the same, my quirk would be completely useless against the robots we faced at the entrance exam. I could get someone else to destroy one for me, but that would only help them, and I'd be left in the dust. Shinsu looked at the ground and frowned. I don't expect you to understand. I don't expect anybody to understand. But I really wanted to get into the hero course, to prove that, even if my quirk was villainous, that didn't mean I couldn't be a hero. Even if I had to resort to underhanded tricks to do it. I was hoping that impressing the school enough to get a ticket to the hero course would at least help justify my methods, even if they were inexcusable. Hatsume raised her head, and began walking towards him as both Class 1A and Class 1B frowned at Shinsu's continued statement. The hero course has it so easy, with all its flashy members with their flashy, powerful quirks. Even the less useful ones like a simply upgrade to their defense makes them perfect heroes in the eyes of the world. And then there are people like me, people whose quirks have been stereotyped to be stuff worthy of villains. Stuff that, assuming you have it, your only real future is as a villain. Midoriya lowered his eyelids. Shinso. I do understand. Midoriya. His classmates, the audience and even Shinso flinched as they saw Hatsume was right in front of Shinso, ready to throw a punch. But you still ruined my trust, so I can't help you get to the hero course now. Hatsume threw a punch, and her brace glue before it increased the force of the punch by twice its output, sending Shinso right out of bounds and into the soft grass below. Shinso is out of bounds. Midnight exclaimed. Hatsume goes to the next round. Ugh, dang it, the insomniac-looking guy spoke as he got up. I ruined someone's trust, and even the trust of one of my upperclassmen, for nothing. Maybe today, but not always. Shinso looked up, and once again, Hatsume was right nearby, this time offering a hand to him. Look, my trust is still pretty hurt, so every time you talk I'll do my best to not respond. But, I also understand your plight, so, how about I make you a support item to help you get to the hero course? Shinso accepted the hand, and fully stood up. You'd be willing to help me even after everything I did? Hatsume smiled. That's what the support course is for, right? Shinso smiled, nodded, and he and Hatsume shook hands before they left the arena, just in time for Mike to chime in. And that does it for the first round of the tournament. We'll take a half-hour break and return with even more exciting action. 1. Izuku Midoriya vs. Ochako Uraraka. 2. Melissa Shield vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. 3. Ibara Shiozaki vs. Mina Ashido. 4. Minoru Mineta vs. Mei Hatsume. So I'm going to be fighting Uraraka, and Shiozaki's going to fight. Midoriya lowered his eyelids with concern. Mina. Don't worry, Midoriya, I'm pretty sure that Shiozaki's going to have this in the bag, Melissa spoke, putting a hand on the Swan Knight's shoulder. The only reason Mina even got close enough to force Kendo to give up was because she was a close-range combatant. Yeah, Shiozaki seems to be one of those people who can attack from all ranges. Hatsume gave the boy a thumbs up. I'm sure she'll be fine. I sure hope so, Midoriya snapped his fingers. Speaking of which, you're going to fight Mineta. Do you think you'll have this in the bag too? Hatsume hummed and folded her arms. I don't know, honestly. I mean, the arm brace I made for my match against Shinso has one more use, but he does have that ball-throwing machine gun of his, and who knows what he might be planning. So, in short, nobody will know until the match itself, Melissa summarized. As for me, I'll be fighting Yaoyorozu. This could be tough. I can believe that, Midoriya folded his arms. Not only does Yaoyorozu have the ability to fly thanks to her wings, but she can also create stuff out of her body. So what? Melissa has dash. Melissa and Midoriya hastily shushed Hatsume, and once they verified nobody was looking at them, they talked in whispers. She's got one for all. That's not an automatic win for me, Hatsume. I still haven't managed to control its full power yet, I'm barely at 12%. That sounds good enough to at least put Yaoyorozu on the defensive. And if you can get her on the defensive, all you gotta do is tire her out or take her out of the ring and boom, you win. She can still fly, Hatsume. And even if I could do something to alter her senses a bit, it wouldn't last long enough to dash. Why are you guys whispering? The trio flinched and separated, calming down once they saw the people who said that was none other than Uraraka and Yaoyorozu, both looking slightly concerned. Oh, it's nothing. Midoriya stammered. We were just talking about the fact we'll be facing you soon. You're right, Uraraka remarked, taking a closer look at the board. My fight with Midoriya's first, and after that comes your fight with Melissa, Yaoyorozu. That seems to be the case. Yaoyorozu walked up to Melissa and extended her hand. We may be from the same class, but I'm not going to go easy on you. Melissa smiled and shook hands with the Swan girl. Same with you. I didn't get to fight Tenko, so I might as well give it my all against you instead. I'll be looking forward to it. Yaoyorozu turned to Uraraka. Now, is there something you want to tell your opponent, Uraraka? The brunette turned to Midoriya, walked close to him, and bowed before she said, I'm gonna give it all in our fight. And don't think that just because you defeat Bakugo that I'm going to be scared of you. Hee, got it, Midoriya scratched his chin. By the way, I noticed Bakugo looking at you and Mina during my match with him. Do you two have history together? Uraraka smiled, and lowered her eyelids. Wouldn't you like to know? The brunette winked, and left with Yaoyorozu, who waved goodbye and blew a kiss at Midoriya, glancing at Hatsume to see if she would react. Sadly, the most the pink-haired girl did was look at the Swan girl confused. Oh come on, that was a clear declaration of war. Isn't she taking this seriously? Well, I gotta go get prepared for my fight, Melissa blurted, getting the duo's attention. By Hatsume, by Midoriya, good luck with your matches. The teenagers waved goodbye, and Melissa eventually left the room and the pair alone. Midoriya? Hatsume blurted. There's something I want to ask you. The boy turned to the gadgeteer and raised an eyebrow. Sure, Hatsume, what do you need? I think you should let Uraraka help you activate your wings. Midoriya blinked. I'm sorry, what? Hatsume nodded. You heard me. I think it would be a nice idea to ask her to help you activate your wings. But Hatsume, the boots you made for me already let me do that on my own. If I ask Uraraka for help dash. You won't get to show off the boots I made, I know, but Hatsume lowered her head and smiled. When I saw you and Uraraka together, I saw something in her eyes. Something that makes me think she might want you to believe you can trust her. Hatsume raised her head. And what better way to prove that, than by letting her help you use your wings? Midoriya thought about it for a moment, then nodded with a little smile. All right, Hatsume, if you say so. Hatsume returned the smile. Good, now, I think there's a fight you need to prepare for. On this corner. He has made an impression, but can he keep going up? It's Class 1B Izuku Midoriya. Versus. She's already proved to be quite crafty. Will she give a new meaning to the phrase, gravity of the situation? It's Class 1 Ochako Uraraka. Hey, Uraraka, can I ask you something? Midoriya inquired. We need to wait until the battle actually starts, so, Uraraka shrugged. I dunno, wait a little and then ask me. Okay then. Start. Could you help me activate my wings? The entire stadium fell silent at the statement, with Uraraka in particular looking almost dumbfounded before she shook it off and smiled brightly. Sorry, what did you say? I'm not so sure how much longer Hatsume's boots can take, and to be fair, it was thanks to you that I got the chance to show off my quirk back on the first week of school. Midoriya folded his arms and tilted his head. So, I thought, why not do something like that again? For old time's sake. Uraraka chuckled. Old time sake, you speak as if that happened years ago. But okay, if you really want my help, I'll give it to you. Somebody tell me this isn't happening, Mina growled, scratching her head. He asked his opponent for help and she accepted? What kind of madman would allow this to happen? The same madman that'd allow you to participate in the sports festival at all, Bakugo quipped. I'm serious here, Bakugo. Mina snapped, turning back to the arena. If this was a real fight, Midoriya's request for help would get him killed. Except this is a real fight, and Uraraka's nowhere near that bad, Bakugo sternly stated. Now shut up and watch the fight. Back on the arena, Uraraka touched Midoriya, and the boy glowed pink before he began levitating into the sky. After a couple seconds, Uraraka released him, and Midoriya's wings materialized as he fell and dived straight for the brunette. However, moments before they clashed, Uraraka flashed a satisfied expression, and in his confusion, Midoriya's dive was dodged by Uraraka, who promptly jumped and landed right on his back, grabbing his wings before forcing him to fly up. What a shock! After helping her opponent summon his wings, Ochako Uraraka has taken advantage of his lowered guard and is using him as a mount. I didn't see that coming. Neither did I. Midoriya exclaimed, trying to shake Uraraka off his back. What are you doing, Uraraka? I'm sorry, Midoriya, but this is a fight first and foremost. Uraraka grabbed the boy's wings and made him dive down. And even if I have to fight dirty, I have to win at all costs. Midoriya looked down and saw Uraraka was making him dive straight for the ground. Not if I can help it. The boy spun around for a moment, and eventually took a sharp turn to rise, causing Uraraka to lose her balance and crash on the grass. Uraraka is out of bounds. Midnight stated, pointing at the flying boy. Midoriya goes to the next round. As the audience cheered and roared in applause, Uraraka rubbed her head and groaned as a shadow loomed over her. This turned out to be Midoriya's shadow, with the guy offering her help to stand up. With a chuckle, the brunette accepted the help, and the duo went back to the stands. Well, Uraraka, if there's one good thing I can say about that fight, is that your strategy was fairly solid, Mina remarked as Uraraka sat on the stands. However, in terms of everything else Kirishima put a hand on Mina's shoulder. Mina, let it go. Nobody cares at this point. The pink girl looked shocked at the redhead, but she quickly composed herself and turned to two particular students. Yaoyorozu, Melissa, your fight is up next, right? An interesting matchup, no doubt, Bakugo sighed as everybody else turned to look at the duo. One's got wings, the other's got whatever glasses does. I thought I was glasses to you, Ida spoke. Girl glasses, then. Speaking of girl glasses, sorry, Melissa, she turned to Yaoyorozu with a concerned look, then turned to the stands of the pro heroes, where she could spot the red-winged man from before, looking particularly bored. Yep, there's no doubt about it, Yaoyorozu's father simply has to be Hawks. Melissa turned back to Yaoyorozu. Still, there's only one way I can confirm my theory. Yaoyorozu, can I talk with you in private? The girl with the black wings looked surprised for a moment, but she quickly shrugged it off and followed Melissa deeper into the stadium. They walked down a couple hallways, until they found a darkened alley where they could hide and speak without being interrupted. Alright, so, this might come out of the blue, but I just need to know, Melissa spoke, twiddling her fingers. Your wings bring to mind a peculiar pro-hero, so I was wondering dash. Yes, Hawks is my father. Melissa paused, and blinked twice. I'm sorry, what? Shield, you're not the first one, nor the last one, to wonder about my parentage, and since everybody's going to ask me who's my father eventually, I was thinking of revealing his identity to someone just to take the weight off my shoulders, Yaoyorozu calmly explained, gaining a smile as she added, and since you seem to be at least able to keep secrets to yourself, after all nobody knows what's up with your quirk, I figured I could reveal his identity to you without issue. Wait, you told me this to keep it a secret? Melissa asked, her confusion slowly being replaced by excitement. That's assuming people haven't figured it out yet, anyway. It doesn't take a genius to figure out the connection. Yaoyorozu folded her arms. Regardless, now that I've told you who he is, I want to ask you to keep his identity a secret. The last thing I need right now is to be bombarded by the media or my curious classmates. Keep it a secret? Melissa scratched the back of her head. I'm not that good with secrets, actually dash. Too bad, because now you gotta keep this one to yourself. Yaoyorozu turned around and began walking away. Anyhow, we got a match to fight, so that'll be the end of this conversation. Huh? Oh, right. Then, Yaoyorozu stopped. By the way, if you tell anybody who my father is, I'll sue you. Melissa winced, and Yaoyorozu kept walking. I get the feeling she's bluffing, but still. On this corner. She didn't get a chance to show her tricks last fight, will she finally get her chance to shine here? It's Class 1A's Melissa Shield. Versus. Also from Class 1A. Can her genius intellect give Melissa Shield a run for her money? It's Momo Yaoyorozu. You know, now that I know who your father is, I'm kind of excited, Melissa confessed as she cracked her knuckles. I never thought I'd fight the daughter of a pro-hero. And I share the same feeling. It'll be interesting to fight an inventor who wishes to be a hero, Yaoyorozu remarked, snapping her fingers as she added. I know, how about to make it more interesting, I'm only going to use my quirk, and not my wings. Right, her quirk and her wings are entirely unrelated. Melissa smiled confidently. Fine by me. Start. Melissa immediately charged her legs with 7% one for all and ran straight for Yaoyorozu, who reached for the edges of her tank top, ready to lift it to use her quirk. Or, as the audience quickly found out, she outright took off her tank top, her stomach glowing as she casually dodged Melissa's rush, then rolled her tank top before smacking Melissa's back with it. She followed this by creating a bow staff from her stomach, then using it to smack Melissa in the head. Soon afterwards, Melissa regained her footing and turned around to see Yaoyorozu. Waving her tank top in a similar way to a flag, with it tied on the bow staff for extra measure. Yaoyorozu's smile had a hint of challenge to it, especially when she did the "come at me" gesture. Understanding the message, Melissa smirked before she rushed once again, Yaoyorozu dodging once again and waving her flag top as Melissa braked and tried to rush her again, getting the same results. This continued for a couple of times, leaving the hero course students baffled. This feels like a bullfight. Midoriya and Hatsume mentally remarked in unison. I can't watch this, Mina stated as she stood up and left the stands. Eventually, Melissa got tired of bowling around and transferred the percentage from her legs to her arms just as she reached the flag top. She swung her fist, and Yaoyorozu blocked the fist with the bow staff, the impact not only shattering it in half, but also sending Yaoyorozu flying away until she created another bow staff and planted it on the ground, using it as a catapult to throw a punch right at Melissa's face. The ninth inheritor simply blocked the attack with her arms, barely going back a couple of feet as a result. Nice shot, Yaoyorozu, she chirped. But how much longer will you last against this? Melissa charged her legs again, and instead of rushing forward, she jumped and transferred the power to her arms as she plummeted down. Yaoyorozu spread her wings and flew high, dodging Melissa's ground-shaking attack just in time to fly down and throw an instant counterattack. She created a seemingly ordinary staff from her stomach, then tried striking Melissa with it. However, the ninth inheritor grabbed the staff and held it in place with ease. Is that all you got? She asked with a smile. Truth be told, Yaoyorozu smirked. This staff has a neat little trick. Yaoyorozu rolled up the staff, revealing a button right within her reach. She pushed it, and just as Melissa pondered what it did, the staff itself extended far beyond the boundaries of the arena, with Melissa's weight causing it to snap in two, sending her right into the grass. Melissa is out of bounds. Yaoyorozu goes to the next round. The winged girl dematerialized the staff and took a deep breath before she looked at the pro hero's stance, right where her father was. However, the expression she saw wasn't of approval, or even anger. He looked concerned. I trained you for nearly an entire year, and you wind up beaten by a simple extending staff. Gran Torino snapped as he repeatedly smacked Melissa's head. Did you forget the first lesson I ever gave you, kid? Sorry, Gran Torino, I really am sorry. Melissa cried, trying her hardest to block the attacks. I was simply caught off guard by it, that's all. You wouldn't have been caught off guard if you had paid attention. All right, I think that's enough, All Might said as he grabbed the miniature senior and held him in place. Young Melissa knows what she did wrong, teacher. I don't think you need to go the extra mile. Are you sure about that, Toshinori? Gran Torino folded his arms. You made the same mistake when you were younger, and it took you twice the beating I was giving her before you realized what you did wrong. The muscular man laughed and scratched the back of his head. Guilty of all charges. Gran Torino took a deep breath and turned back to Melissa. As for you, what happened out there? You started on a good foot, but when the staff came, you froze like a deer. Honestly, I guess I was just caught off guard by so many things. Melissa scratched the back of her head. I mean, mere moments before the fight, I learned the real identity of Yaoyorozu's father dash. It's Hawks, isn't it? All Might and Gran Torino asked in unison. Melissa sighed in relief. Oh, thank God you figured it out on your own. Not that it was very difficult, All Might remarked with pride. There had been rumors circling around about one of the top 10 heroes having a child, with Hawks being one of the most talked about possibilities. Still, for him to be so young, and yet be a father, Gran Torino shook his head. Youngsters these days really take things way too fast. Why's that? Melissa tilted her head. How old is Hawks? The answer's the same as it's always been, the man with the red wings, Hawks, sternly stated, folding his arms. I think you should clip your wings and focus on your quirk. Oh come on, Dad, you saw me out there. Yaoyorozu whined. I managed to use my wings and my quirk, in the same fight. Momo, you used your wings briefly, and then you used your quirk. You didn't use them at the same time, Hawks lowered his eyelids. Which is precisely what I'm worried about. If you keep your wings with the ability to fly, you'll have two different power sets to deal with. Oh God, not this song and dance again. Yaoyorozu whined. Yes, this song and dance again. Hawks sternly answered. And we're gonna dance this specific song all night long until you decide to listen to me. Listen, even if I like dancing, that doesn't mean I'll just dance to the same tune over and over again. You don't have to. The only reason we're repeating this so often is because you stubbornly refuse to see my point. When did this devolve into a bunch of music euphemisms? I don't know. The black-winged girl and the pro-hero took a deep breath and lowered their head. The latter raised his head first, the former keeping her head low as she narrowed her eyes. Momo, you know I only want what's best for you dash. Then why won't you drop this, clip your wings, deal, the girl shouted, spreading her wings as she bared her teeth. Why can't you just see I'm happy the way I am and leave it at that? Yaoyorozu flew off afterwards, only to hit her head on the ceiling. She quickly stood up, dusted herself, and ran off, leaving the man behind to rub his forehead as he leaned against the wall. What am I gonna do about that girl? Melissa Shield sat on a bench at the highest point of the stadium, looking at her hand with a conflicted expression. She had just come out of her fight with Yaoyorozu, and her little talk with both All Might and Gran Torino. What's wrong, kid? Speaking of the old hero, he walked up to the girl and sat right next to her. Oh, and nothing, Gran Torino, sir, Melissa scratched the back of her head. Just thinking about something dash. It's about your quirk, isn't it? Gran Torino raised an eyebrow. Feeling insecure about it again? Melissa flinched. She really had hoped she wasn't so transparent about it, but it looked like she'd need to work on her subtlety a little more. That, and not ask Hagakure for tips again. Yeah, after losing my fight with Yaoyorozu the way I did, I feel like I made joke of. You know what, Melissa put a hand on her cheek. I got this quirk to become the next symbol of peace, and yet I made a fool of myself out there. So did Toshinori when he was your age, Gran Torino chuckled. If anything, you might be taking the same steps as him without even realizing it. Melissa raised an eyebrow. Did he jump at the call too? Oh, he sure did, and now that you mention it, neither he nor you have ever told me how you got the quirk. Melissa eyed her surroundings. Is this a safe place to discuss it? Gran Torino waved his hand. Meh, nobody comes here, and besides I got Toshinori outside to act as a bouncer, so we should be fine. Now, how about you explain what happened? Melissa took a deep breath. Well, I had called Uncle Might to come to Island in order to test out my latest invention. All Might, in his muscular form, equipped an arm brace that transformed to fit his arm just like a glove, with Melissa standing by his side as she gave him a thumbs up, which he happily returned. He then clenched his fist, reeled back, and shot 100% punch right at a fake mountain. Not only did the mountain completely evaporate, but the clouds in the sky were destroyed, revealing a clear, sunny sky. But most importantly, the arm brace wasn't even injured. Looks like it works, young Melissa. All Might boomed with a laugh. The sounds of cameras and bright flashes assaulted Melissa for a second until the flashes were turned off, allowing her to adjust her glasses and dust herself off as a news reporter walked up to her side. And there you see it, folks. The latest invention created by the Quirkless inventor, Melissa Shield. An arm brace capable of containing 100% of All Might's power. The people went oh and ah, as Melissa rolled her eyes and forced a smile. Now tell us, Melissa Shield, the reporter spoke, shoving her microphone right on the girl's nose. What convinced you to do this project? Melissa pushed the microphone away. Well, I always saw how Uncle Mike constantly keeps holding himself back, because let's be honest, if he walked around at 100% of his power, he could flip all of Japan upside down. All Might and the reporters laughed, though while the former sounded genuine, the latter, Melissa noticed, had a hint of condescendence to it. So, in order to at least let him go all out with his punches, I created the arm brace. It's not perfect, since it can only go 3 tries now before it gets completely destroyed. The reporter raised an eyebrow. So even the legendary, Quirkless, inventor that's done so many mind-boggling gadgets can't make one that can contain All Might's full power permanently? Melissa took a deep breath and narrowed her eyes. Nobody's capable of making that, Quirkless or not. I've come the closest with the arm brace, yes, but it's still just a temporary solution. The reporter hummed. Well then, what's next in your agenda, Mrs. Shield? Are you finally going to reveal your quirk to the world? Or are you planning to create a gadget that can give artificial quirks to people? Alright, interview's over, All Might spoke, grabbing and lifting the girl. It's been nice talking to all of you, but we got other things to do. With that said, All Might jumped off the scene, leaving the dumbfounded reporters behind. All Might locked the door and pushed a button, which further enhanced the lock with a cluster of different softwares, passwords, keys, walls, etc. Alright, that should be good enough for now, the number 1 hero remarked, putting his hands on his hips. They should leave in a few hours, so until then dash. Ugh. The number 1 hero turned around and saw Melissa laying on her bed, face planted on her pillow. He promptly sat on a couch nearby and scratched his cheek, trying to think of something to say. Well, you have to admit, the demonstration went better than expected. Melissa rose from her bed, dusted herself, and shot a sharp glare at All Might, who flinched as the girl stood up and began ranting. Oh yeah, totally. I especially loved the part where they called me the Quirkless inventor. Or the part where they asked me when I was going to reveal my quirk to the world. Or, even better, how about the part where they asked me when was I going to create a gadget that could give artificial quirks to people? At least ask me if I'm anywhere near done with my research on artificial quirks. Calm down, young Melissa, All Might requested. I understand if you're angry at the media dash. Not just at the media. I'm also angry with you. All Might's smile faltered a little. And me? From the very start of the interview, there was no way you couldn't notice I was uncomfortable with having my quirklessness brought, and yet you stood in place, smiling like a giggling idiot until the interviewer went too far. If you had even the slightest bit of common sense, you would have grabbed me and left the scene the instant the reporters arrived. Young Melissa dash. But no. Let's just stand in place. Let's force ourselves to smile as the media decides to humiliate me on live television. It's not like I should be upset about, oh I don't know, the fact I was born a powerless freak of nature in a world dominated by freaks of nature with superpowers. Melissa paced back and forth, rubbing her forehead to try calm herself down as she visibly fumed from her mouth. The man wanted to say something, but considering his previous statement caused this rant, he thought it would be better if he shut up. It must be amazing to be on your shoes, Uncle Might. Seriously. You're loved by everyone, you bring hope wherever you go, and the part that actually matters, you got one of the strongest DMN quirks in existence. Melissa glanced at a mirror, and after taking a quick look at her reflection, she snapped back at the man. Meanwhile, look at me. I've taken into account what you said. I studied hard. I practiced hard. I've been making gadgets since I could make a toy gun in order to prove that I wasn't hopeless just because I was quirkless. Melissa walked up to All Might's face. And what do I get for it, Uncle Might? What do I get? A dash. I get my quirklessness thrown at my face every single time I make a gadget, or cooperate with someone on a project, or every time I do anything at all. And it's been like that ever since Dad dash. Melissa suddenly paused, and she looked downtrodden for a moment before she switched back to anger, and snapped at All Might. You get the point. The bespectacled inventor stomped her way to a desk, sat down, and rubbed her forehead some more as she inhaled and exhaled, slowly calming her down until she stopped. Sorry, Uncle Might. All Might reacted at the statement. Whatever anger the girl had in her prior rant was now just gone. And replacing it was a mix between sadness, regret, dread, and fear that sent a chill down his spine. It's not your fault the media's like that. It's not your fault I wasn't born like everyone else. Young Melissa dash. Times like these make me feel so helpless. Powerless. With that one sentence, All Might remembered some words he heard not too long ago. Think about it, what's the point of giving more power to someone who already has power? Why not give it to RHE powerless minority who definitely need it more? Young Midoriya, even if you had a weird way to say it, you gave me the best advice on how to handle one for all successor. All Might smiled. And now, it's time I do my part. Young Melissa, what would you say if I told? I'd say you're pulling my leg, and at the worst time to boot. Melissa sternly responded. I mean, I just had my quirklessness thrown at my face, I whined about it to you, I yelled at you even when you had nothing to do with what the reporter said, and now you want to get my hopes up for what's probably just another piece of advice from you. All Might shook his head. No, young Melissa. This time, I want to give you the offer of a lifetime. Uncle Might, I know I might be following my dad's footsteps as a scientist, Melissa chuckled. But that doesn't mean I want to be your sidekick. No, it's something greater than that, All Might sighed. Listen, what I want to offer you is my quirk. Melissa lifted her head and turned around, an utterly dumbfounded expression plastered across her face. I'm sorry, you want to offer me your what now? Steam began coming out of All Might's form. My quirk. The quirk that allowed me to become the #1 hero. Just as my own teacher did for me, I want to offer it to you, so you can become my successor. Okay, no, you definitely have to be pulling my leg, there's no way there exists a quirk that can be transferred like that. Melissa stated. And also, what's with the steam coming out of you? All Might took a deep breath, and promptly burst into a cloud of steam, prompting Melissa to open the window so the steam would come out. Once it was all gone, what remained was a very skeletal, and also kinda cartoony, All Might. This is why. Uncle Might. What happened? Melissa grabbed her hair. Why do you look like a guy that just did the nasty with midnight all night long? All Might spat out some blood. That's one way to describe me, kid. Sorry. Melissa walked up to the man, took out a napkin from her pocket and wiped it over his mouth. But seriously, are you okay? What's with this form? It's my true form, All Might confessed. The real story is very long, complicated, and kind of a downer. All you need to know is that in my last big fight, I actually got severely injured, leaving me in this form. And the muscular version of you? Consider it a transformation. It's how I used to look before I got injured, but now it's just a temporary buff that I can maintain for a few hours a day. Melissa frowned, and took a step back. And you've had this form since your last big fight. Wasn't that over a decade ago? I'm not a big fan of keeping track of the years, all you need to know is that it happened a long time ago. All Might took a deep breath and scratched the back of his head. And, now, well, I want to make you the 9th inheritor of my quirk. Melissa lowered her head, and a little smile formed in her face. Before it was replaced with a frown, which she kept as she raised her head. If you always had the ability to pass down your quirk, and you knew I was quirkless, why only offer it to me now? Your father and I might have broken apart on good terms, but I didn't want to make him believe I was trying to force you to do something you didn't want to do, All Might explained sadly. Even at a tender young age, you showed much more interest in machinery and gadgets than heroics. Even when you became a teenager, you still showed interest in the support side of things, and I didn't want to take that away from you. Then, why me? Melissa put a hand on her chest. Why would you give me, of all people, your quirk? Because thanks to my ignorance, you became the butt of jokes in the world of support, even when you did your job much better than anyone else. All Might lowered his head. The daughter of my sidekick. My best friend. Ridiculed for doing something she loved. Then, he raised it with a little smile. Besides, giving power to someone who already has power sounds pretty redundant, don't you think? All Might put a hand on Melissa's shoulder. Why not give power to someone who needs it? Melissa's eyes became as big as dinner plates, and tears formed at their edges as she covered her mouth with her hands. Uncle Might. I'll do it. You keep saying that you rushed this decision, but from the way you're telling me, you were definitely hesitant about it at first. Oh no, don't get me wrong, as soon the idea Uncle Might could give me a quirk was planted, I wanted to do it, no questions asked. Melissa twiddled her fingers. But, that day wasn't the best day. And there were so many things happening all at once. I found out Uncle Might's real form, I was offered his quirk, he told me a bit about his previous big battle, and I was having a hard time processing everything. Gran Torino hummed. But once you did, you jumped into the wagon. Yep, I certainly did, Melissa forced a little laugh. And I keep thinking back to that moment every time I doubt myself. Sounds like you think about it pretty often. Melissa let out another laugh, but this one was genuine. How did Uncle Might stand training under a grumpfuss like you? He grinned and bare it, Gran Torino snickered. And he did it like a master. The miniature hero jumped off and began walking to the door. Now come on, let's go down. The next fight is about to begin. Melissa nodded, stood up, and followed Gran Torino back downstairs, feeling slightly better about herself. That, and the fact there was a chance she was gonna see Mina being pummeled to the ground. That also helped. Knock knock knock. Izuku Midoriya walked up to the door and opened it. She found an old friend of hers standing outside. I'm glad you could come, Detective Tsukachi. It's always a pleasure to work with you, Mrs. Midoriya, the detective replied, bowing down a little. Still, I do have to warn you I'm busy with a case right now, so if you could make it quick dash. Izuku shushed the man, and without missing a single beat, she took him close to the TV and turned it on. The screen displayed a versus screen, showing Shiozaki silently praying while Mina flashed a cocky grin. Is that? Tsukachi remarked, his eyes widening at the sight. The supposed apprentice of Hero Killer Stain? Yes, Izuku finished as she pocketed her hands. Apparently, some genius at UA thought it would be a good idea to let that psychopath enter the sports festival, and she's even managed to hurt students already. Tsukachi flinched. Has she? She nearly burned off a girl's arm, and I believe she had something to do with a sudden burn wound in another guy's leg, Izuku shrugged. Anyway, that's besides the point, she's out there, she's still fighting, and something needs to be done about her before she goes too far. The detective regained his composure and nodded. I'll get us an arrest warrant immediately, and drive us to the site. Please do so, Tsukachi. Izuku walked into her room, then walked out, now wearing a trench coat on top of her normal clothes. The longer we take, the more time she has to cause pain and suffering to another hero student. Ibara Shiozaki stood in front of the board, showing the remaining fights. Midoriya and Melissa had advanced to the next round, as President Mike said before, and the very next fight was between her and Mina. She put a hand over her chest, and closed her eyes as she silently prayed for a miracle to come. Hi, Shiozaki. The brunette flinched and turned around, calming down significantly once she saw the person talking to her was none other than Midoriya, who was accompanied by Hatsume. Don't scare me like that, Midoriya, she chided. I'm about to face the greatest, most dangerous challenge in my life, and the last thing I need is a heart attack. Told you we should have waited until she stopped praying, Hatsume said, gently hitting Midoriya in the shoulder. I was hoping we could reach her before she got into it, Midoriya said, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. Anyway, Hatsume and I wanted to talk to you before the match. If you want to encourage me, I appreciate it, but I don't think any words alone will help me that much in this endeavor, Shiozaki sighed. The match starts in a couple minutes, too, so dash. Hatsume shushed the vine-haired teen, then grabbed the swan feather on her head and showed it to her. I want you to take this. Shiozaki blinked twice. I don't think I understand. This feather was created by Midoriya, and it allows him to know when you're in danger, among other things, Hatsume explained with a little smile. I also think of it as a lucky trinket that helps build confidence, and considering who you're facing, that's definitely something you need. Mina has already hurt Kendo and Hatsume, and if what Melissa told us is true, she's even gone so far as to hurt her own classmates, Midoriya added. If it's possible, I want to help you prepare enough to give Mina a piece of your mind. And, hopefully, knock her out before she gets the chance to play with your head. Shiozaki looked back at the feather, then at Midoriya and Hatsume's reassuring looks, which made the feather look even more enticing. Even so. I appreciate the offer, but I'm afraid I can't take it dash. Hatsume lowered her eyelids. If this has anything to do with honor or your religious beliefs, I'll just be blunt with you, none of them will matter when Mina's digging your face into the ground. Hatsume. Midoriya snapped. You can't say that's something she wouldn't do. What I mean is, Shiozaki blurted, getting the duo's attention. As much as I want to accept your offer of protection, I can't accept it knowing that, if Mina finds out about it, she's going to see it as an excuse to go all out. She seems to have it out for you too, for some reason. Midoriya and Hatsume exchanged looks, then lowered their heads with angry looks. Besides, even if I took the feather, I feel like I'd be outmatched regardless. Shiozaki clasped her hands together. I'm not someone who enjoys violence, I completely detest it and would never resort to it. But Mina. She's proven to be quite violent. Even if I did my best, she'd have me beaten in how cruel and perverse her actions could get. Well, if it helps, she's been forced to wear a support item that renders her acid useless at long range, Hatsume remarked, lifting her head and smiling a bit. And your quirk does seem to have a decent middle to long range cover, so as long as you don't get too close, she won't be able to hurt you that badly. And you don't need to beat her either, you can just trick her into falling out of the ring, Midoriya added. Which, now that I think about it, is how many of these fights have concluded, actually. Not that that's a bad thing. Except for the announcers, Hatsume quipped. Imagine them getting all hyped up for an epic battle and then, blam, ring out. The duo laughed for a bit, with Shiozaki looking confused at them before she joined in for a brief moment. Again, thanks for the offer, but I'll use my own wits to ring her out. Because I don't think I'll be able to knock her out. Hatsume put the feather back on her head. Well, alright then, Shiozaki, if you say so. We wish you good luck in your match, Midoriya said as he gave the girl a thumbs up. Give Ishido a piece of you mind. Oh trust me, I will, Shiozaki lowered her eyelids. And, before you go, there's something I want to ask you, Midoriya. The boy raised an eyebrow. Me? I've noticed you've been surrounded by a notable female presence since the festival started, Shiozaki folded her arms. I don't want to make any assumptions, especially because you seem like a nice guy, but... Are you trying to make a harem, Midoriya? Midoriya raised an eyebrow. A harem? What's that supposed to be? You don't know what a harem is? Shiozaki smiled with approval. You really are as pure as I hoped you would be. Hatsume poked Midoriya's cheek. A harem is dash. Shiozaki promptly slapped her with her vine hair. Shush. Don't corrupt the pure child. Well, anyway, if you're talking about how I'm often surrounded by girls, no. I'm not planning to get anywhere romantically with them, Midoriya added. Kendo's just a friend, Melissa's also just a friend, Hatsume's my protectorate, and I'd rather die than even humor the idea of having a relationship with Ishido. What about Yayorozu? She's the one pining for me. And I'm not really interested. Could the contestants please head to the arena, right now? That's your cue, Midoriya remarked. Good luck out there. Shiozaki smiled and nodded, clasping her hands and praying once again as she headed to the arena and left the duet alone. So, do you think she's gonna win? As long as she gives Ishido a piece of her mind, I'll count it as a win. Mina. The pink girl stopped, turned around, and saw Kirishima approaching her with Bakugo by his side. Well, if it isn't Kirishima, and my dear little brother, Mina remarked with a little smile. I'm about to have a match, so if you need something, say it quick dash. Don't go all out. Mina narrowed her eyes and glared at Bakugo. After that statement you gave earlier today, it's quite hypocritical to ask that, Bakugo dash. I wasn't the one who asked that. Mina raised an eyebrow and turned to face Kirishima, who was looking at her with a serious expression. So, you said that, Kirishima? The redhead sighed and nodded. Mina, I know how you can take things to the extreme, and give an even more intense response. Even considering what Bakugo said at the start, and what your limiting gadget can do, I can't just trust you not to go overboard. Humph, and what makes you think just asking me to hold back will work? Because I'm the only person outside of Stain who you'd ever bother listen to. Mina's eyes widened for a moment, before she lowered her eyelids and smirked. Clever, Kirishima. I guess you're not just a sack of bronze after all. The pink girl turned around and began walking away. Oh, and by the way, Kirishima? The redhead raised an eyebrow. You passed the test, facing off one of the big three already made you look like quite a hero. But actually trying to convince me to hold back makes your heroic potential very clear. With that said, the acidic girl kept walking until she left for the arena, leaving the guys behind. When she did, though, they exchanged concerned looks. Somehow, one way or another, it felt like Mina was still gonna pull something out of her sleeve. Alrighty everybody, we're ready to begin the next match in the tournament. Aren't we, Hadu? You bet, present Mike. And this match is going to be real interesting. Nijire chirped, clapping repeatedly as she chirped, because we got a fight between a pair of students, an impressive one, and a devilish one. Change devilish to insufferable and I'll agree with you, but that's besides the point. Let's get this party started. Both Shiozaki and Mina entered the arena, the latter flashing a smug grin that immediately got on Shiozaki's nerves. It was quite amazing that even after so long since their first interaction, Mina still acted like the same infuriating little sheet. On this corner. Can her faith prove strong enough against the devil she's about to face? It's Class 1, B.S. Ibra Shiozaki. Go, Shiozaki! Midoriya exclaimed, raising his fist. Show that JRK what Class 1B can do. Monoma shouted, pounding his knuckles. Avenge Kendo. I'm still alive, you know, the redhead growled in exasperation. That's not what I meant dash. Shiozaki. The teenagers turned around to see Melissa not only standing up, but flailing her arms up and down while shouting at the very top of her lungs. Her classmates looked rather surprised by this, but she paid no attention to them. Break beyond your moral self-restriction. Give Ashido the biggest beating of her life. She doesn't deserve mercy after everything she's done. And Melissa, calm down, please. Shimura weakly pleaded, clasping his hands. You're giving us unwanted attention. Seeing the guy was right, the blonde inheritor huffed and sat back down, adjusting her glasses as she folded her arms. Versus. I want to make a joke about her fighting Shiozaki's faith, but I really don't want to give her any ideas. It's Class 1, Mina Ashido. The pink girl smirked as not only Shiozaki's glare fell upon her, but also glares from the entirety of both Class 1A and 1B, with a glare from Hatsume thrown in. Haha. I can sense everyone's disapproval from here. Mina chirped as she stretched. I know I should feel a little ashamed because of all the terrible things I did, but I'm sorry, the sheer hypocrisy being shown all around me is just too much. Shiozaki raised an eyebrow. Hypocrisy? You're probably wondering, the pink girl continued. Well, think about it, in this world, heroes react, and villains do. Theoretically, a hero does nothing but wait until a villain shows up, and they then get up their lazy butts to stop them. So I, using the same rational falsehood that Eraserhead uses all the time, decided to help everyone gain a more proactive streak, and everyone disapproves of it. Mina flashed a sadistic grin. Isn't the hypocrisy in that statement just delicious? Start. Shiozaki wasted no time and she planted her hair on the ground. The hair spread across the ground in front of her until it burst from underneath Mina, the pink girl jumping up just as the hair contorted in the form of a cage. I guess you're just as blind as everyone else, Mina spoke with disappointment as she generated some acid from her palm. Well then, have it you. Mina swung her arm and shot the acid, which dissipated into the air mere seconds after it left her palm, not even reaching anywhere near Shiozaki. Oh right, this little thing on my neck forces me to stay close range. I totally forgot, my bad. She didn't forget anything. Hatsume thought. She's just screwing around. Mina fell on top of the cage, and jumped off before she ran towards Shiozaki. The vine-haired girl immediately reacted by morphing the cage into several vines that tried to strike Mina as she ran. However, no matter how fast they struck, the pink girl simply dodged each and every strike. She even managed to grab one of the vines to inspect it closer. Blunt ends? Come on, Shiozaki, this just won't cut it. Mina created some acid from her palm and cut the vine in half with it, doing the same with the other vines before she continued her run. Shiozaki detached her hair from the ground just as Mina got close, with some steaming acid coming out of her palms. Shiozaki took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and closed her eyes as Mina smirked and lunged straight for her. Shiozaki simply ducked, waited until Mina was right on top of her, then unleashed an uppercut with all her strength, right on her stomach. The resulting force of the attack not only sent Mina rolling off to the side, but it also stunned her long enough for Shiozaki to connect her hair to the remaining vines, and seemingly absorb it. I'm not gonna lie, that was satisfying to see. That looked like it hurt. It sure did. Ibra Shiozaki dodged the attack at the last moment and then countered with a strong uppercut. I almost wish this would be the end of it, but this is a tournament arc. It's never that simple. Nijaya raised an eyebrow. Tournament arc? What are you talking about? I don't know. Mina slowly stood up, clutching her chest as she caught her breath. After doing this a couple times, she chuckled, and looked at Shiozaki with amusement. So, you're not just going to stay on the defensive, huh? Good, you're starting to show promise. Shiozaki narrowed her eyes. The last thing I want from you is any sort of approval. And the last thing I want is a vine up my butt again, Mina smirked as she prepared to run again. But I feel I'm gonna get that anyway. Blushing at the reminder, Shiozaki quickly shook it off and shot another barrage of vines at Mina, who flashed a grin before she sidestepped the incoming vines, sliding all over the place until she decided to stop and get hit by one of the vines. Her cheek was grazed, but it was otherwise unharmed. Still going keeping the blunt ends, even after proving you're willing to attack? Mina narrowed her eyes and kept running. Just 'cause you don't want my approval, doesn't mean you should want my disappointment. Once close enough, Mina grabbed Shiozaki's shoulders and began pushing, with the vine-haired girl grabbing the acidic girl's shoulder and pushing back, keeping them at a standstill. It looks like after several shots from Shiozaki, who hasn't moved an inch, the fight has devolved into a pushing standstill. Does this mean one of them's going to push the other one out? Only one way to find out, folks. Keep your eyes peeled. Mina gritted her teeth, constantly gaining the upper hand against Shiozaki, only to go back to the standstill. You have enough upper body strength to keep me at bay, and you still waste your time using your blunt ends. I'm not going to be an action hero. Shiozaki snapped back. I'm going to be a rescue hero. Someone who rescues civilians and deals with disaster situations. That's assuming you don't die first. Mina stepped on Shiozaki's foot, and the girl groaned as she slammed her hair back on the ground, then released it under Mina's leg, quickly wrapping it in place with her vines as she turned up. The hero business that you and all those JRKs look up to is not the same as it used to be. What was once an occupation to keep up morale and to give hope to the common folk, has devolved into nothing more than a popularity contest between fakers who are more interested in their own popularity than the safety of people. The pro-heroes at the stands frowned, disapproving, yet being unable to deny Mina's claims. Even some of the teachers frowned at this, in particular All Might. Even if that's the case. Everyone lifted their heads, and listened as Shiozaki gritted her teeth and proclaimed. Not all heroes care about popularity. Some care about the people they're supposed to save, which is more than can be said about someone like you. Shiozaki headbutted Mina hard enough to crack her nose, but the pink girl quickly recovered and leaned closer to the vine-haired girl, putting her hands on her back. You're getting angry, aren't you? I knew it, Mina snickered, narrowing her eyes. Behind your facade as a righteous, holy crusader, you're just another irritable little faker, like everyone else in this DMN stadium. Mina placed her fingertips on Shiozaki's back and began releasing steaming acid. How do you expect to be an honest heroine if you're not honest with yourself? Shiozaki gritted her teeth and kneed Mina, causing the acidic girl to release her and clutch her stomach before she was kicked right in the teeth. Even with this, however, Mina kept her grip on Shiozaki's shoulders. Come on, be honest, Shiozaki. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Mina scoffed. You could have grabbed me with your vines and flung me over the arena, and that would be the end of it. Cue quiet. But instead, you're keeping me at bay, punching and kicking me to slowly wear me down, until I'm weak enough so that you can give me a beating I'll never forget. I said quiet. And you know, now that I think about it. Mina leaned closer to Shiozaki's ear and whispered. Doesn't that make us similar? Shiozaki's eyes widened as her pupils flashed red for a split second. And in another split second, one of her vines detached from the ground, formed a sharp end, and stabbed Mina right in her right eye, causing her to reel back and scream in back as blood shot from the socket, right on Shiozaki's face. The audience gasped, and among them, Melissa put a hand on her mouth, Midoriya stood agape, Hatsume covered Minetta's eyes just like Shinso did with Eri, and the pro-heroes and teachers stood utterly horrified at what just happened. Holy sheet. I expected to see some blood today, but not like that. Present Mike, I'm scared. Somebody needs to stop it. I agree. Midnight, put an end to this. The referee flinched and began searching through her gadgets as Mina recovered from the "What the hell are you dash?" However, once made the mistake to look at Shiozaki's bloodied face, she was met with a furious glare, eyes diluted to the point they seemed bloodshot, and emanating an aura that she was far too familiar with. For the glare was nigh identical to the glare she got from Midoriya earlier. And it was in that moment that Mina felt an emotion she hadn't felt since the start of the tournament. Genuine fear. Icon dash. Before Mina could finish her statement, vines wrapped around her mouth and covered it, with some extra layers added just in case she tried to melt them away. She whimpered and cried, trying to break free as Shiozaki grabbed her hand and hissed. Oh no you're not. You got all the way over here by trampling others and being an utter D-dash. I'm not gonna give you the pleasure to just give up and get away with everything like the coward you are. Shiozaki tightened her grip on Mina's arm and began pulling, while the vines keeping Mina's leg in place gained sharp ends and began piercing it. I'm gonna make sure you feel the same pain you gave everyone, with extra interest. Midnight found a small bomb-like object, and removed the pin. Alright, that's enough. The pro-heroine threw the gadget, and as soon as it hit the girls, it blew up and released a purple smoke cloud. However, a couple seconds after the fact, an ear-piercing scream was heard as something flew out of the cloud, high into the sky. The wind dissipated the smoke covering it. And in their utter horror, everyone saw the object was an arm. A freshly ripped, pink arm. Shortly after that, the smoke cloud covering the girls dissipated, revealing the duo had fallen asleep, and neither looked good. Blood coated Shiozaki's hands and arms, and her hair looked like it was brutally ripped off. But that paled in comparison to Mina. The acidic girl has marks around her mouth, a bloody stump where her arm used to be, a bleeding eye socket, and an exposed leg with several holes formed around it. And, with both girls unconscious, Midnight only had one thing to say. It's a tie. Detective Tsukachi's vehicle parked right outside the stadium of the sports festival, and both him and Inko stepped outside and began walking towards the stadium, where the jumbotron hanging up showed the results of the latest fight. That is to say, it showed the mess left after Shiozaki and Mina's scuffle. Dang, looks like we arrived too late, the detective remarked. No, Inko lowered her eyelids. We arrived just in time. Shinso and Eri sat on a bench in one of the hallways, the latter trying to process the information on what had happened on the previous fight. Shinso gave her a quick rundown of what went down, while also making sure to keep out any of the more disturbing details. Good lord, and that happened on live television? Eri asked, earning a nod from the insomniac. I'm glad you covered my eyes, but now I'm really worried. Shinso shrugged. If it makes you feel any better, the one who got the bad end of the stick kinda deserved it. How can you say that? Eri snapped, glaring at Shinso. Ashido lost an eye, an arm, and got her leg punctured. Yeah, Shinso returned the glare. And Ashido also gave the hero killer Stain the idea to attack a support student, allowed him to enter the campus and put everyone in danger, injured a member of the hero course, almost destroyed said member's arm on her previous match, and is said to have injured one of her own classmates prior, as well. Eri's anger was slowly replaced by sheer, shocked amazement at what Shinso had described. But, if she did all of that, why was she even allowed to compete in the festival? Getting the hero killer on UA should have been enough to ban her. Shinso took a deep breath and lowered his head. It was a tough decision. When I snap my fingers, you won't lie during this entire interrogation. Shinso snapped his fingers once, and Mina broke out of her entranced state to find herself in an enclosed room, with one of those one-way mirrors. Right in front of her were Eraserhead, homeroom teacher of Class 1A, Vlad King, same but for Class 1B, and Present Mike. And of course, right beside her was Shinso, who promptly asked, were you the one who told Stain to go cripple a potential support course student? What kind of question is that? Mina snapped, right before her eyes went blank and she spoke with a robotic tone. I gave him the idea that he could try attacking a support gadget maker, since those tend to help the fakers he seeks to eradicate. I never thought he'd go after a teenager. Did you feel any joy from these news? Vlad King asked sternly, as Present Mike pressed a button on an audio recorder. Of all the feelings that the news brought, shock and disbelief overpowered me for a long while. Mina's blank expression slowly transformed into a smile. But once I processed the information, and had Stain let me know that it was better this way, joy did come back, though it was mixed with a great deal of regret. Did you have any connection with any of his other crimes before his incarceration? Eraserhead inquired. Not really, I stayed behind on his house and acted like a housewife, cleaning the apartment, making food, that stuff. However, besides being taught how to throw knives and general knowledge on close combat, I wasn't involved with him. Wait, you lived with Stain? Yes, I did. As I said before, I took care of the house while he took care of faker hunting. One final question, Ashido, why did you decide to live with Stain? Vlad King lowered his eyelids. Surely, you had to have noticed the guy would be bad news. I was desperate. I was alone on the streets. Starving. And scared. I would have decided to go live with anyone who would have given me the option. Present Mike pushed a button on the recorder, ending the recording, and Shinso snapped his fingers as he said, turn back to normal, with Mina doing just that moments later. Wait, the pink girl tilted her head. What just happened? We got what we needed, Eraserhead calmly answered as Present Mike showed the recorder. A confession from you that, while not being enough to send you in jail, will pretty much get you expelled from UA, and at the very least some community service for bringing the hero killer on campus. And that's if they decide to go easy on you. Present Mike added. But you can't do that. If you do that. Mina's eyes slowly widened in realization. You'll lose the chance to get information on them. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow, and seeing this as her cue to explain herself, she reached for her back and took out some documents containing papers, baffling Shinso as she explained. Stain told me about certain groups of villainous organizations, mostly to let me know who could potentially be one of their agents. And I'm willing to share this information with you, especially since I can't really lie anyway. Eraserhead narrowed his eyes. What's the catch? Oh, nothing major, it's just something I've always wanted to do, Mina twiddled her fingers. You see, ever since I was little brat, I always watched a peculiar event on the TV in order to calm myself down. And participating in it was one of the reasons I joined UA. Simply put. Mina turned back to the teachers and smirked. Let me participate in the sports festival. Absolutely not. Present Mike snapped. Keeping her around is one thing, but letting her participate in the most popular event of Japan is another. Mina snatched the documents back. Don't let me participate in the sports festival, and I'm not giving you any dirt on these organizations. How do we even know those documents have any information at all? Present Mike narrowed his eyes. You could be tricking us into letting you get close to hero students to cripple. Ugh, you give the hero killer the idea to do that to a support student and it's the first thing people expect you to do. Mina rolled her eyes and took out a paper from the document. Here, see for yourself. Eraserhead grabbed the paper and took a closer look at it. The paper consisted of information on what looked like a woman, wearing a black bird mask. Age, occupation, and crimes were all registered, as well as some potential hints on who her children could be. This is information on the head of the Shai Hasaikai, isn't it? Eraserhead asked, earning a nod from Mina. How did Stain find out about them, let alone get this information? Simply put, he goes out often, and people who use villainous actions to make the world a better place is just as fake heroes in his eyes, Mina explained. Now, if you want the rest of the information, let me continue studying at UA, and participate in the sports festival. How do we know we can trust you? Raging bells were heard across the room as the teachers turned to see Shinso shooting a glare at Mina, who slowly turned to face him and waited until the bells died down to smugly reply. Did you really think that would work on me again? Shinso groaned. You little dash. Alright, Ashido, we got a deal. Shinso and Mina turned to face Eraserhead, who narrowed his eyes as he added, but on one condition, until the sports festival happens, you won't take classes with Class 1A. You will stay in your cell, and we will teach you the subjects you would have studied otherwise. Wait, are you for real? Present Mike exclaimed. There's no way we're letting you anywhere near the hero course students after what you did, Vlad King sternly added. Are you listening to me? Furthermore, once the sports festival is over, you're out, Eraserhead added. No begging, no pleading, you're out of UA and what happens next will be up to you. Come on, guys, you can't be serious. This is a terrible idea. I have to agree with Present Mike, Shinso said, clenching his fists. Letting a psychopath like her stay here, even if it's temporary is but a small price to pay for the chance of knocking down some villainous organizations, Mina smirked. Right? Shinso gritted his teeth and growled, but his anger was quickly replaced with disbelief as he saw Eraserhead shake hands with Mina, the boy exchanging horrified looks with Present Mike before he turned back to see Mina's disgusting grin. It took me a while to understand Eraserhead only did it because it was the best option, but still, my view on him took a hit that day. So, in short, they allowed her to participate just to get some information on some villain groups? Eri rolled her eyes and folded her arms. Well, now they see how that went down. I bet the documents they got were mostly bogus, too. No, they were completely accurate. Eri flinched and raised an eyebrow. What? You heard me, the information on the documents turned out to be completely true, information on the important members, their headquarters, their latest operation. Shinso lifted his head and sighed. Everything was true. But, why would she do that? Eri scratched her head. Surely, she could have just had one genuine document, have the rest be fake, and the results would have been the same. Ashido's a crazy beach, but she's a crazy beach who likes to put herself on a pedestal. I bet she figured that by giving the heroes genuine dirt on the villains, she'd make herself look better in comparison, Shinso smiled. Little did she know that all she managed to do in the end was help UA be better prepared for when they deal with these groups. Eri scratched her chin. That's interesting I guess, but what's going to happen now? If my intuition's right, the police will take care of Mina. No idea what'll happen to the Vine girl, though. Shinso stood up. Anyway, we've wasted enough time. How about we go back to the stand so you can cheer on your boyfriend? Eri blushed and stood up too. Mineta's not my boyfriend. Shinso pocketed his hands and snickered, not yet anyway. The insomniac guy lead the way, snickering to himself as Eri desperately tried to convince him that she and Mineta didn't have a romantic relationship. At the infirmary, Recovery Girl watched over the unconscious bodies of Shiozaki and Mina when somebody knocked on the door 3 times. Come in. The door opened, and Midoriya and Hatsume entered, followed by Kirishima, Kaminari, and Bakugu. Sorry for barging in. You knocked the door and I gave you permission to enter. I don't think that counts as barging in, the miniature nurse responded. Also, if you came here to talk with the patients, I'm afraid you'll have to come back later, they're still unconscious. We're just here to see if they're okay, Bakugo remarked. Trust us, if I was here to give Pinky a piece of my mind, I'd need to be restrained by Deku, his girlfriend, and sheet hair over here. Maybe Dumbbolt too. Kaminari shot a look at Bakugo before he took a step forward. Is Shiozaki going to be okay? Recovery Girl hummed. Well, yes and no. What do you mean, yes and no? Midoriya asked. My quirk only helps speed up the natural, physical healing process of the body. It doesn't affect any mental scars. Recovery Girl frowned and lowered her head. So treating their wounds will be one thing, but there's no helping their mental states. They could go to therapy, just like what I did, Hatsume remarked. Unlikely, Pinky's part of my family, so she's probably too prideful to do something like that, Bakugo argued, ignoring the looks he got from his students. As for Tarzan, she doesn't seem like the kind of person who'd be willing to share what happened with a stranger. Then, the explosive blonde turned to Midoriya. If she's going to even humor the idea of therapy, it'll have to be with someone she knows and trusts. Everyone else turned to Midoriya, who scanned his surroundings before he realized the implication. Wait, me. Shiozaki and I aren't that close. You're friends, and that's good enough, Bakugo stated sternly. If you can find someone else to do it, fantastic, but just remember that Tarzan's not gonna take the therapy unless it's with someone she trusts. And also. Bakugo turned to Mina, narrowed his eyes, and took a deep breath before he bowed to Midoriya. I apologize for what Mina did to your classmates. Everyone in the room gasped and looked dumbfounded at the explosive blonde boy as he lifted his head, pocketed his hands, and stomped out of the infirmary. Did Bakugo just apologize? Kaminari asked in disbelief. And not even for something he did? Well, I can safely say that Mina wouldn't apologize for what she did, Kirishima remarked as he walked up to the unconscious, acidic girl. She kinda never really apologized for anything back in middle school. Well, I have to go get ready for my match with Mineta, Hatsume remarked, placing a hand on Midoriya's shoulder. Izuku, could you come with me? Dude, did you just call him by his first name? Kaminari asked. Hatsume flinched, and without wasting any time, she grabbed Midoriya's hand, and the two bolted out of the room. Dang it, Midoriya's barely halfway through his semester, and he's already on first-name basis with a girl, Kaminari whined. Actually, those two have been hanging around for nearly a year, I think, Kirishima remarked as he went to Mina's side. They kinda remind me of Mina and I. But I've never heard her call you by your first name. Kirishima frowned. Yeah, truth be told, she's never done that. You have my condolences, dude, Kaminari scratched the back of his head. Sorry that my date beat her up so badly. Shiozaki's vines moved and slapped Kaminari. Ouch. I thought she was unconscious. And as Kirishima laughed, another duo entered the infirmary, this being the duet of Detective Tsukachi and Inko, the latter who smiled as soon as she saw Recovery Girl, who thought, about time they came for her. I can't believe I made such a simple screw-up. Hatsume cried, pulling her hair. Now they're going to blabber about it to their classmates. Calm down, Hatsume, Kaminari and Kirishima seem like nice guys, they wouldn't blurt out something like that whenever they wanted, Midoriya replied, putting a hand on Hatsume's shoulder. Plus, even if they tried, Melissa would put a stop them in an instant. Hatsume stopped, and Midoriya did the same as she grabbed his hand, and gently removed it, her concerned expression finally getting Midoriya's attention. Izu. Midoriya. Have you noticed something about the way we refer to each other? Hatsume frowned. Something that seems a little uneven. Midoriya paused and tilted his head. What do you mean, Dash? I've called you with both your first and last name, but you only ever call me by my last name. Hatsume snapped, startling the boy. And the fact that I sometimes call you by your first name, but you haven't done the same for me. I don't know why, but it really bothers me. I don't mean to make you upset, Hatsume. Midoriya blurted, causing the girl to pout. It's just, using someone's first name should be reserved for someone you think special. Dash. You're dear to me. Hatsume's scream echoed across the hallways for a few seconds before she continued with her rant. You saved me from Stain. You helped me get used to the pink-hued vision I was stuck with until recently. And most importantly, you've given me the chance to make so many incredible babies. Midoriya blushed, and Hatsume rolled her eyes. Oh come on, Izuku, you know I'm talking about my gadgets and F-. I did it again. Hatsume grabbed her hair and pulled hard as she finished. After all of that, and after I did as you asked and began calling you by your first name, it just feels so frustrating you haven't done the same. Sometimes I even wonder if I mean anything to you at all. With that said, Hatsume released her hair and sulked. She kept facing the ground for a while as Midoriya calmed down and frowned. I'm sorry. Midoriya blinked twice. Huh? That little fact had been bothering me for a long time, and I felt that if I didn't vent out now, I'd blow up during the finals or something. Hatsume twiddled her fingers. And you're the only one I can really talk to about this, partially because you're part of the problem, but that's besides the point. I'm at fault too, Midoriya sighed. You're dear to me, too, Hatsume, you really are. You've been a great friend, training partner, and even just talking to you from time to time helped me deal with some of my insecurity when talking to girls. Hatsume smirked. You're still pretty bad at it. But I was even worse before I met you. Midoriya smiled and lowered his eyelids. And sure, hanging around with the girls in my classroom helped, but you were the one who helped me in the first place. Then the boy raised one of his legs, and pointed at his boots. And of course, I can't forget this little baby you made for me. Hatsume gasped. You called it baby? Oh, right, that's your thing, isn't it? Sorry, I'll drop it dash. No, it's fine, it's totally fine. Now, what were you saying? Oh right, thanks to these boots you made for me, I've been able to use my quirk without having to get angry every 5 minutes. If it wasn't for you, I'd have to go through the second half of the festival, practically quirkless. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but dash. I get the idea, Midoriya. Hatsume giggled. I still would like it if you called me by my first name once in a while. Then she turned around and folded her arms behind her back. I mean seriously, at this rate, I'm gonna have to force you to do it. Midoriya shook his head and snickered. Don't you have a match to get to? Could the next fighters head into the arena, please? Dang, saved by present Mick's irritating voice. Hatsume chuckled. That's the end of this conversation, Midoriya. But we will continue another day. Hatsume. The girl turned around and raised an eyebrow. Good luck out there. The gadgeteer formed a smile and nodded. Thanks, Midoriya. On this corner. His wits and smarts proves that size doesn't matter. It's the support course's Minoru Mineta, everyone. Who? Go, Mineta. Eri shouted. I still think you should have dressed as a cheerleader and gone down there, Shinso teased, jabbing the girl's shoulder. Let him get a good look at what you're willing to do for him and such. Eri slapped Shinso, who snickered in response. And on this corner, also from the support course. The Queen of Gadgets has descended down from her throne to put a peasant on his place. It's May Hatsume. As the audience cheered, Hatsume rolled her eyes and muttered, at least make Mineta a noble or something. Go, Hatsume. Midoriya shouted. From his stand. Show everyone why you're the Queen of Gadgets. Dude, that's a nickname Present Mike came up with on the spot, Monoma pointed out. Don't be a buzzkill, Monoma, Kendo chided. Meanwhile, over on Class 1A's stands, Melissa stood up and raised her fist. Show everyone the might of an inventor, Hatsume. Before we begin the round, a couple new rules will be established. Midnight exclaimed. First of all, any attack with the intent to hurt or kill is prohibited. Performing any such attack will result in the disqualification of the perpetrator. Everyone sighed in relief at the rule. Secondly, taking into account the state of both Shiozaki and Ahiside, the tie from the last match has been declared a double knockout. Therefore, this will be the last one-on-one match of the tournament. Wait, what? Mineta exclaimed. This is the last one-on-one fight? Hatsume's eyes widened as she processed this information. If this is the last one-on-one brawl, then that means the next fight. Start. Hatsume flinched and gritted her teeth as she reached for her back and took out a small microphone, with Mineta doing the same moments later. Hey, wait a minute. They had gadgets hidden with them? Nijire asked. How many more do they have? Is that even allowed? They're from the support course, it's their thing. Midnight argued with a laugh. I might as well allow it. Besides, that'll make things much more interesting. Hatsume smiled, and promptly raised her arms as she spoke. Ladies and gentlemen. It's quite a pleasure to meet all of you today. We got quite a showcase of gadgets coming up for all the world to see. Mineta continued. So if you could be nice enough to sit still and look agape at our creations, we'd greatly appreciate it. Midoriya and Melissa laughed at the comment, while everybody else just stood dumbfounded at what was happening. Even Present Mike and Midnight were speechless as Hatsume spoke. Now, to begin this little showcase. Hatsume reached for her back once more, and took out two small rocket-like gadgets. I present you, the Hatsu Boosters. Hatsume put the little gadgets on the side of her shoes, and pressed them, causing her to zoom towards Mineta as she continued. With these magnificent babies, you will quickly clear the distance between yourself and your enemies before they even notice. Mineta flashed a smile as Hatsume reached for her back with her whole arm. And right after that comes, the Hatsu Fist. Hatsume took out her arm, now enveloped in an arm brace almost identical to the arm brace Melissa invented, only silver. She then raised the arm brace and swung it down just as Mineta jumped away, the brace connecting and shattering the ground. Based on strength-enhancing quirks, the Hatsu fist allows someone to throw a punch that's twice as strong as the average one. It's strong enough to even crack cement. All without injuring the user's own hand. Wait a minute, an arm brace that can unleash strong force without hurting the user's hand? Isn't that the same thing I built for myself? Melissa scratched her chin. But I never showed the thing to Hatsume, did I? No, I didn't. Right? At least you keep your thoughts to yourself. Melissa flinched and turned around, seeing Bakugo staring at the fight with a stern expression. If you and Deku swapped places, he'd be muttering up a storm. Oh, well, Melissa sheepishly smiled. I guess I want to keep the muttering for gadgets? Bakugo eyed the blonde inventor before he slightly nodded. It's an improvement. Not a big one, but an improvement nonetheless. Is she seriously going to do a sales pitch for her gadgets now? Monoma asked incredulously. Well, she did tell me she was gonna do it eventually, Midoriya chuckled, scratching his chin. And if there's a good time to do it, why not with another member of the support course? Still, this feels like such a shift from the last match, Kendo spoke. Not that that's a bad thing, but still. Midoriya nodded at the statement, and the instant he remembered the previous fight with Shiozaki and Mina, an unnerving chill went down his spine. Even if he was one of the people who wanted to see Mina get her comeuppance, he still quaked in his boots at the thought that Shiozaki of all people would deliver such a brutal punishment. But that was something he could think about later. For now, there was a sales pitch disguised as a fight to watch. Those are some nice inventions you got there, but I too have some tricks up my sleeve. Mineta proclaimed as he crouched down. Presenting. The boy pushed a purple button on the side of his boot, and its purple underside expanded, revealing a pair of ball underneath. The mine bouncers. Using the ball bouncing properties, the boy took a huge leap into the sky, bouncing up and down all over the arena as he explained. With just a push of a button, these customized boots will allow their user to bounce all over the place, avoiding their enemies' attacks while confusing them all the same. Hatsume quickly ran up to where Mineta was falling to and prepared to throw another punch. And if you're about to be blindsided by an enemy attack, no problem. Mineta pushed a second, different purple button, and the ball detached, sending Mineta up again while sending the underside straight into Hatsume's face. With a simple push of the secondary button, the underside will send you propelling away, while the underside acts as a projectile to strike your enemies with. Hatsume giggled like crazy as the underside fell and hit the ground with a loud thud. I totally didn't see that coming, then, she smirked. However, activating the Hatsu boosters once more, Hatsume closed the distance between her and Mineta and reeled back the Hatsu fist. You're not getting away that easily. Mineta smiled, reached for his back, and took out a purple circular shield-like object he mounted on his shoulder, just in time to block the attack. Nice try, Hatsume, but you've fallen right into my trap. Mineta proudly answered. You've hit my mind shieldron instead. Hatsume raised an eyebrow. Shieldron? A mix between a shield and a pauldron. Mineta explained. By equipping the mind shieldron on one's shoulder, not only do they get to block an attack, but... The gadget began glowing purple, and Mineta smirked as he pushed a purple button. With the push of a button, it can send the force back. An intense gust of wind sent Hatsume flying back, though she luckily managed to stop short from landing over the boundary. Once that was over, Hatsume flashed a cocky smile before she and Mineta ran towards each other, unleashing gadget after gadget at each other. Hatsu Web. Mine Cutter. Hatsu Bomb. Mine Wind. Hatsu Piercer. Mine Wall. They're not taking this seriously at all. Melissa and Midoriya thought in unison, both trying to hold back their laughter. Hey, Mineta. When are you going to take it out? Hatsume asked as she was sent back once more. The invention you used fighting the hardening guy. Mineta smirked. I dismantled it. Hatsume's eyes widened. You what? I knew that after showing my invention, you'd get an interest in making something to counter it, so I dismantled it during the time between that fight and this one. Mineta folded his arms. I used the parts that remained to create the mine boots. Dismantling your own invention and recreating it into something entirely new. Hatsume recapped in shock, before she got the widest, proudest smile she'd ever put on. Amazing, Mineta. You definitely earned your place in the support course. I'm flattered you think so. Mineta reached for his hair and began pulling his ball out. Now let me make you more proud by beating you. The purple dwarf shot some ball to the ground, and began jumping from ball to ball until he was close enough to push Hatsume out of the boundary. At least that was the plan, but he instead wound up falling into something. All he knew is that it was pitch black inside, with light only coming from a small circular exit on the ceiling. Presenting, the Hatsu cannon. Wait, what? Don't let its bulky design fool you, this baby is lightweight enough to be mounted on one's shoulder. Mineta crawled up the darkness until his head popped out of what he assumed was Hatsume's gadget. He looked around as Hatsume continued. And not only that, it can shoot anything from small projectiles to even a small human. And all with the push of a button. Mineta couldn't even verbalize his shock before he was shot out like a human bullet. As he flew off into the beyond the boundary, and into his inevitable loss, he noticed something about Hatsume. She smiled proudly at the boy, and was giving him a thumbs up with a wide, sincere smile. Mineta smiled back, and returned the thumbs up as he hit the ground, and rolled off until he hit a wall. Mineta's out of bounds. Hatsume goes to the next round. The audience roared with cheers as Hatsume jumped off the arena and ran up to the purple dwarf, who got up and dusted himself. Are you okay? Hatsume asked, dropping the shoulder cannon to the ground. Sorry that I took away your moment with the Hatsu cannon. Are you kidding me? Being shot out of that thing was amazing. Mineta shrugged. Although, I would suggest adding a secondary mode in order to keep the villains trapped. I mean, if I could crawl out, anybody could. Interesting proposal, Hatsume scratched her chin. How about we give it some upgrades when we have the time? Mineta flashed a thumbs up once again. I'd feel honored. And that concludes the quarter-finals, everyone. Present Mike interjected. Now, normally we'd have the semi-finals next and then the finals. But as Midnight pointed out, Shiozaki and Ishido have been both knocked out, leaving an uneven number of participants remaining. Nijire added. And you know what this means. You do, right? I'm not the only one who doesn't know. This means, for the first time since the Years of All Might, the sports festival will end with a battle royale. The audience shot up in cheer once more, while Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, and Hatsume all reacted to the announcement with shock and excitement. In Hatsume's case, though, there was also a mix of worry. 1. Izuku Midoriya vs. Mei Hatsume vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. The more she looked at the match and the board, the harder it was for Hatsume to believe it was real. She expected a couple of possibilities for the final battle. Midoriya would fight Mina, or maybe he would fight Hatsume, or maybe Midoriya wouldn't even be part of the final fight, and that the final fight would be between her and Yaoyorozu or something. She didn't expect a three-person battle royale. And she did have to deal with the big three and Melissa for the second event to even get to the tournament, but in that case she only had to deal with one of the big three, and she didn't even fought him. Now, she had no choice. She had to fight not only Midoriya, the guy who's been a crutch for her for months, but Yaoyorozu, who had the clearly unfair advantage of having both a mutation that let her fly and a quirk. Sure, she couldn't use them both at the same time, but there was a high chance she would manage to do just that during this fight. And that would most certainly be the end of her. Wait, Mina told her about how Yaoyorozu worked, right? Yeah, she said how she had hollow bones and had a lean frame, but with places with greater mass or something that made her quirk somewhat useful. And then, a sudden memory resurfaced. But I wonder, would you be able to hurt him? Hatsume's eyes widened. Was this possibility what Mina was talking about before? Sure, there was no way she would know for sure there would be a three-way fight between them, but... Yo, Hatsume! The pink-haired gadgeteer turned around, and was met with Midoriya's little smile. It wasn't much, but it helped her calm down slightly. Don't scare me like that, Midoriya, please. Sorry, but I wanted to see you before the fight started. Midoriya's smile faltered. It's crazy to think we'll be fighting each other, right? Each other and me. The duet turned around, and nearby came Yaoyorozu, arms folded behind her back as she looked at the pair with a red glance. Yaoyorozu. Actually, now that you're here, we can do something. Midoriya folded his arms. Before the battle starts, I think we should make a deal. I never thought I'd see the day you would actually say something like that, Midoriya, Hatsume smirked. But I'm interested. What's the deal? And how are we going to do this, exactly? Yaoyorozu asked as she raised an eyebrow. There's three of us, and only one can win. That's exactly how we'll do it. We make a deal for when one of us wins. Midoriya put his hands on his hips. For example, if I win, you, Yaoyorozu, will drop this entire thing with me becoming your mate, and we'll go find someone else. And what about Hatsume over here? Yaoyorozu narrowed her eyes. It's not fair that only I get a punishment while she gets scot-free. True. Midoriya snapped his fingers. I know. If I win, Yaoyorozu will do what I just established, and Hatsume will give me ideas for a new hero costume. That sounds more like a reward to me, Hatsume giggled. And also, why? Are you planning to change your hero costume? Midoriya scratched the back of his head and sighed. The truth is, after everything that's happened and compared to my classmates' costumes, I just feel like mine was made from scraps. And it was, Mom made it in order to compensate for not supporting me all those years, and I did like it at first. Now, though Dash. You think it's time you give it an upgrade, understand? Hatsume remarked with a little nod. But why ask me and not a support company? Midoriya smiled. Because I want to give you a challenge. Hatsume gently pinched the boy's cheek. You know how to bring a smile to my face. The pair laughed for a little bit while Yaoyorozu glanced at them, her expression souring and growing angrier until she got between them and separated them. Now for my terms, if I win, you, Midoriya, will become my mate, no questions asked. And Hatsume will give up any and all pretense of a romantic relationship with you. Hatsume narrowed her eyes. Alright then, if I win, you will leave Midoriya alone, and focus on getting a mate from your own class, no ifs or buts. And Midoriya. Hatsume smirked. Will call me by my first name. The winged duo gasped. Oh yeah, I went there. So you made good on your promise after all, Midoriya extended his hand forward. Anyway, now that we've all given our terms, do we have a deal? Hatsume put her hand over Midoriya's, and after a little bit of hesitation, Yaoyorozu joined in as well. The trio shook hands, gave each a nod, and promptly separated to go their separate ways to the arena. Hatsume and Midoriya, of course, went together, while Yaoyorozu left on her own. Izuku. The pink-green pair stopped and turned around, immediately seeing Inko running up to them while waving her hand. Mom. Hi, Izuku. Inko chirped as she reached the teenagers. Are you getting ready for your big match? Yes I am, but what are you doing here? Midoriya raised an eyebrow. Weren't you going to watch the sports festival from home? I was, but then I was informed that the JRK known as Mina Ashido was participating. Inko narrowed her eyes and folded her arms. As soon as I received the news, I couldn't sit still. So I called one of my coworkers, we got the arrest warrant, and we came here as soon as we could. Right, I forgot you work as a detective. Midoriya folded his arms and looked at the ceiling. I still find it weird you decided to become a detective after leaving the support business. Wait, she left it? Hatsume raised an eyebrow. From the way she helped Melissa with my eyes, and the other gadgets I've seen, I thought she was still working with support. No, those were special occasions. The truth is, I quit the gadgeting game a long time ago, due to personal reasons. Inko pocketed her hands. Now I work as a detective to put my smarts to use. So, Izuku got your smarts, huh? Hatsume asked, throwing a sly look at the greenette. Yup, and everything else he got from his father. Inko frowned for a brief moment before regaining her composure. Anyway, Tsukachi has taken Ashido into custody, and he told me to stay behind to watch the final match. Midoriya smiled. That was nice of him. But, well, we gotta get going, Mom. I understand, I have to get going to the stands too. Inko scratched the back of her head. Maybe if I run fast enough, I'll get a good seat in the front row. The Midoriyas chuckled for a moment before separating, with Hatsume eyeing their separation with a neutral expression until Midoriya noticed her. Is something wrong, Hatsume? The girl returned to reality, formed a smile, and shook her head. Nothing, let's go. Hatsume led the way to the arena, and after a moment of hesitant concern, Midoriya followed her. Yaoyorozu scratched her chin as she thought about what to do in order to win the incoming fight. She could always just throw Midoriya and Hatsume out of bounds, but as their previous fights proved, that would definitely be easier said than done. Furthermore, there was also the matter of her father. Momo. Speak of the devil and he doth appear. Yaoyorozu stopped on her tracks and turned around to see Hawks approaching her slowly, hands pocketed in his coat. Dad. Hawks flinched at the girl's harsh tone of voice, but quickly regained his composure and took a deep breath. Listen, Momo, I know you must still be upset after our last argument. But, I just want you to know that you only want what's best for me. Yes, I know. Yaoyorozu looked elsewhere and pouted, spreading her wings as an act of intimidation. You tell me the same hollow words every time, Dad. Hawks frowned. You think my words are hollow? Yaoyorozu's wings retracted a bit. Not so much your words as your reasoning. You've never told me why you wanted to clip my wings, or why it was the best for me. You just said so, and I can't accept that. Hawks lowered his head and pocketed his hands. Your mother. Yaoyorozu raised an eyebrow, prompting the man to explain. When your mother gave birth to you, she put a big emphasis on the fact you had wings. Everyone in the hospital, including myself, figured this was the result of your quirk, but your mother thought otherwise. She thought it was a simple inherited mutation, and that your quirk would appear when you became 4. Yaoyorozu put a hand over her chest, feeling it tightening, for some reason. So, she began micromanaging your every move. Where you would go for kindergarten, what lessons you'd be taught at home. She even got one of her goons to watch you when you came to visit my agency. Those visits were always the best, Yaoyorozu smiled. But, what are you trying to get at, here? Momo, your quirk is incredible, but just as it can solve a lot of problems, it can also create them if it ends up in the wrong hands. Hawk scratched the back of his head. What I'm trying to get at, is the reason I want you to clip your wings is. Hawks took a deep breath and confessed. I was worried that your mother would see you as a tool if you kept both the wings and the quirk. Yaoyorozu's eyes widened. But, if that was the reason, why didn't you just tell me about it? Hawk's turn came right afterwards. Wait, you believe me? Well, I don't have a reason not to, Yaoyorozu shrugged. But for the sake of argument, let's just say I'm considering believing you. Well, to answer your question, telling a child that one of their parents wants to use them because of their powerful quirk isn't something easy to say. Hawk scratched his cheek and smiled sheepishly. Besides, I have to admit, thinking before doing anything has never been my forte. Yaoyorozu rolled her eyes. Reminds me of one of my classmates. So, anyhow, that's the reason why I want you to clip your wings, Hawks added. Do you believe me? Yaoyorozu hummed in thought for a moment, tapping her cheek as she tried to reach a conclusion. The situation felt like it should have been easily solved with yes or no, but still. I got a fight coming up, and I need to keep my focus on that, Yaoyorozu replied. I'll tell you what I think after the fight, alright, Dad? Hawk simply nodded once, and he stared silently as Yaoyorozu left, waving her hand slightly. Alright, everybody. You've waited long enough. Nijire excitedly proclaimed. It's time to begin the final fight. The audience cheered as the trio finally reached the arena, and they began stretching in preparation for the upcoming brawl. On this corner. The sun wasn't hot enough to melt his wings. Is there something in this universe that can bring his onslaught to a halt? It's the rising star of Class 1B, the unstoppable force, Izuku Midoriya. Go, Midoriya! Monoma exclaimed. You're this close to bring Class 1B to glory. Don't let us down. Kendo jabbed Monoma in the neck. Never mind him, Midoriya, just do your best. Versus. An enthralling voice couldn't stop her. A fellow gadgeteer couldn't stop her. And if she had fought her, even the devil herself wouldn't have managed to slow her down. The immovable object from the support course, May Hatsume. Hatsume. The pink-haired gadgeteer turned around, and she had to hold back her laughter at what she saw, Mineta standing on top of his chair, wearing a cheerleader outfit and moving his pom-poms around. As he did this, the rest of the courses looked dumbfounded, except for the shocked duo of Shinso and Eri. Give it your all. Ha, he's actually wearing a cheerleader outfit, Shinso blurted. If he can do it, I can't see why you can't, Eri. Eri clenched her fist and punched Shinso right in the gut. And for the final opponent. She's proven to have quite a few tricks up her sleeve. Will this final battle convince her to go all out and become a force of nature? The Void of Creation, Class 1, S. Momo Yaoyorozu. Yeah, Yamamo. Uraraka chirped. This is the final hurdle. Throttle to the finish. Give it your all, Yaoyorozu. Melissa shouted. Why are you cheering for Rich Witch? Bakugu asked dumbfounded. Shouldn't you be cheering for Sniper or Deku? Was that the second or third nickname Bakugu's given Hatsume? Either he has trouble picking just one, or something else is going on. Melissa thought before responding with a smile, Midoriya and Hatsume might be my friends, but Yaoyorozu's my classmate. And, to be honest with you. Melissa turned back to the trio, and folded her arms with a smile. She's gonna need as much luck as she can get. Alright, I want a good, clean fight. You already know the rules, no attacks with the intent to kill allowed, and if you're either knocked out or thrown out of the arena, you're out. Midnight recapped. If you got all this, then let's dash. Start. Yaoyorozu spread her wings and flew up high, with Midoriya activating the boots to follow after her. However, just as he began to fall down, Yaoyorozu flew straight to him and grabbed him in a tight hug. Nice try, Midoriya, but I know how your quirk works. Yaoyorozu scanned the ground. Now, where can I put you? Yaoyorozu didn't get much time to think about it, since Hatsume promptly appeared right near her, getting ready to throw a punch. Oh, not this time. Yaoyorozu spread her left wing to hit Hatsume. And she wound up hitting a pauldron-like gadget she had on her shoulder. Then, the gadgeteer pressed a pink button on the side, and a gust of wind struck the black swing girl hard enough to not only send her flying back, but release Midoriya, who summoned his wings just as he and Hatsume fell. One of Mineta's inventions? Partially, I reverse-engineered his design and made it my own. Yaoyorozu growled at the sight of Midoriya and Hatsume together, and she brought her flight to a stop to generate a lasso from her stomach, which she took out and swung as she flapped her wings once again. Midoriya and Hatsume were trapped in the lasso, and Yaoyorozu took the chance to swing it directly towards the grass. However, Midoriya spread his wings and this was enough to snap the lasso in two. He grabbed Hatsume with one arm while grabbing what remained of the lasso with the other, engaging in a pull-the-rope deal with Yaoyorozu before he gained enough strength to send her flying towards the grass instead. Yaoyorozu quickly reacted, though, by creating a blade from her stomach and using it to cut the lasso in two, resuming flight moments before she touched the grass. With that done, Hatsume and Midoriya landed back at the arena, the latter's wings dissipating as he threw a look at Yaoyorozu, who responded with an even more intense glare. Whoa everybody! It seems that this three-way battle has devolved into a tag team. The immovable object and unstoppable force have teamed up together to face the void of creation. Well, if you think about it, an unstoppable force and immovable object facing each other would be a big pain to figure out dash. And this is way more interesting. But of course, what will the referee think of this? Midnight glanced at Yaoyorozu as she held her spot in the sky, and then she turned to see Hatsume and Midoriya looking at her, while unknowingly holding hands. Seeing the latter made her decision much easier. I'll allow it, but once one of you three is taken out, no matter who, we proceed with a one-on-one battle, got it? Hatsume and Midoriya nodded, and the battle resumed soon afterwards. Yaoyorozu dived straight for the duo as she coated her right arm in a white light. Hatsume jumped in front of Midoriya and put her Hatsu Shieldren in front, but all Yaoyorozu did was smirk at this. Once close enough, Yaoyorozu threw a right punch, her arm now equipped with metallic armor. Not only did the resulting punch turn out to be strong enough to nearly send the duo out of the arena, but the Hatsu Shieldren released sparks before collapsing apart into pieces. No way! Hatsume grimaced. That punch was strong enough to destroy the Hatsu Shieldren? Well, how much power could it hold? Before being destroyed? Midoriya asked. Hatsume hesitated, and scratched her head. Let's just say we should make sure we don't get hit by it. This was soon followed by Yaoyorozu running straight for the duo as she undid the armor in her right arm, and reached for her stomach. Not wasting any time, Hatsume equipped her Hatsu boosters and shot forward while Midoriya pressed his boots to take off to the sky. However, Yaoyorozu once again smirked at this as she sidestepped Hatsume's incoming rush, and she took out a whip from her stomach, one long enough to catch Midoriya before he could get out of her reach. You're not spreading your wings that easily again. Hatsume stopped short of the borders of the arena, and as soon as she saw Yaoyorozu holding Midoriya in place, she turned around and removed the Hatsu boosters, and pressed their buttons to send them flying straight for the Black Swan girl's head. They successfully hit her and Yaoyorozu let go, allowing Midoriya to fall and activate his wings. From there, Hatsume and Midoriya headed straight for Yaoyorozu, the former getting ready to use the Hatsu fist, while the latter sacrificed one of his wings to surround his arm with a white energy. As for Yaoyorozu, she glanced at the two of them before she created a smoke bomb from her stomach and threw it to the ground, surrounding the three in a smoke cloud. Once the smoke cloud dispersed, it was revealed that Hatsume and Midoriya had thrown their punches, but they wound up hitting each other square in the cheek, with Yaoyorozu crouching down until she opened her eyes and spread her wings, hitting the duo hard enough to send back a couple feet. Midoriya rubbed his cheek and spat out a tooth, while Hatsume did the same, and realized she couldn't close her right eye. Not only that, but her vision from that eye was severely messed up. Static flashed constantly while the few snippets of the world around her got color, only to go monochrome and back again, and that's if they lasted long enough to turn to static. Oh man! After working together to beat Yaoyorozu, Hatsume and Midoriya have been tricked into hitting each other, and what a hit! This isn't going to turn into a fight similar to the Shiozaki and Ishido one, right? Nijire asked fearfully. I don't want to see something like that again. Hatsume didn't waste any time before she grabbed the faulty eye, and ripped it clean off, causing the audience to gasp as she wobbled a little, but regained her composure quickly enough. It was at this moment that Yaoyorozu frowned with regret, and Midoriya's protective instincts took over. His eyes slowly became completely orange as he shot a furious glare at Yaoyorozu, and bared his sharpened teeth. Izuku! The boy flinched and turned back to Hatsume, who gave him a reassuring smile and a little nod. However, while he clearly meant to tell the boy she was okay, there was also a hint of something else. A hint of Hatsume asking Midoriya to win this fight with her. Together. Midoriya's eyes went from completely orange to a normal shade of white, with orange pupils reappearing soon afterwards. And, without any wait in between, he clenched his fists as he got surrounded by a white aura, and spread his wings once more. And like last time, they didn't vanish as the holy sheet, abs! Hatsume exclaimed. Abs indeed, as the transformation had caused Midoriya's shirt to tear into pieces, revealing his lean, muscular frame. He wasn't a bodybuilder by any means, but he was much more muscled and toned than would be expected from a boy his age. As for the rest of his form, it was the same as the first time he transformed: white messy hair, orange glowing eyes, and a pair of wide, majestic swan wings from his back. This time, however, his skin remained a normal tone, with his forearms and hands coated in a white, glowing energy. Well, would you look at this? Izuku Midoriya has seemingly evolved his quirk and become a muscular swan-winged high schooler. That was a sentence I never thought I'd say, folks, but hey, this is UA. I see, so you're finally going all out, huh? Yaoyorozu remarked as she stood up and stretched a bit. Well then, if you're finally using all you got. Yaoyorozu spread her wings and sprung to the skies. I'm going to give it my all as well. Once high enough, Yaoyorozu stopped in midair and got surrounded by a white energy. She covered her body in her wings before she spread them once more, revealing her physique had become more petite compared to her earlier self. And then the light surrounding her dissipated and reformed around her as several, fairly small spheres of light. With a snap of her fingers, the spheres transformed into ethereal feathers, each aimed directly at the arena below. And Yaoyorozu decides to go all out as well. Sacrificing her bombastic figure for an all-out attack, can Hatsume and Midoriya find a way out of this? Hatsume looked at the incoming rain of feathers and grimaced, only to feel a warm sensation next to her. This warmth came from Midoriya, who offered his hand with a little smile. Returning the smile, Hatsume accepted, just in time for Yaoyorozu to shoot the arrows down at them. Midoriya spread his wings and flew up with Hatsume by his side, dodging each and every feather that was shot at their way. However, the rain of feathers was soon accompanied by a different rain, one of white lights that was heading up instead of down. And judging by Yaoyorozu's form being surrounded by light once more, it became clear what the light was about. She's taking back the lipids. Hatsume exclaimed. She won't get to use them again. Midoriya answered. Once high enough, Midoriya and Hatsume flew right above Yaoyorozu, whose light-coated form returned to its original physique as she looked up. And saw Hatsume, reeling back the Hatsu fist, and Midoriya, doing the same with his glowing fist. Yaoyorozu brought her black wings in front of her, hoping to block the attack. However, with the combined forces of the Hatsu fist and Midoriya's swan-powered punch, Yaoyorozu was sent crashing on the ground hard enough to shatter the very arena into pieces. Midnight walked close to the black swan girl as Midoriya and Hatsume flew back down on a slightly less cracked portion of the arena. Yaoyorozu is out. The audience cheered as Hatsume raised the Hatsu fist, and saw it crumble to pieces. Well, that took care of that. Guess we gotta fight next dash. Then, Midoriya's form suddenly turned back to his base and the boy collapsed. Izuku! Hatsume crouched down to the boy's chest as Midnight walked up to them. Hearing his heartbeat calmed her down slightly, enough that she didn't notice Midnight confirmed the boy couldn't go any further. Midoriya is out. Hatsume raised her head and gasped, instantly realizing what this meant as Midnight grabbed her arm and raised it. Wait dash. The winner of the sports festival is Mei Hatsume. The audience blew up in ecstatic joy, and as Hatsume scanned her surroundings to see everyone rejoice, she could only say two words with utter disbelief. No way.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.